Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Harry and Ron were basically glued to the display window, staring at the full Chudley Cannon's uniform like it was holy relic status. They probably would have stayed there all day if a random couple hadn't physically dragged them off to buy ink and parchment. At the joke shop, chaos as usual. Fred, George, and Lee Jordan were stacking up boxes of Dr. Filibuster's auto-igniting, water-blooming fireworks like they were preparing for war. Ian raised an eyebrow. So our shop hasn't even opened yet and you're already funding the competition. Fred clutched his chest dramatically. Market research, mate. George nodded like a business major. Know your enemy, study the industry, dominate the market. Ian stared at them. Are you sure you're Gryffindors? This is giving Slytherin brain and Ravenclaw homework energy. The twins gasped like he'd insulted their bloodline. We're visionaries, future tycoons. They slung their arms around Ian's shoulders. When the shop opens, you'll be swimming in gold, like Scrooge McDuck. Ian grabbed a box of fireworks from them. Cool, I'll wait for my billionaire era. They punched his shoulder and promised glory before everyone split up. Later, in the most depressing second-hand shop imaginable, they found Percy. He was reading a book titled How Prefects Gain Power with the Intensity of Someone Planning World Domination. Ron read the back cover out loud. Hogwarts prefects and their post-school careers. Sounds thrilling. Go away, Percy snapped, shoving him. As they left, Ron muttered, he's said like 600 times he's going to be Minister for Magic. Hermione shrugged. Leadership matters, he's not terrible. Ron rolled his eyes so hard it was almost athletic. Ian glanced around. Where are Cassandra and Isabella? Didn't see them. They'll be at Flourish and Blots, Harry said. We'll bump into them. Ian nodded, pretending he totally wasn't thinking about them. Because if he said that out loud, Hermione jealousy arc unlocked. Soon enough, they reached Flourish and Blots, except they couldn't get in because there was a literal mob outside. A giant banner hung overhead, Gilderoy Lockhart autobiography signing 12/34/30. Hermione practically levitated. We can meet him in person. Ian's smile froze, of course, Lockhart. Hermione noticed his expression immediately. I just admire his talent, almost all our books are written by him, that's all, she rushed, then quietly tugged his sleeve. I only like you. Ian's mood bar instantly refilled. He's not as handsome, not as young, not as rich as me, Ian said calmly. Hermione didn't hesitate. I like you the most. Harry and Ron physically recoiled. Ian lifted his chin like he'd just won a championship. Petty, Hermione muttered, looping her arm through his. Let's go before it gets worse. They squeezed inside with the crowd. Most of the witches there looked like they were Mrs. Weasley's age and in full fangirl mode. A poor wizard at the door begged people not to crush the merchandise. The line snaked all the way to the back where Lockhart sat beneath giant photos of himself. Every photo was winking, every tooth sparkle was illegal. He wore robes so blue they matched his eyes exactly. Ian muttered, show off. Up front, a short witch looked seconds from fainting. A photographer from the Daily Prophet was hopping around like a caffeinated rabbit, camera flashing purple smoke. Then Lockhart spotted them, first Harry, then Ian. His eyes lit up like someone handed him free publicity. Oh my goodness, Ian Potter and Harry Potter. The crowd parted instantly. Ian's face went green. He grabbed Harry and tried to use him as cover. Lockhart lunged, reaching for handshakes like they were trophies. Ian dodged smoothly. Merlin, I've wanted to meet you both. Nope, Ian said flatly, stepping aside with Hermione. He knew exactly what this was, fan bait. Lockhart grabbed Harry instead, practically yanking his arm off while cameras exploded. Call the other Mr. Potter, the photographer yelled. Front page material. Ian stared straight ahead like he suddenly forgot how to hear. Lockhart eventually gave up and announced dramatically. This September, I shall be teaching defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. The crowd lost their minds. Ron leaned over to Ian. We're learning nothing this year. Ian high-fived him. Agreed. Harry was now buried under a full collection of Lockhart's books. You don't need to buy textbooks anymore, Ian said dryly. Harry tried to shove them at him. You want them? Nope, give them to Ginny. Ginny zoomed in, grabbed the books, and beamed at Ian. Thank you, Ian. Harry blinked. Why didn't she thank me? Ian shrugged. Life's unfair. Ron sighed. That peacock is our professor. Hermione frowned. He's accomplished. He knows about werewolves, vampires. He's won awards. A familiar voice cut in. Has Hermione fallen for someone else? Draco, Cassandra, and Isabella appeared behind them. Ian blinked. Why are you three together? Cassandra crossed her arms. She said she was looking for you. Isabella stepped forward, eyes soft. Long time no see, Ian. They had seen each other 3 days ago, but sure. Long time no see, Bella, Ian said smoothly. Hermione and Cassandra exchanged looks that screamed, absolutely not. Hermione cleared her throat. Hi. Isabella remembered she had other social obligations. Hi, Hermione. Conversation drifted back to Lockhart. Cassandra defended him. He's talented. Of course he can teach. Hermione and Isabella nodded in unity. Harry, Ron, and Draco slowly turned toward Ian. Draco spoke carefully. So your girlfriends have a new idol? Ian exhaled. They're temporarily blinded. Ron grinned. What are you going to do? Ian smiled faintly. I'm just a student. I wouldn't do anything to a professor. The three boys visibly stiffened, because when Ian smiled like that, someone's ego was about to get destroyed. Hermione, Cassandra, and Isabella were huddled together like a mini book club, fully locked in, debating Lockhart's Walking with Ghouls like it was revolutionary literature. Meanwhile, the boys were vibing, and absolutely nobody noticed the tension building behind them. Until, oh my, Arthur Weasley. Lucius Malfoy's voice cut through the shop like a knife dipped in sarcasm. He wore that fake smile, the one that screamed, I'm about to be insufferable. Mr. Weasley didn't even try to smile back. Lucius. Lucius glanced around dramatically. Busy with ministry raids, I hear, all those searches. Must be exhausting. Do they at least pay you overtime? No, Mr. Weasley said flatly. Lucius clicked his tongue. Such dedication, supporting a large family on such modest means. He reached straight into Ginny's cauldron, pulled out a Lockhart book, and flipped it lazily. Your daughter can't even afford new books. How tragic. The temperature dropped instantly. Malfoy, Mr. Weasley warned. Lucius leaned closer, voice dripping venom. Pure blood yet struggling. What's the point? That was it. Mr. Weasley launched at him. They crashed into a bookshelf and thick spellbooks rained down like magical confetti from hell. Fred and George instantly switched to hype mode. Go on, Dad, Mrs. Weasley screamed. Arthur, stop. Narcissa tried to drag Lucius back. The Grangers rushed in horrified. Harry blinked. Draco, Ron. Your dads are fighting. Ron looked like he wanted the floor to swallow him. Draco's face went pale. This is a nightmare, Draco muttered. Why us? Ron whispered. The bookstore clerk ran in, flapping uselessly between two grown wizards throwing hands. Harry looked at the group. Should we do something? Ian nodded slightly, expression unreadable. Probably. Harry, Ron, and Draco charged forward to help. Ian followed with the girls, but let's be honest, he and the three witches stood just far enough back to avoid getting hit. Front row seats, zero involvement. Stop fighting, everyone yelled. Then, disperse, gentlemen. Hagrid. He stormed in like a walking mountain and separated the two men in seconds. Mr. Weasley had a split lip. Lucius had taken a direct hit from the complete toadstool compendium to the eye. Lucius shoved Ginny's book back into her hands with a glare. Take it, girl. Then he grabbed Narcissa, motioned Draco, and swept out dramatically. Draco lingered, awkward. Sorry, Mr. Weasley, not your fault, son, Mr. Weasley said gently. Draco nodded, relieved, and turned to Ian. See you at school. See you, they replied. Hagrid dusted off Mr. Weasley's robes like this was just another Tuesday. The bookstore clerk looked like he was seconds from crying over the destroyed shelves. Before he could speak, Ian stepped forward. He quietly pulled out a handful of gold galleons and handed them over. For the damages. The clerk stared at the coins, stunned. That's too much, you're just a student. Ian didn't argue. He just pressed the money into the man's hands and walked out. On the street, the chaos energy continued. Mrs. Weasley was shaking with rage. Mr. and Mrs. Granger looked like they'd just survived a natural disaster. Hagrid strolled along cheerfully, holding both Weasleys by the arms like an oversized peace treaty. Fighting in public, Mrs. Weasley fumed. What would Lockhart think? Fred snorted. He loved it. Everyone froze. What? Mrs. Weasley demanded. He asked the Daily Prophet guy if they could put it in the paper, said it would create a sensation. Mrs. Weasley nearly fainted. If this gets printed, how will we show our faces? George waved it off. They only report big stuff. But what if they do? She panicked. Mr. Weasley smiled weakly. If it gets reported, we'll just say the books attacked us. There was a long pause. Mrs. Weasley sighed, defeated. And just like that, Diagon Alley returned to its usual chaos level. Except now, everyone knew this school year was going to be unhinged. When they returned to the fireplace of the leaky cauldron, everyone had calmed down. Ginny, besides the wand and books, what else did you buy? It shouldn't be much different from what we bought in the first year. Right, Ian asked, pretending to be casual and glancing at Ginny's cauldron. A lot dragon skin gloves, 3 sets of plain work robes. A plain peaked hat for daytime wear, a winter cloak. Ginny took these things out of the cauldron and showed them to Ian one by one. Ian obviously noticed a diary that looked very worn out. He didn't need to guess that it was Lucius who stuffed it into Ginny's cauldron. "Ginny, what is this?" He took the diary and asked curiously. "I don't know, I don't think I've bought ones." Ginny flipped through the diary. "There's nothing written on it. It looks very old, it doesn't seem to be a good thing." Ian took the diary with a serious expression. "I'll give it back to you when I'm sure it's a safe notebook." Ginny trusted Ian 100%. And she would do whatever Ian said without any resistance. She nodded immediately, "Okay, Ian." Ian smiled and patted Ginny on the head, and stuffed the diary into his pocket naturally. Everyone continued to chat, and the atmosphere gradually became relaxed. "School will start in half a month, Harry Ian. Do you want to continue playing at my house or go home?" Ronald's expression and tone revealed obvious expectations. He expected Harry and Ian to stay asleep with him and go on adventures together. "I'm going home." Ian looked at Hermione's dim eyes and said quickly, "Me too." Harry looked at Ronald's gradually dimming eyes and softened his heart. "Then I'll stay at your house for half a month." "Great." Ronald jumped up happily. "We can still play together for half a month, Ian. Why don't you come to my house to play? You will like it there." Cassandra's expression also revealed expectation. Isabella also invited Ian. "Ian, my mother can make lemon tea and honey tea. You will definitely like it." Ian was about to refuse, but looking at Cassandra and Isabella's sparkling eyes, he suddenly felt that refusing them was a very cruel thing. "I will definitely go to play with you in the next half month." "Okay, but you live in Manchester, I am in Devon." Isabella hung her head, looking a little lost. "I'm in London," Cassandra also interrupted. "I will definitely visit you in the next half month." Ian said with a smile, "I have a house elf at home. It's just a matter of apparition." After hearing what Ian said, the two girls smiled brightly. And they were completely different from the lonely look just now. "Harry." The Weasleys and the things they bought had to be transported back to the burrow using Floo powder. The Grangers and Ian were going back to the street, where the Muggles lived on the other side of the bar. Cassandra and Isabella were also going to go back to Diagon Alley to find their parents. So they said goodbye at the bar. "Goodbye, Ian, Harry, have a good time." "Goodbye, Isabella, Cassandra, have a good time." "Goodbye, everyone, see you next time." Everyone waved goodbye to each other. The Weasleys used Floo powder, and the powder was still flashing in the air. With a whistling sound, everyone left, sitting in the car. Ian and Hermione whispered to each other, "Ian, when you go to find Isabella and Cassandra, I will follow you." Hermione said to Ian with a kind face, "Ah." Ian rubbed his fingers in confusion. He went to find the two little witches to talk about love. If Hermione followed, wouldn't it be a sure field? How can this be possible if he doesn't let Hermione follow? Hermione will be angry with him again. It's really difficult, Ian was struggling. Hermione had turned her face and stared at him with a pair of eyes. "Okay, let's go together," Ian sighed and finally said. "I knew you would agree, Ian, you are so nice." Hermione showed a bright smile, took Ian's right hand, and rubbed the ring on his middle finger. Seeing Hermione's action, Ian blushed slightly and wanted to withdraw his hand, but was still firmly held in Hermione's hand. Hermione hooked Ian's little finger and whispered, "You must always wear the ring I gave you." "Well, I'll always wear it," Ian whispered. Hermione landed on Ian's shoulder thinking, "Cassandra and Isabella **s them off. Ian will always wear the ring she gave him **s them off. **s them off." At the same time, Ian was also thinking, if he and Cassandra or Isabella do that in the future, stepping on the ring Hermione gave him, wouldn't that be a little too exciting, my wife? While the two were daydreaming, the car had already stopped at the door. Kids were home. "Oh, Mr. Granger turned his head and said to the two little teachers behind him, "Got it, Uncle Granger, Dads." Ian and Hermione both got out of the car. Hermione grabbed Ian's hand and walked into the house with him. Mrs. Granger said gently, "What do you want for dinner?" "Oh, fish, fish, fish." Ian said loudly, "Aunt Granger, I want to eat fish." Eating fish nourishes the brain. He should eat more today so that he can learn the dark arts with little Riddle in the evening. Fish, 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 what kind of fish do you want to eat, Mrs. Granger asked with a smile. It's all right, any kind of fish is fine, Ian said. Then make sea bass, Mrs. Granger said with a smile. Ian nodded, no objection, in the evening, Mrs. Granger cooked a lot of dishesfried sea bass. Mashed potatoes, skirt-skill-baked egg roll, spinac pie. Potato pancake slam. Ian ate happily and kept picking up food for Hermione. He picked up food for Hermione enthusiastically. And the plate in front of her was full after dinner. Ian said hello to the three people and ran back to the room impatiently. Hey, little Riddle, he's here. Ian turned on the wall lamp in the room, which emitted a soft light, making the environment in the room warm and comfortable. He took out the Riddle's diary from his bag and poked it with his wand in a pretentious manner. Senna opened the diary, picked up the quill pens, and began to write. Second grade Ian Potter Transfiguration Notebook. Ian nodded with satisfaction. What a perfect title page. How in line with the rigorous style of the students of the flower growers family. He is so smart. Now there is no problem for Riddle to talk to him actively. What diary, what black magics? He doesn't know, he just wrote a name sure enough. The next second a line of words appeared in the diary. Are you a student of Hogwarts? Ian raised his eyebrows and Rordiu took the bait. Voldemort, what are you? The diary can reply to my words. You must be a product of black magic. It looks like I am going to destroy you. Ian wrote while laughing. Riddle in the diary was stunned for a second, and then cursed wildly. How could this little wizard named Ian Potter be so cautious that he even wanted to destroy his diary? He must be a student of Slytherin. Riddle was afraid that if he replied to Ian a second later, he would be destroyed, so he quickly wrote, I am a memory. Probably similar to the portrait of a wizard, my name is Tom. Tom Riddle, and I was once a student of Slytherin. Seeing this, Ian almost laughed out loud. What the hell is the same as the portrait of a wizard? He is a Horcrux. And he said that he is the same as the portrait of a wizard. Riddle is really good at fooling people, however. Ian still replied politely, Hello, name is Ian Potter. And I am also a student of Slytherin. You are a memory, so are you dead? Ian continued to write. Tom Riddle, I seem to have seen this name in the showroom. Yes, I am dead. I was born in 1926. The memory of this diary was left when I was 16 years old. Riddle said, so you were 50 years ago. 16 years old, you were really young when you died. Ian said with emotion, Riddle. Riddle's diary fell into a long silence again, and he obviously had nothing to say. Ian continued to write, Tom, can I call you that? Maybe you know Professor Dumbledore. Of course, Ian, you can call me that. Riddle hesitated for a moment but still replied. I know him when I was in school. Dumbledore was still a professor of transfiguration. And later he became the headmaster of Hogwarts. Hey. Ian wrote with pretended sadness, Tom, maybe you don't know. I am quite famous in the teacher world. Your last name is Potter, who is Flemont Potter to you? Riddle asked. Ian smiled, he is my grandfather, Tom. Then you are a pure and innocent, no, Tom. I am a half-blood wizard. And my mother is a muggle-born wizard, Ian wrote. Obviously, Riddle was more concerned about why Ian was famous in the wizarding world than whether he was a pure-blood wizard. So he continued to ask, okay, Ian. But you just said that you are very famous in the wizarding world. But I can feel that you are not very happy. Can you tell me why? Well, Riddle felt that his question obviously touched Ian's heart. Because the little wizard was very excited. Because my twin brother and I defeated the mysterious man and survived from his hands. Ian continued to tease little Riddle. Do you know the mysterious man, Tom, is Voldemort? Riddle felt like he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a while before he reacted, Voldemort. Riddle suddenly screamed, you beat Voldemort. You're only in the second year, Ian was so happy. You broke down already, Toms. When you know you were defeated by 2 babies. How will I feel? I guess I will be angry to death. When Harry and I were 1 year old. Voldemort broke into our home and killed our parents. Ian told Riddle that he not only defeated Voldemort when he was 1 year old, but also fought back and forth with Voldemort in the first year, and finally succeeded in killing Voldemort. Riddle was so shocked that he was stunned. He hid in the diary with an incredible look on his face. Ian did not give Riddle too much buffering opportunity, and then talked about Dumbledore. Tom, I don't know why. Professor Dumbledore seems to be staring at me all the time. He seems to be worried that I will do something bad. Ian wrote down with some sadness. But he obviously has no such concerns about my brother. Did I do something wrong? Riddle couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. Dumbledore is still like this, suspicious of Slytherin students with high talent. What's more, this Ian Potter spent his time in an orphanage before the age of 7. He is a Slytherin student with good talent. There is basically no student or teacher who doesn't like him. His personality charm is outstanding. No matter how Riddle looks at him, he feels that he is another self. So, Riddle wrote down his opinion in the diary. No, Ian. You did nothing wrong. You are such a talented little wizard. You should be treated better. Dumbledore shouldn't treat you like that. Thank you, Tom. I feel much better. Ian was very happy and continued to ask, to be honest. Sometimes I want to go to the restricted area. But Principal Dumbledore doesn't allow me to go there before the 3rd year. But I want to improve my strengths. I want to avenge my parents. Ian's words are like a hook attracting Riddle. Ian stared at the diary tightly. His words were so obvious that Riddle should go down the slope and teach him the dark magic. Come on, he is ready to learn the 3 unforgivable curses. Riddle really lived up to Ian's expectations and offered to teach Ian magic. The restricted area is full of dangers. I am really not suitable to go in again. Riddle wrote such a sentence. But Riddle changed the subject. I can teach you. I am the head of Slytherin and the student president. Little Riddle was obviously very proud of his identity. He kept emphasizing his identity, as if this would make the master trust him more. Ian's eyes lit up dark magic. The dark magic he had been pursuing. Now he wondered how old Dumbledore would stare at him. What dark magic? I didn't take the initiative to learn it. I was bewitched in this way. Riddle and Ian began to communicate in the diary, and Riddle guided Ian to learn various magic. The content of the communication during this period was all Riddle's teaching of forbidden magic and Ian's understanding of new magic. Of course, because Riddle could only move in the diary. Most of his teaching process was on paper. Ian, have you learned it? Riddle asked. Well, I have mastered the basic methods of casting the 3 unforgivable curses. Ian hesitated when he wrote here, but this is dark magic. Is it really good for us to learn it? Riddle was afraid that if Ian didn't learn it, he would not be able to absorb his vitality. So he quickly persuaded, as you said. Those Death Eaters all know dark magic. If you don't know it, how can you avenge your parents? And you're right. Ian took the opportunity and wrote firmly in his diary. Having a sword and not using it is different from not having a sword. Tom, I want to learn. I must learn. Principal Dumbledore and the professors of Hogwarts disagreed. Riddle before he could persuade him. Potter had already made up his mind. Sure enough, the little wizard was easily impulsive. Now he has begun to learn forbidden magic. Learn. The more he learns, the more vitality he will absorb. Ian has been studying with Riddle for nearly half a month. He feels that even if he meets Voldemort last year, he is not so scared. Ian, what have you been doing these days? Hermione pulled Ian to the sofa dissatisfiedly. You neither play with me nor go to see Cassandra and Isabella. Is your diary so attractive, more attractive than mine? Seeing Hermione looking unhappy, Ian hurriedly coaxed, No. No, Hermione, don't be angry. I'm here to accompany you. Aren't I? Hermione turned her face away proudly. Isn't it to accompany the diary? I like the diary so much, just let it accompany you. Ian immediately said, the diary is not as good as you. Hermione's. Ian's glib look made Hermione's expression ease a little. She gently put her head on Ian's shoulder and whispered, School will start in 2 days. At 9:00 you will not be mine alone, you don't accompany me. By then, Ian will definitely have more contact with Cassandra in Slytherin. Hermione became even more unhappy when she thought of this. And she could hang a bottle of oil on her mouth, Ian sighed. But facing Hermione's dominanza had no way to deal with it, and could only coax her softly, Yak. I will accompany you for the next few days, okay? My eldest lady. It just so happens that he is almost done with Riddle. With the system, learning magic is much easier. He can abandon Riddle. He has absorbed enough vitality in the past half-month. Ian obviously felt that he was a little overwhelmed when he got up in the morning. Don't get me wrong, it was just getting up. That night, Ian said goodbye to Riddle. Tom, I am very grateful for teaching me magic, but... Riddle in the diary was completely panicked. What does this Ian Potter mean? What does he mean? Ian finally showed his fangs. Tom. I am a very pure Slytherin, you should know this. Now I have used you up so you can go to the side. I don't need you anymore. By the way, I will hand you over to Professor Dumbledore. Ian smiled more villainous than Voldemort. We will start school the day after tomorrow, so don't worry. You will see Professor Dumbledore soon. The diary fell into a strange silence. Riddle stopped talking as if he had been petrified. This guy is a 100% pure Slytherin. Even if Slytherin himself were alive, he would say that this kid is the material for Slytherin. Riddle didn't want to talk at all. He hated Ian so much at this moment. He naively thought that he could control this idiot. In the end, the idiot just treated him as a learning tool and wanted to hand him over to Dumbledore. He must stop all this. Once Dumbledore found him, he would be destroyed. Ian didn't care what Riddle's reaction was. He didn't care at all, he just threw the diary into his bag. Since it's useless, just throw it in the bag and let it gather dust. Summer vacation is over, and Ian and Hermione are going back to Hogwarts. On the last night, Mrs. Granger prepared a table of delicious dishes, all of which Ian and Hermione like to eat. Hermione, Ian, these dishes are your favorites, eat more. Mrs. Granger helped Ian and Hermione pick up the dishes. Thank you, Mom, Aunt Granger. The family raised their glasses together and congratulated the two on all the best in the new semester. Mr. Granger also sighed, it's the second grad time flies. Hermione is about to turn 13 and Ian is already 12. Yes. In another 3 or 4 years you will both be married. Mrs. Granger also joked, oh Mom, don't be like this. Hermione blushed. Ian also picked up the glass, hiding his upward corners of his mouth, at this time in 1991. The age of adulthood in the British Muggle world is 15 years old. Aunt Granger was right. In a few years, he and Hermione would be able to get married. Of course, in the wizarding world, they would not become adults until they were 17 years old. Everyone laughed together and said goodbye to the children of the second primary school in laughter and joy. The next day, the weather was particularly good, with blue sky and white clouds, and the sun was bright and sunny. Ian and Hermione were going to school on the Hogwarts Express, in a very large box except for Harry and Ronald. Ian and the others were there. Ian sat in the middle, with Hermione and Cassandra on his left and right, and Isabella sat next to Hermione. Draco sat opposite the 4 people, all alone. Draco missed Harry and Ronald very much at this time, and he didn't want to sit alone in a group of people. Sitting opposite Ian and his girlfriends, watching the Shura field up close. Where are Harry and Ronald? Why haven't they arrived yet? Draco looked at the time. It's almost 11 o'clock. The train will start soon. Ian shrugged. I don't know. I guess they will arrive in a while, don't worry. He guessed that they would be able to see the 2 people driving the car outside the window when the train started. The train started slowly, but Harry and Ronald were still nowhere to be seen. Ian, where do you think Harry and Ronald went? Hermione asked worriedly. Ian made a serious expression as if he was pushing his glasses. I think we should look for them on the train. So everyone started to act separately, looking for Harry and Ronald on the train. As a result, nothing was found, finally. Everyone gathered in the carriage again. Staring at each other, are they still at the station? Draco raised his doubts. Cassandra denied Draco's answer. I doubt they even came into the station. Everyone fell into a strange silence again. Suddenly Hermione screamed, "Look out the window." Hermione screamed, her face pale. That's Harry and Ronald. Everyone looked out the window at the same time and saw outside the window inside a blue car. More than half of Harry's body was out of the car. Ronald held the steering wheel with one hand and pulled Harry's hand with the other hand, trying to pull him back into the car. Are they crazy? Draco said in horror. Harry will fall to death. Hermione also pushed Ian twice. Ian, think of a way quickly. Harry will fall to death. Ian's mouth twitched. Opened the window and pointed his wand at Harry. Harryfly. The spell hit Harry, and Harry immediately flew from the car into the compartment. Everyone looked at Harry flying in with horrors, fearing that he would fall out of the air in the next second. That was close. Draco patted his chest, still frightened, the next second. Ian also flew into the compartment from the window. He gave Ian a thumbs up. Ian, you are still good. Flying car, hurry back. Ian ignored Ronald and fired another shot at the flying car. But this time the flying car did not listen to Ian. Under the effect of the spell, it flew in front of the train. Ian widened his eyes and looked at Harry and Ronald. What did you two do to the flying car? Where is its automatic return function? Ronald scratched his head embarrassedly. I pressed the automatic driving switch and set the destination to Hogwarts Castle. Well, I guess you must not have forgotten to turn on the cloaking device, Ian said with a black line on his face. Yes, I forgot to turn on the cloaking device. Ronald's voice was guilty, but Harry reminded me quickly. So it was also driven for a while. It's okay, it's okay. As long as you two are safe, that's all that matters. Kind-hearted Isabella spoke up to smooth things over for Ronald. Ian leaned back tiredly, then pointed to the door. Such a big commotion. All the students of Hogwarts can see it. You are not deaf. Hearing Ian's words, several people twisted their necks stiffly to look over. The door of the box was surrounded by densely packed Hogwarts students, all of them curiously looking into the box. It's over. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, and their hearts finally died. Draco reached out and patted the shoulders of the two, trying to suppress a smile. It's okay. Maybe the professors won't know at all. This possibility is very small. Ian pulled the corner of his mouth. You two better be thankful that the car won't damage anything after arriving at Hogwarts. Otherwise, you two will definitely die miserably. Where is your luggage? And Ronald, where is your wand? Hermione looked at the empty hands of the two and spoke in confusion. There was no time to get the luggage. We were being waved around by Ian. It was too late. Ronald felt guilty. I had put the idiot in the passenger seat. Harry shook the wand in his hand, signaling Hermione that he was slightly stronger than Ronald. And he remembered that the wand should not be lost. We can find the luggage after we get to Hogwarts, Ronald said awkwardly. As for my wand, it's on the passenger seat. It won't be lost. Everyone looked at each other and said nothing. Only Ian used a spell to block the group of students watching the show at the door. Zion, you've become more powerful after half a summer vacation. Draco raised his thumb. Ian brushed his bangs and raised his sword eyebrows. No way. If he dares to say it now, Voldemort, he will beat 10 of them. 10 when we return to Hogwarts. We will go to find Harry and Ronald's luggage as soon as possible. Cassandra was blushing at the gossiping students outside. It was so embarrassing. She had never been so embarrassed before. Agree. All 7 people raised their hands. Soon the train arrived at the station. After everyone got off the train, they saw Hagrid. First-year students this way. Ian and the other 7 people patted little Ginny's shoulders and watched her walk to Hagrid. Before leaving, Ian gave Ginny a hug. Don't be afraid, Ginny. The sorting exam is just fighting a troll. Ian held back his laughter and talked to Ginny about the sorting tradition. Harry and Draco were also very sarcastic. With a lingering fear on their faces, we were also very excited to fight the troll at that time. Ronald, as the brother, made up even more nonsense. In fact, at that time I kept repeating a sentence in my mind. Ronald paused for 2 seconds pretending to be profound. And showed a kind expression, don't let yourself be slapped to death. Don't otherwise you won't be assigned to Gryffindor. Everyone's expressions instantly became interesting. Ginny was also nervous and her face turned pale. Hermione and the other 3 little witches glared at the 4 boys. But did not tell the truth after all. It was a tradition. We'll go first, Ginny. Ian patted Ginny's shoulder. Blinked at her, signaled her to relax. And then left with a few people. Ian and the other 7 followed the other students to a rough, muddy road outside, where at least 100 carriages were waiting for the remaining students. But no horses were seen. How can this carriage run without a horse? Ronald looked at the carriage and suddenly showed a horrified expression. Could it be that the professors of Hogwarts cast a spell? Ronald, don't say you are my friend when you go out in the future. Draco rolled his eyes. Don't you know? This carriage is pulled by the Thestrals. Isabella asked curiously, is the knight invisible? No, Ian shook his head, only in some eyes. Those who can see the Thestrals are those who have witnessed death. Yes, the image of the Thestrals is probably a skinny, dragon-headed black Pegasus with huge bat wings. Hermione is the most knowledgeable. Said money is good. Isabella swallowed. Death. Death, no wonder none of us can see the Thestrals. It's best not to see them in your life. Ronald shuddered. Witnessing death is not a good thing. Several people agreed with Ronald's point of view and nodded. 4 people in one car, Mr. Filch walked towards the students with his cat, Mrs. Norris. Oh, Ian, welcome back to Hogwarts. Seeing Ian, Filch's always serious face also cracked a rare smile. Thank you, Mr. Filch. Ian looked at Filch and smiled. 4 people in one carriage. Ian walked directly to the middle of the 3 little witches, and then looked at Harry and the other 2 righteously. The 4 of us are just right. You 3 can find someone else to go. Okay. Harry looked at Ian, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Draco and Ronald scolded Ian for forgetting his loyalty for the sake of beauty, which was too much, and the 4 boys were just right. You have too many boys and we are just short of 1 girl. It's only natural for Ian to come over. Hermione looked at the 4 boys opposite, serious. Ian helplessly spread his hands to Harry and the others, and was pulled into the carriage by Hermione and the other 3 little witches. The charm was too great, couldn't do anything about it. Distressed, the carriage accelerated on the long uphill driveway leading to the castle. It's too narrow here, give me some space, don't squeeze me. Ian looked at the 3 little witches who were about to sit on him with tears in his eyes. It's spacious here, just keep your legs together. Hermione said expressionlessly, continuing to cling to Ian. Yes, it's spacious. Cassandra nodded in agreement, with a half-smile on her face. Isabella hesitated for a moment, but still said, why don't we move a little? Ian seems really squeezed after saying this. Hermione and Cassandra looked at Isabella dimly, and the meaning was very clear, you kid betrayal. You just feel sorry for him, right? Ian was very moved, his Bella is still the best, gentle. Isabella felt that there would be no good outcome if she betrayed the team at this time, and decisively gave up the idea of feeling sorry for the man. In the resentful eyes of Hermione and Cassandra, she approached Ian again without blushing and her heart beating. I don't think it's crowded anymore. It's very spacious. Ian's mouth twitched, looking at Hermione and Isabella leaning on his shoulders, then looking at Cassandra hooking her leg with his, and sighed helplessly, oh, let's do it. Hermione looked at Cassandra hooking Ian's leg, and hesitantly opened her mouth. How about? Cassandra smiled, and said to Hermione with her mouth, my foot hurts. Let it go for a while. What's wrong, Hermione? Okay. The carriage meandered all the way, driving towards 2 magnificent wrought iron gates, with stone pillars on both sides of the door, and winged wild boars on top of the pillars. Ian leaned out of the small window and watched the polygonal building and tower getting closer and closer to them. He didn't have any other thoughts now. He just wanted to get back to school and start his abstinence journey 580. No one can understand him, no one can. What is it like to have meat but not eat it? The most important thing is that he has some reaction. But not much. Soon carriages stopped at the school gate. You can go into the hall and sit down in a while. And then wait for the freshmen to be sorted, Mr. Filch said to everyone and then turned and left. Let's go, let's find a car. Harry and the other two came to Ian's side and said silently. Ronald nodded frantically. That's right, go find the car. My wand is still there. We don't even know where the car is, how can we find it? And the party will start soon, Draco frowned. And his platinum head full of hair gel had a little hair. I'm afraid we won't find it before we get caught by the professors. Ian put his hands in his pockets. Don't worry. I installed a positioning device on the car. Just follow my wand. Draco's eyes lit up. It has to be you, Ian. Harry and Ronald also nodded. It has to be you. Ian held the wand, and the tip of the wand emitted a white light forward. Guided by the lights, he walked to the Forbidden Forest. Not far from Hagrid's cabin. Harry, the car is about to hit. Ronald stammered and pointed at the flying car that was crashing into the Whomping Willow. Ian shook his head. That's the Whomping Willow. It existed when Hogwarts existed hidden antiques. It's over, we're done for. Harry closed his eyes in despair. Crack, there was a loud noise of metal hitting a tree. And the car hit a thick tree trunk and fell to the ground. Shaking violently, steam billowed out from under the deformed hood. And Hedwig was still screaming in fear in the car. Ian and his friends ran over and took out Harry and Ronald's luggage. My wand. Ronald took out the wand from the passenger seat with a trembling voice. Look at my wand, it was almost broken into 2 pieces. With the top drooping down. And only a few pieces of wood connected, Oper wand. It's finally finished under your destruction. Ian looked at the almost broken wand and sighed indifferently. Hermione covered her face. Ian. Should we comfort Ronald at this time? I think he is comforting himself. Ian looked at Ronald with a sincere expression. He should be fine because the fracture was quite clean. Ronald's face was full of snot and tears in pain. My wand, he screamed heartbreakingly. And Draco quickly covered Ronald's mouth. Don't scream. Hurry up and go wait a minute. The separation ceremony will start soon. As soon as Draco finished speaking, he felt something move behind him. They turned their heads and saw a branch as thick as a python hitting the front windshield. It was the tree that the car hit that was attacking the car. Its trunk was bent into a bow shape, and the knotty branches hit every part of the body that it could reach. Oh, Merlins! Ian looked at the thick branches and took a breath. Another twisted thick branch smashed a big hole in the car door. And countless small branches as thick as finger joints launched a hail-like violent knocking, shaking the windshield. A branch as thick as a battering ram was pounding the roof of the car frantically. And it seemed to be dented at the top, no one left. And all 7 of them watched in shock as the Whomping Willow went crazy. The car, with scars and dents all over its body, was steaming and rumbling into the darkness, with its taillights still flashing angrily. Harry swallowed his saliva. Let's go quickly. We're done, my dad will kill me. Ronald waved his broken wand and shouted after it. Come back. But the car's exhaust pipe blew out one last breath and disappeared from sight. Ian helplessly held his forehead. Don't worry. If it's unmanned for more than 7 days, it will automatically return to the burrow. That's good. Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. Hermione's voice trembled. I've had enough. Let's go quickly, that's right, let's go quickly. This Whomping Willow is crazy, it's hitting the car now. Maybe it will be our turn later. Isabella also looked nervous. She whispered to Ian, run, it seems to be coming towards us. Sure enough, her thick branches began to shake violently, as if they were scanning left and right, looking for lone prey. Hurry, let's get out of here. Cassandra also became nervous. She grabbed Ian's arm and started running quickly. Go faster. Ian also pulled Hermione and Isabella's arms and moved quickly. Don't be alone, stay close, Draco shouted. They ran quickly along the road, turned a corner, and ran towards the castle. They didn't dare to stop until they ran out of the attack range of the Whomping Willow. "Can you believe that there is such bad luck?" Ronald said with a bitter face. "Holding his mouse Banban in his arms, there are so many trees. And we just happen to run into the one that hits people." He looked back at the old tree, which was still waving its branches threateningly. "I think we may be the only ones who know there is such a program tonight." Ian pulled the corner of his mouth after all. "No one except us will go to the forbidden material at this time." "I hope it won't find us," Draco said. "I feel like it seems to be targeting us. Maybe it thinks we are easier to bully than that car." Ronald said expressionlessly, but one foot kept beating the rhythm with the same rhythm as the branches hitting the car. Let's go, let's go." Harry said tiredly. "We'd better hurry into the school." Draco's face was pale. "I dare say that the party has already started now." "Oh bad, what should I do?" Hermione asked nervously. "It's better to go late than not to go," Ian said as he pulled the little girls to run quickly. His other 3 friends followed behind, also waving their limbs vigorously. They turned one corner after another and ran towards the castle. They continued to run towards the castle and finally arrived safely outside the hall. The 7 people looked into the hall together. It was still the same. Countless candles stopped in the air, illuminating the 4 long tables full of people, making the golden plates and goblets sparkle. The ceiling was full of stars. This ceiling was enchanted and could always reflect the sky outside. The famous Hogwarts sorting hat was also placed on the stool in front of the freshmen. Every earth is patched. Dirty and worn old hat sorts the freshmen into the 4 colleges of Hogwarts. Ian's eyes moved to Principal Dumbledore, who was sitting in the staff seat watching the sorting ceremony. His long silver beard and half-moon glasses sparkled in the candlelight. A few seats away, Ian saw the short Professor Flitwick, the smiling Professor Sprout, the nervous Professor Trelawney. Professor Snape in a black robe was looking at the long table of Slytherin and Gryffindor, as if he was looking for something. Ian guessed that he was looking for the 7 of them. And Gilderoy Lockhart in a water-green robe. Ian curled his lips. A peacock, a useless straw bag. Sitting at the top was Hagrid, who was huge and had thick beard and hair, holding a cup and drinking. The freshmen haven't held the ceremony yet. Ian turned around and said to the few people, "Let's go in." The 3 little witches and the other 3 wizards looked at each other, and they saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes at the same time. "Just go in. Isn't this hanging on the pillar of shame?" Hermione looked horrified. Just go in like that." "Ian, I don't think this is a good idea." Cassandra's expression was not much better. "We just go in like that. The professors and students from 4 colleges are staring at us." "Oh no, this is too embarrassing," Draco blushed. He seemed to hear the ridicule of the senior students in the corridor. "Oh. Look, it's Slytherin's prefects Ian Potter and Cassandra Waller. And the deputy prefect Malfoy and his friends are late." "Let's not go in," Ronald swallowed fearfully. "Wait until the ceremony is over and follow the crowd back to the dormitory. Even if everyone doesn't support Ian, Harry will support his brother, so." He decided to bite the bullet and go in. "Since you are here, why are you so cowardly? Let's go. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up." Ian and the 6 people exchanged glances and opened the door first. The hall was very quiet, and all the teachers and students looked at them. Ian was very relaxed, but the others obviously couldn't stand the feeling of being the center of attention. And they were stiff, especially Cassandra and Draco. Their faces were much redder than usual. Hermione and Isabella tried hard not to run, but they were still shaking slightly. "Don't shake, Harry," Ronald said softly. "Stand up straight, stay calm." But Harry couldn't straighten up at all. He was afraid that his nervousness would be exposed to everyone. So he clenched his fists tightly. "Be alert. Don't lose face." Ian whispered to a few people, "Stand up straight." They continued to walk forward, and everyone's eyes followed their steps. Ian and a few people nodded slightly to the professors in the staff seats as a greeting. Then, Ian and the other two went their separate ways from Hermione and the other four. Ian and the other two went back to the Slytherin table, while Hermione and the other two went back to the Gryffindor table. Theodore and the other two had already reserved seats for Ian and the other two. "You're finally here," Theodore breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't know how dark Professor Snape's face is." "Oh, I can see it." Ian pointed to his eyes and then to the staff table. Cassandra almost buried her whole body in the bowls. Her voice seemed to be crying, "Ian, I've never felt so embarrassed, so shameful, say it." "Cassandra, this is the first time I feel that standing on the stage and being watched by others is an extremely tormenting thing." Draco's silver fork was a little unstable, in fact. "I am a person who loves to stand on the stage and show off." On the Slytherin side, at least Ian looked calm. On the Gryffindor side, the four little lions wanted to find a hole to hide in. "How did Ian manage to look calm?" Harry asked in a low voice. "I don't know. If you ask me, who should I ask?" Ronald lowered his head and answered Harry's question in the same voice. Hermione looked down at the candlelight on the long table and whispered to Isabella, "How did Ian do it? Are all handsome guys like this? We are both beautiful, right? Why can't we be as calm as him?" Hermione and Isabella's eyes met in the air for a second. Both of them seemed to think of the same possibility and laughed at the same time. Is it because we are girls?" Isabella said. I think we may be too thin-skinned," Hermione said. "Until the end." Several little wizards gritted their teeth and suppressed the shame in their hearts. Soon, Professor McGonagall came in with a group of first-year little wizards. After listening to the unpleasant singing of the Sorting Hat for a while, the sorting ceremony officially began. The freshmen lined up in the middle of the auditorium with trepidation. Ginny was among them. The Weasley family's distinctive red hair is very conspicuous. Professor McGonagall, who wears glasses and has his hair tied tightly into a small bun, picks up the parchment list and the sorting hat in his hand and starts calling out names one by one. The students who are called will come forward, and Professor McGonagall will put the sorting hat on their heads, and then the sorting hat will call out their houses. When Ginny's name is called, she walks to the front nervously, Ginny Weasley. Professor McGonagall shouted, putting the sorting hat on Ginny's head. The sorting hat made an ah-ha sound, another Weasley. Then you must be, I want to go to Slytherin, Ginny. Before the sorting hat finished, Ginny stated her choice firmly, I want to go to Slytherin. Ginny emphasized again with a red face. Sorting hat of everyone. Hermione and Isabella looked at Ian from Slytherin with a faint look. They didn't have to think too much about why Ginny Weasley would want to go to Slytherin. Cassandra directly stretched out her hand and twisted someone's waist hard. When did you hook up with the little witch behind my back? Ian, how can I blame him for this? Is it his fault that he is so charming? The four Weasleys from Gryffindor looked at Ginny, who was being sorted in disbelief. Ronald was also complaining to Harry crazily, I guess my sister must be crazy. In order to be closer to her idol. She actually wants to go to Slytherin, she must be crazy. Harry looked at Ronald hesitantly. He wanted to tell Ronald that Ginny was not chasing after an idol, but a boyfriend. And Ginny didn't want to be my sister-in-law. Oh, please give me flowers. But Harry didn't say it, because he was afraid that Ronald would get angry. Even though Ronald couldn't bait Ian's. But the son's debt is paid by the father. Their father passed away and it was Hema's the eldest brother, who had to take care of Ian, so if Ronald couldn't beat Ian, he would definitely settle the score with him. And Harry didn't want to see this happen at all. The sorting hat was silent for a while and rejected Ginny, but you are not suitable for Slytherin at all. Child Ginny was a little panicked, but still mustered up the courage, but I want to go to Slytherin. I want to be in the same college with Ian at the end. Ginny's voice became very small. So small that only the sorting hat and Professor McGonagall could hear it. Believe me, you are definitely not suitable for Slytherin. The sorting hat rejected Ginny again and announced her real house. Gryffindor 0 at this time. There was a warm cheer from the Gryffindor table. Especially the Weasleys. Ronald stood up excitedly, which scared Harry. No matter how reluctant Ginny was. She took off the sorting hat and staggered towards the Gryffindor table. Ginny's two twin brothers came to hold her hand and greeted her. Ginny. Kamehameha here, Ginny sighed and sat among her brothers, holding her chin in a depressed mood. When she looked up, she saw Ian at the Slytherin table opposite. The two looked at each other, and Ginny's heart was excited again. Cassandra once again extended her sinful little hand to the savior's waist. Ian Potter. Tell Muhan, did you hook up with little Weasley? Huh. Ian lied without blushing. No, I didn't hook up. Ronald said the little girl worships me. Cassandra didn't believe it, and poked Ian's forehead with a finger. Why didn't you say it? Hermione knows, didn't she tell you? Ian decisively betrayed Hermione. Cassandra snorted coldly. This Hermione Granger. It's agreed that we should be united against the outside world first. Breaking the contract. Ian was shocked. United against the outside world. What did you talk about behind my back? Cassandra blushed. Nothing. It's just that the three of them decided to deal with the other little witches first, and then deal with Ian's husband. Professor McGonagall called out the name again. And when he called out Luna Lovegood, Ian raised his head to look curious. Curious about what kind of person this crazy girl in the original book and the movie is. When Luna walked to the front, her fair little face and those big silver eyes gave people an incredible illusion, as if her eyes were full of countless strange ideas. Ian was a little disappointed when he saw the familiar face that appeared in the movie, very spiritual. But not the beauty that Ian could get, but on second thought, Luna herself was not a beauty in the original book. Luna didn't seem to care much about which college she was going to. Under the gaze of everyone, calmly put on the sorting hat. The sorting hat pondered for a while. Oh, let me think about it. You go, Ravenclaw. A round of applause suddenly broke out at the long table of Ravenclaw. Thank you, Luna left neatly without any dragging. The sorting hat called out several more names, and the group finally finished the sorting. Professor Dumbledore began to speak. First of all, welcome everyone to Hogwarts and start your 7-year magic school life. Some of you have already studied in the school, and some of you are stepping into the gate of Hogwarts for the first time. 167 as your headmaster. I want to tell you that you will learn a lot of interesting things in the next 7 years. For example, how to successfully pass the final exam. Professor Dumbledore said half-jokingly. Another round of laughters. Professor Dumbledore looked at everyone listening attentively, and was obviously very satisfied. Before the banquet begins, there are a few points to note. First, first-year students are not allowed to enter the Forbidden Forest. Everyone remember, don't break in out of curiosity. Ian held his chin and listened to Dumbledore's clichés every year. It's the same every year. And the old bee doesn't mind nagging. Okay, finally. I want to tell you idiots come cribbe twisted. Now the dinner begins. Dumbledore waved his hand, and 4 huge long tables were filled with exquisite dishes, which made people salivate at a glance. Hey, where are Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall? Draco suddenly said while eating. Ian and Cassandra heard this. Both looked in the direction of the faculty seat. Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall's seats were empty. Ian forked a piece of sausage and said expressionlessly, do you still need to think about it? It happened. Draco looked confused. What happened? What happened? Flying car, Whomping Willow, what did you say happened? Cassandra reached out and patted the platinum head. Draco. The Whomping Willow just knocked your brain out, didn't it? Draco was stunned for a moment, and then his face turned pale. Then we are finished. Don't worry. It's not us who drove the car into the Whomping Willow. At most, Harry and Ronald are finished. Ian stuffed a whole piece of pizza into his mouth. His face became puffy. Besides, even if Harry and Ronald are to be punished, don't they still have Dumbledore? The old bee will definitely intercede for them. Cassandra also comforted. Draco was slightly relieved. Of course, just as he was relieved, he saw Professor Snape swinging his black robe and walking towards the Gryffindor table. It's over. Ian looked at this scene. and his heart was already trembling for Harry and Ronald. Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley. Snape's voice echoed in the empty hall, making people tremble. Harry and Ronald both stood up and looked at Snape with a guilty look on their faces. "You two come with me to the office." Snape glared at them fiercely. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and lowered their heads. "Hermione Granger, Isabella Swan, you also come." After that, Snape turned his sight to Slytherin again, and Ian Potter, Cassandra Wallace, Draco Malfoy. "You three come with me too, oh Merlin's big socks." "This is really bad news," Cassandra said helplessly. Ian looked at the pale Draco and shrugged. "It's okay. We didn't do anything bad, right? Oh, of course." Draco looked at Ian as if he was looking at the last straw. Professor Snape left without looking back, swinging his black robe. The 7 people looked at each other and then followed him together. They followed Snape, leaving the warmth and light of the great halls, and walked down the narrow stone stairs to the underground classroom. "Harry," Ian patted Harry's shoulder. "The 5 of us didn't do anything but you and Ronald." Draco's face was full of sympathy. "Merlin bless you." The 3 little witches also nodded. "Merlin bless you too." Harry and Ronald looked at each other and their faces turned pale. "Go in." Snape opened a door in the cold corridor and pointed inside. Ian and the other 5 people who had done nothing wrong were very cautious. Not to mention Harry and Ronald. They walked into Snape's office tremblingly. The walls were dimmed, and there were many large glass jars on the shelves along the wall, with all kinds of disgusting things floating in the jars. Obviously, Harry and Ronald had no intention of knowing their names at this moment. The fireplace was empty and dark. Snape closed the door and turned to look at the 7 of them. "You 5, Snape slowed down his tone. Hermione, Ian, Isabella, Cassandra, and Draco all stood in a row neatly, looking down at the ground like prisoners being tortured. "I'll talk about you 5 later," Snape said coldly. "I want to know, why did you 2 get on the school bus halfway?" Snape pointed the finger at Harry. The famous Harry Potter and his good friend, Weasley, thought the train was not exciting enough and wanted to have a thrilling experience, right? "No, Professor, it's the partition wall of King's Cross Station." Harry tried to explain, quiet. Snape said coldly, "What did you do to the car?" Snape unfolded the Evening Prophet of the day and slammed it on the table. "You were sane," Snape said ruthlessly. "You 2 almost made our world public." He showed them the headline in the newspaper. Ford Anglia can fly. Muggles were greatly surprised. 2 muggles in London were convinced that they saw an old car flying over the post office building at noon in Norfolk when Mrs. Hetty Bayliss was drying clothes. Mr. Angus Fleet of Peebles reported to the police. There were 6 or 7 muggles in total. Snape paused. His eyes swept across Harry and Ronald's face and, finally, his eyes fell on Ronald. "I remember your father works in the Office of the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Objects." His own son, Professor. Ian stood up and whispered, "That car. That car also has a share of mine. I modified it." Snape was speechless, looked at Ian and then at the others. Obviously, he had planned to use this incident to severely reprimand Ronald, but at this moment obviously needed to reconsider. "As a disciple of Nicholas Flamel, you are just curious." Snape looked at Ian. His voice was much softer and, "You were not driving the car, so this can't be blamed on you." But Snape glared at Harry and Ronald. "While checking the gardens, I found that a very precious whooping willow seemed to have suffered a lot of damage." "That tree is more harmful to us than," Ronald blurted out. "Quiet," Snape shouted again. "You should be thankful. You 2 are not Slytherin students. I have no right to make the decision to expel you. Otherwise, you 2 will have to take the train home tonight. I'll go find the people who really have this pleasant privilege. You all wait here." He turned and walked out, and the door closed gently behind them. Harry and Ronald's faces turned pale, and their legs went weak. "Come on." Ian slapped each of them. "What are you afraid of? With Dumbledore here, Professor Snape can't expel you." "Really?" Harry heard this and looked up at Ian. "Don't worry." Ian didn't say much. 10 minutes later, Snape came back followed by another person. Professor McGonagall. Harry had seen Professor McGonagall get angry a few times before. But maybe he had forgotten how tightly she pursed her lips when she was angry. Or maybe he had never seen her as angry as she was now. In short, Professor McGonagall looked strange to Harry. As soon as she entered the room, she raised her wand. Ian and the other 7 people all flinched. But she just lit the empty fireplace, and a flame immediately ignited in the fireplace. "Sit down." Professor McGonagall waved her wand and 7 chairs came out. Ian and the other 7 people all sat down in silence. 7 heads huddled together, eyes downcast. No one dared to speak, explain. Professor McGonagall's glasses flickered ominously. Harry and Ronald talked back and forth. Starting with the partition wall of the station prevented them from passing through. And during the periods, Ian and the other 5 also added some details. Harry scratched his hair. "We have no other choice. Professor, we can't get on the train. Why don't you send an owl to us?" "I believe you have an owl, right?" Professor McGonagall said to Harry coldly. After these words came out, Harry and Ronald froze in place. Dumbfounded, it seems that it is true. Sending letters by owl is an easy way to think of. "But we didn't think of it," Ronald stuttered. Professor McGonagall's expression was stern, "if you can remember it. Maybe you won't break the buddings." "Professor McGonagall, you shouldn't talk so much to them. They should be expelled." Snape brought up his idea again. Professor McGonagall frowned. She just wanted to deduct points from Harry and Ronald. But she didn't want to expel them. "Severus, we must be tolerant of children." Everyone looked at the door. Dumbledore in a purple robe was standing there. Dumbledore walked in slowly. He looked around. At the 7 people huddled together. Then at the fire in the fireplace. And finally his eyes fell on Harry and Ronald. "They don't have to go home, Severus." Dumbledore said softly, "Have to go home." Snape repeated in disbelief. What these 2 children did was in defiance of the reasonable restraint of Underage Wizards Act. "Since I am the head of the school, I will not be allowed to go homes. I understand all the regulations very well." Dumbledore smiled. "Many of the clauses were made by me. But Professor McGonagall is the head of the school for these 2 children. So she has the right to decide how to punish them." Ronald lowered his head in despair. "Let's go pack our bags now." "What are you talking about, Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall looked at Ronald in surprise. "Aren't you going to expel us?" Ronald raised his head. "Of course not, at least not today." Professor McGonagall paused. "But I must make you feel the seriousness of your behavior. I will write to your family tonight. I must also warn you that if you behave like this again, I will have to expel you." Harry and Ronald, 28, looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. Great, they were not expelled. The other friends also breathed a sigh of relief. And Ian patted the shoulders of the 2 directly in front of the 3 professors. "Then no points will be deducted, Professor." Hermione looked at Professor McGonagall nervously. Professor McGonagall was very tolerant of good students who did not make mistakes. She smiled gently at Hermione when the 2 of them got on the car. School had not started yet, so Trinity. So Gryffindor should not be deducted points. Isabella said in surprise. She looked at Professor McGonagall's expression. Professor McGonagall had no objection to her idea. The 2 Gryffindor lionesses hugged each other excitedly. "Great. They Gryffindors don't have to be deducted points." Ian looked at Hermione and Isabella enviously. "Oh, why don't you hug him? Isn't he the favorite of the little witches?" Dumbledore smiled at them and said, "I have to go back to the principal's office. It's getting late. You little teachers should go to bed early." He nodded slightly to everyone, then turned and left. Professor McGonagall and Snape followed him. The door closed heavily behind them. They didn't dare to laugh out loud, but just winked at each other. Harry and Ronald were like 2 little lions, jumping excitedly. "Great, you 3. Snape suddenly turned back and looked at the Slytherin trio. "Come back to Slytherin with me. The selection of prefects is once a year. Are you 3 still going to be male and female prefects?" Ian. Cassandra and Draco showed a helpless expression to the four Gryffindors, and then followed the pace of their own headmaster. After Snape left, Hermione dared to say angrily, "Ian and I haven't been together for long." "That's right, Cassandra can stay with Ian for so long. What about the two of us?" Isabella also gritted her teeth. "Don't blame Harry and Ronald for always gossiping about Professor Snape behind his back. He is really a jerk." Harry and Ronald were very relieved. "That's right. Snape is a jerk." No matter how much the four Gryffindors cursed Snape, he still took Ian and the other two back to the Slytherin common room. The first-year hidden prefects have been selected, and now it's time to select the second-year hidden prefects. Snape pushed Ian and the other two forward. Last year's male and female prefects were Ian Potter and Cassandra Wallace, and Draco Malfoy was the male vice prefect appointed by Prefect Potter. "One know who wants to become the second-year hidden prefect? Have a wizard duel with Potter and Wallace." After saying Thaith looked around and no one came forward. "It seems that you have been scared by Potter and Wallace last year." Snape mocked. "Then I will give you one last chance. Do you have any candidates now, Professor? I apply for the second-year male hidden prefect." Theodore clenched his wand and took a step forward. Snape glanced around, and the entire lounge was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. With only the girls spitting, Prefect Potter. Theodore's eyes became firm. "I want to try. I think about the gap between you and me." After saying this, Cassandra and Draco looked at each other strangely. What did he say? He wanted to see the difference between him and Ian. Ian admired Theodore's courage and stepped forward. "Okay. Very good then, let's start the competition." Snape waved his wand, and a large transparent circle formed where Gia-N and the others were. Theodore and Ian stood in the middle of the lounge, their wands erected in front of their chests, bowing slightly to each other. The next second, Ian took the lead in launching an attack, Flame. He waved his wand, and a blazing flame burst out from the top of the wand, heading straight for Cinnendor. Mirror fly over. Theodore was not in a hurry, waved his wand, and a mirror flew out from the wall blocking the flames. Progress. Ian raised his eyebrows and praised. Then he increased the magic power transmission and cast spells at Theodore. Freeze quickly. Eliminate your weapons. Theodore wanted to repeat the same trick. Summoned a vase to block in front of him, and then the vase was in Ian's freezing spell and disarming spell, broken. Merlin. Theodore opened his eyes wide. He obviously didn't expect that the freezing spell plus the disarming spell would have this effect. If it hit him, Theodore shuddered all over. He felt that when Ian broke the vase. He also broke his courage. He looked at Ian again. There was no ripple in the other's eyes. He was unnaturally calm. "Is it okay?" Ian asked Theodore. Theodore clenched his teeth, was silent for a while, and finally said, "Yes, I want to continue fighting." He raised his wand, petrify all. However, the desperate struggle was obviously useless. Ian solved it with a armor protection, and then gave Theodore a simple disarmament, which shook his wand away. Theodore looked at the wand on the ground and smiled at Ian. "Prefect. I tried my best." "Very good." Ian stretched out his hand to him. "You are great. You have improved a lot compared to last year." "Thank you, Prefect." Theodore shook his hand. Snape looked at Ian with satisfaction. "Very good. Then the second-year prefects are still Ian Potter and Cassandra Wally." Ian smiled and walked to Cassandra and held her hand. Snape stood in the middle, his eyes sweeping over the second-year snakes. "Well, since the second-year prefects have been selected, you can go back to the dormitory." Snape's voice was still cold. "If anyone wants to stay and watch the selection of third- and fourth-year prefects, you can stay." After Snape finished speaking, he called two young wizards to call the third-year students. Ian and the other two stayed. It was nothing. Ian mainly wanted to test the level of the third- and fourth-year prefects. Of course, he was sure that they would not be able to beat him. His half-month riddle tutoring was not in vain. Don't treat the 16-year-old Voldemort as Voldemort. "Ian, you're so handsome." Draco leaned over to Ian and whispered, "Your freezing and disarming skills broke the vase directly." Theodore was really scared. He was too scared and petrified on the spot. Fortunately, this is a duel if it really came to a fight. I would have killed him long ago if I were the enemy. Cassandra rolled her eyes. She didn't think Theodore was that powerful. Of course not, look at his confused face. Haha, Draco leaned over and said, not bad. Ian shook his wand. If you replace the disarming spell with the shattering spell, the lethality will be greater. I used the disarming spell because Theodore used the vase as a shield. And I just wanted to defeat him, not kill him. Ian narrowed his eyes slightly. Believe me. If it is a life-and-death situation, I will not hesitate to use a shattering spell to directly crush the enemy. Draco opened his mouth wide. This is too scary. He thought about the last time he took the initiative to find Ian to spar. Was he too impulsive? He couldn't resist this level of opponent at all, right? What's scary? Ian is so powerful. Cassandra took Ian's arm and raised her chin with pride. She still has a good vision. My boyfriend is looking for a master and powerful. Ian patted the little witch's hand helplessly. This is just the beginning. When he has more charm coins, he can find the system to buy ancient magic. The Avada lightning chain formed by the big melon and the curse is very interesting. Of course, he will not tell anyone about this for the time being, including the 3 little witches he trusts. Another round of competition ended, and new prefects for the 3rd and 4th grades were also born one after another. Ian took a step forward and looked at Snape. Professor, I want to apply to challenge the prefects of the 3rd and 4th grades. Snape frowned and he looked at Ian, not knowing whether he should be relieved or worried. Okay, he finally said. Ian is not the reckless stupid lion Harry Potter. Ian is sensible. And Ian is strong enough to overthrow the prefects of the 3rd and 4th grades. Come on, Fly Heinsohn, you 2 step out. Snape gave an order, and 2 handsome Slytherin boys stood up. They obviously knew that they had to fight Ian, but they just stood there without speaking or moving. Ian turned his head and looked at Snape. With a hint of apology on his face, Professor Snape. I'm talking about the 4 prefects. Both male and female prefects. I challenge all 4 of them together. Snape's expression became serious. Don't be arrogant just because you have some strength. You should know that they are all very strong. Snape didn't mind Ian's confidence or even arrogance. But he didn't want to see his favorite child being reckless or overestimating his own abilities. Ian was now facing the male and female prefects of the 3rd and 4th grades. Any of them was enough to bring Ian to the same starting line. If 2 of them were to fight, Ian wouldn't even have a chance to rest or breathe. Professor, I'm not arrogant, I know my strength very well. Ian raised his head, his green eyes firmly looking at Snape. Professor, I want a challenge. So I'll stand here and challenge the 4 of them. As soon as he finished speaking, other students couldn't help but exclaim, this kid. Does he think he has no opponents in the 2nd grade? And no opponents in the 3rd and 4th grades? Yeah, he's obviously overconfident. If he gets defeated, it would be a shame. Cassandra and Draco looked at Ian with even more concern. It wasn't that they didn't trust Ian, but they also thought it was very risky. Snape looked at the pair of green eyes. Those eyes were full of determination, confidence, and persistence in victory, if at the beginning. Snape only paid special attention to Ian because he was Lily's child. Now, he looked at Ian as if he was looking at a young eagle he had nurtured. An eagle that would fly into the sky and soar over the land in the future. Snape had blind confidence in himself and trust in Lily. He believed that the child she gave birth to, under his guidance, would not be a domesticated eagle, but an eagle that could fly freely in the wind and rain. Go, Ian, Snape said softly and then took a step back. Roll, Travers, step out. So on one side were the male and female heads of the 3rd and 4th grades, and any one of them had the strength to defeat Ian. On the other side was Ian, a 2nd-year student, who stood there confidently, looking at the 2 opponents who had already begun to show their strength. I don't question your strength. Ian smiled and looked at the 4 prefects. And I will defeat you. This is certainly not an arrogant statement. But Ian has absolute confidence in his own strength. Really our famous Slytherin savior. The fourth-year male prefect Heinsohn sneered and looked at Ian. He didn't believe that a second-year wizard could be so powerful. Then try it. Ian bowed slightly to the four people and completed the etiquette of wizard duels. We won't be polite. Heinsohn drew out his wand and prepared to cast a spell at Ian. However, as soon as his wand was raised, he was hit by a dazzling white light. He didn't even have time to say a word and fell straight down. What? The other three prefects were stunned. They almost couldn't believe their eyes, any one of them. Let alone defeating Ian can definitely tie with Ian. Unexpectedly, Ian only used a spell to knock one of them to the ground. This has completely overturned their cognition. Ian was not surprised at all. In the duel with Theodore just now, it was more like he was observing Theodore's progress than letting him win. After all, Theodore was going to be a general under him in the future. Then just now, Draco was also confused. He reached out and tugged at Cassandra's sleeve. Theodore, is Ian letting you win? Cassandra was also surprised and nodded blankly, apparently. Yes, Henderson, who was knocked down, stood up, holding his chest. He was pale and narrowed his eyes slightly when he looked at Ian. If any of us is not your opponent. Then only he looked at the other three, come together. The three prefects looked at each other and chanted spells at the same time without any hesitation. Ian faced 4 different colors of light and frowned subconsciously. That's it. Ian waved his wand, armor protection. Split into pieces. 10,000 bullets fired at the same time. Relax your strength in the dazzling white light. The spells chanted by the 4 prefects at the same time were interrupted at the same time. The white light was like transparent bubbles, which were broken by Ian's wand in an instant. The 4 prefects stepped back in dismay, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Any one of them had absolute confidence in facing Ian, and they didn't believe they would be defeated by Ian. But the spells they just chanted didn't last even a minute before they were all broken by Ian's wand. Moreover, 4 spells were broken at the same time. We lost. Heinsohn's face was pale. He looked at Ian and lowered his head slightly. I admit that you are very strong. I also admit that you are stronger than the 4 of us in the second year. The other 3 prefects also lowered their noble heads and admitted their failure. Ian did not speak. He just raised his wand slightly as a gesture. Snape nodded with satisfaction. Ian Potter win. Ian's. Cassandra and Draco shouted excitedly. They ran to Ian and wanted to hug him. Ian hugged Cassandra. And as for Draco, who pushed the boy away, Snape looked at the excited trio, said nothing, and left the lounge silently. Ian once again shocked the whole Slytherin, especially those who harbor evil intentions towards him. Want to deal with him before you deal with him. Think about whether you have the strength to do so. He has not used any mass destruction spells or dark magic, but he can beat 4 pureblood wizards without any resistance. What's more, he is the man who threw Voldemort. Facing such a powerful savior, those reserved Death Eaters just think that it is not a good idea to hang out with Voldemort. Death Eaters are a very hopeless profession. Is it too late for them to switch to the Order of the Phoenix now? As for the remaining Slytherin students, looking at Ian, who is as mighty as the God of War, they can't help but take a few steps back. If you beat them, you can't beat us. Then the whole Hogwarts fell into a weird atmosphere. The 3rd and 4th grade students looked at each other, and suddenly ran back to their dormitories in a swarm. As for what they went back to do, it is unknown. In the common room, only Ian, Cassandra, and Draco. Ian. You're awesome. Cassandra hugged Ian excitedly and gave him a passionate kiss. You don't know. I was so nervous just now, I was afraid you would lose to them. Ian covered the kiss mark on his right cheek and looked at Cassandra stupidly. Awesome. Draco stood aside looking at the 2 of them. Coughed, well, I'm still here if you 2 want to be intimate. Cassandra, I don't mind giving you the dormitory. What nonsense are you talking about? Cassandra blushed and quickly let go of Ian. Ian smacked his lips, feeling the gradually cold embrace, and glared at Draco, this kid ruining his good things. "It's getting late, go to bed quickly," Ian said to the two. "Yes, yes, yes, go to bed," Draco quickly agreed, and turned around and left without being a light bulb. Cassandra looked at Ian tentatively. "Ian. Then good night, don't you want a good night kiss?" Ian smiled, walked over, and gently held her waist. Cassandra's heart was pounding, her face was slightly red. She stood on tiptoe and gently kissed Ian's lips. At this moment, she even thought of the name of her future child. Just call it Adonis Potter. After graduation, they can get married. The wedding must be grand. Cassandra fantasized silently in her heart, but didn't notice that Ian's eyes were getting darker and darker. "Okay, go to bed." Ian blew a breath of hot air in Cassandra's ear. It's not good not to sleep. If this was the 7th grade, or even the 5th grade, it could keep Cassandra. But he was just a second-year wizard. He couldn't do anything. He could only let go of Cassandra and watch her blushing and running back to the dormitory briskly. Under the dim light, the girl's face was rosy. Like a gorgeous rose, she looked back at him, with satisfaction and shyness in her eyes. Ian felt his heart was melting, and he wished he could be like this with Bella. "Cassandra, I haven't even walked far yet, and you're thinking about other women." The next day, the whole Hogwarts knew that Ian Potter, a second-year Slytherin, defeated all the 3rd and 4th-year prefects by himself. You know, this has never happened before. Moreover, it was 4-1, which was an impossible task in a wizard duel, of course. In addition to Ian's, Harry and Ronald also made a lot of headlines today. The news of the two riding the flying car has spread all over Hogwarts. Ian obviously noticed that Hermione and Isabella had ugly expressions on the Gryffindor table, especially staring at him. What's wrong with them? Ian was confused and asked Cassandra for advice. Cassandra glanced at the two girls at the long table opposite and snorted. "I'm worried about you. You were so impulsive yesterday. If I hadn't been there, I would have been scared to death." Ian touched his nose angrily. "Well, then I have to comfort you." Cassandra didn't waste any words and handed Ian a pen and paper. "Here." Ian looked at Cassandra in surprise. This is not like Cassandra's style, not jealous, not angry. Cassandra understood Ian's eyes and said, "What are you looking at?" Ian took a breath but was relieved in his heart. "That's right, this is Cassandra." Ian picked up the pen and paper and wrote in a flamboyant manner, and then broke it into the shape of 1,000 paper cranes. Hermione and Isabella were originally watching Ian's actions quietly, but when they saw the 1,000 paper cranes, they smiled. "This idiot. He even knows how to use paper cranes to express his feelings." Hermione and Isabella reached out to receive the 2 paper cranes that flew over. When they opened it, there was only a short line of words written inside. "Pretty little witch. Don't be angry with Ian Potter." The two looked at each other and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Is this the legendary way straight men coax people? Isabella looked at the paper cranes gently. "He obviously doesn't know why we are angry. This is a silly coax." Hermione also laughed. "You don't know. He used to coax me in an even more stupid way. He just kept asking me if I was still angry, and kept making faces to make me laugh. He's so stupid." Isabella covered her mouth and laughed. "Yeah, there are many more, I tell you." At the long table in Slytherin, Ian kept winking at the 2 little witches handsomely, but the two were chatting happily and ignored Ian at all. Please give me flowers, 0. Ian's eyes and eyebrows are for the blind to see this time. They are both busy. You should throw it at me instead of them." Cassandra pinched Ian's chin and turned his face. "Look at you." Ian smiled helplessly, seeing Ian's obedient appearance. Cassandra gently patted Ian's face. "Really?" Ian swallowed his saliva. He should have been angry about the act of patting his face, but for some reason, facing Cassandra's queen behavior, he had an inexplicable urge to kneel on one knee, kiss her hand, and say, "My queen, at your service." Ian shook his head to get rid of the strange idea. "Don't show your affection for the 2 of you." Draco looked out the window expectantly. The owls will be here soon. I told my mother to make some cookies and desserts and send them over. You will have a treat later. Ian let go of Cassandra and glanced out the window. Hundreds of owls came in and circled in the hall. The owls threw letters and packages into the talking crowd. A bulging package fell in front of Draco Zero. Draco opened it and his eyes lit up instantly. Wow. I love my mom so much, so many chocolates. So many things I love to eat. Draco was distributing things here. But the situation at the Gryffindor table next door was not good. Ian saw a big gray guy fall into Hermione's pot. And milk and feathers splashed all over them. Ian recognized it as the Weasley family's owl Errol. Sure enough, the next second Ronald shouted loudly, Errol. He picked up the wet owl's claws and pulled it out. Errol collapsed on the table, his legs stretched in the air. And a wet red envelope in his mouth. Oh no, Ronald screamed, it's okay, it's still alive. Hermione said, gently poking Errol with her fingertips. Isabella helped Errol up and patted its feathers. Ronald. You really need to change an owl. No, I don't mean Errol, it's that one. Ronald's fingers trembled as he pointed at the red envelope. Envelope, what's wrong with the envelope? Harry picked up the red envelope directly, however. Ronald and Neville seemed to think that the envelope, which seemed ordinary to Harry, would explode. Draco, who had just finished distributing the dessert, also heard the movement here. He immediately put down what he was holding and looked in the direction of Harry and the others. Ronald, you're dead. This is a howling letter. Howling letters? Harry looked at the ordinary envelope in confusion. You'd better open it, Ronald. Neville kindly reminded Ronald. It's worse if you don't open it. My grandma sent it to me once. But I ignored it and the result was. He took a breath. That's terrible. Ronald focused on the letters. And the four corners of the envelope began to smoke. Open it quickly, Neville urged. Only a few minutes. What is a howler? Hermione looked at their terrified expressions and asked curiously. Draco pointed at Ronald with his chin. Ronald. You will know after you open it. Life advice, cover your ears. Ronald stretched out his trembling hands, carefully took the envelope out of Errol's mouth, and tore it open. The Slytherin trio had already blocked their ears with their fingers, and Hermione and Isabella followed suit. Only Harry didn't do that, but he soon regretted it. With the sound of the letter paper being torn, a huge rebuke resounded throughout the hall, shaking off the dust on the ceiling. And everyone in the hall covered their ears in shock. I wouldn't be surprised if they fired you for stealing the car. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. You probably never thought about how your father and I felt when we found out the car was gone. It was Mrs. Weasley's shout, 100 times louder than usual, rattling the plates and spoons on the table. And the echoes from the four stone walls were deafening. Everyone in the hall turned around to see who had received the howler letter. Ronald shrank in his chair, and only a red forehead could be seen. Your father almost died of shame after receiving Dumbledore's letter last night. We worked so hard to raise you, but we didn't expect you to do such a thing. You took Harry away with you. Harry had been listening to when his name would appear, and he tried his best to pretend that he didn't hear the sound hitting his eardrums. We have nothing to say to you, Mrs. Weasley's voice seemed to be blocked. It's so annoying. Your father will be questioned at work and it's all your fault. If you don't behave, we will take you back immediately. Tenth letter turned around and looked at Ginny. And the voice suddenly became gentle. Oh, dear Ginny. My daughter. Congratulations on your admission to Gryffindor. Mom and Dad are proud of you. Ginny sat next to Hermione, seeing everyone's eyes were on her again. She pulled the corners of her mouth in embarrassment. The red envelope slowly turned in front of her, stuck out its tongue at Ronald, and then tore itself into pieces, burned and curled into ashes. Harry and Ronald sat there blankly, as if they had just been washed by the tide. Ian was so happy that he ran over from the Slytherin table. I say, Ronald, Ian couldn't help laughing. You did a really good job this time. Ronald's face was pale and his eyes looked ahead blankly. Hermione closed traveling with vampires and looked at Ronald opposite. Well, Did you expect it to be something else, Ronald? I know I deserve it. Ronald groaned in pain. I should have used an owl to write letters earlier. Harry pushed away the bowl of porridge and felt too guilty to eat. Mr. Weasley is going to be investigated. During the summer vacation, they were so kind to him. It's okay, Ian sat between Hermione and Isabella. I've told Uncle Weasley that if he is really investigated, just say that I made those things. I am a disciple of Nicholas Flamel, and it's normal for me to make some alchemical products. 433 hearing this. Ronald and Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have you here, Ian. Ronald looked at him gratefully. You have helped us a lot. It's okay, it's a small matter. Ian stretched his hands to the waists of the two little witches and smiled brightly. Hermione and Isabella slapped his hands away in anger. We are still angry. Yesterday I heard that you showed off your prowess last night and defeated 4 people by yourself. While you are really amazing, yes. The whole Hogwarts knows about the excitement in the Slytherin common room. Those 4 prefects are really miserable, ha ha ha. The Weasley twins suddenly appeared, holding Ian on the left and right, laughing and talking. Ian raised his eyebrows and pretended to be modest. Well, it's nothing, don't be so excited, humph. What if you are really injured? Hermione directly pulled Ian's wrist and pulled him to her side. Isabella and Hermione sat on Ian's left and right. It's okay, Hermione, Bella, I didn't lose a hair. Ian grinned, you should fully trust my strength. Hermione and Isabella patted Ian at the same time, and then carefully checked him up and down and left and right to see if he was injured. Look at you, you're so silly. Hermione rolled her eyes at Ian fortunately. You're not hurt. Isabella also breathed a sigh of relief. You don't know how scared we were when we found out. It's okay, I know my limits, Ian smiled. But he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The 2 little witches love him too much. He has to be careful in the future and can't do anything too out of line. Otherwise they will worry. He looked at Ginny, who was half revealing her face and half opening her eyes. And his throat suddenly rolled. He now had enough reason to suspect that Riddle's diary was taken away by Ginny. Although he didn't know how Ginny got into the Slytherin boys' dormitory, he just had an inexplicable feeling, after all. In the original plot, Ginny was the owner of the notebook at the beginning. Last night after he returned to the dormitory, he wanted to take the diary to find Dumbledore showed his loyalty. But he searched through his luggage and couldn't find the diary. He guessed that Ginny took it away. Or maybe she was bewitched by Riddle, however. Since the diary was not with him, it meant that the plot of the 2nd grade was not going to be staged. It didn't matter anyway. The diary would be destroyed by him in the end. And he could even show his loyalty to Dumbledore, without worrying about the plot going astray. He looked down at Ginny, who tilted her head. Half of her face was covered by her hair, but her eyes were staring at him with shining eyes. Ahem. Ian coughed deliberately, and Ginny lowered her head shyly and buried her face in her hair. Ginny, oh, Ian said hesitantly. Ginny suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of sparkling light. Ian. Congratulations on entering Gryffindor, Ginny. He said softly, then reached out and patted her head. Ginny grabbed her robe nervously, her face flushed, and there were tears of excitement in her eyes. Thank you, Ian, she whispered, then half lowered her head and looked at Ian's. Ian also looked at this young and beautiful face, and the two looked at each other, and the atmosphere seemed to become ambiguous all of a sudden. It's time for class later. Hermione interrupted the two people's charm directly. She leaned gently in Ian's arms. Why don't you go back to the Slytherin table quickly? Isabella also smiled gently. Yes, Ian. Class will start later, go back quickly. They would rather Ian go back to the Slytherin table and get close to Cassandra than see another competitor appear. After being interrupted by Hermione and the others, the excitement in Ginny's eyes faded. She bit her lower lip and turned her eyes to Ian again. Ian touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Okay. Then I'll go back first. Not long after Ian sat down, Professor McGonagall began to hand out class schedules along the Gryffindor table. Ian got his schedule. The first one was herbology, and he took it with the Gryffindor students. There are 10 classes a week, 7 of which are with Gryffindor. Draco shook the schedule in his hand. Let's go with Harry and the others later. The 7 of them left the castle together and walked through the vegetable garden to the greenhouse, where all kinds of magical plants are cultivated. As they approached the greenhouse, they saw other students standing outside, waiting for Professor Sprout. As soon as the 7 people stepped in, they saw Professor Sprout striding across the lawn with a stern expression, followed by Gilderoy Lockhart. Professor Sprout had a lot of bandages on his arms. Harry and Ronald saw from afar that the branches of the Whomping Willow were hung with bandages, and they felt guilty again. Professor Sprout was a short witch with a patched hat on her flowing hair and a lot of dirt on her clothes. But Gilderoy Lockhart was spotless from head to toe, wearing a flowing turquoise robe and a turquoise hat with gold rims on her shining golden hair. Draco looked at the Whomping Willow not far away speechlessly. I say, this treatment method is really simple and plain. It's impossible that Professor Sprout did it. Ian glanced at the idiot Lockhart, who was following Professor Sprout. My blind guess is that Lockhart, as soon as this was said. The 3 little witches looked at Ian disapprovingly. Ian, don't be so dissatisfied with Professor Lockhart. Yes, Professor Lockhart is not as bad as you say. Professor Lockhart is very good, he knows a lot, Ian. Then let's make a bet, Ian gritted his teeth, with a hint of anger. The Whomping Willow must have been cured by Lockhart. Then what if you are wrong, Hermione asked. If you are wrong. Ian rolled his eyes and looked at Professor Sprout and Lockhart, who were walking towards here. I will let 10 of you kiss 10 times. Is this a punishment or a reward for you? The 3 little witches patted Ian unhappily. Ian shrugged. Then what do you say, what if you lose? Hermione and the other 2 discussed for a while, and then said, if we lose, we 3 will take care of your homework for this school year. If you lose, you have to agree to one condition of our master. No problems. Ian agreed quickly when he heard that the homework was taken care of. Originally, he had always wanted to copy Hermione and Cassandra's homework, but they didn't let her copy at all. Hermione's famous saying, if you copy someone else's homework, it will be useless. Only Isabella felt sorry for him and would occasionally copy his homework for him. But after being discovered by Hermione and Cassandra, they firmly prohibited it and he had to do his homework himself. Nalthi actually took the initiative to help him, which he wanted more than anything. This bet is not difficult for Ian at all. Draco rolled his eyes. It must be Lockhart, who knows nothing and insists on bandaging the Whomping Willow. As soon as Draco finished speaking, Lockhart shouted to the students with a smile on his face, Hi, everyone's. I just demonstrated to Professor Sprout how to heal the Whomping Willow. But I don't want you to think that I am better than her in herbology. I just happened to see a few of these strange plants during my travels. And today, go to the 3rd greenhouse. Professor Sprout Sedge was obviously annoyed, contrary to her usual cheerful demeanor. The students whispered with interest. They had only been to the 1st greenhouse. The plants in the 3rd greenhouse were more interesting and more dangerous. See, I said it was Lockhart. Ian looked at the little witches and smiled triumphantly. Hermione was still making excuses for Lockhart. Maybe he's not good at this kind of thing. Hermione couldn't make up any more, thank you so much. Ian held the hands of the 3 little witches with moved eyes. You still love me. In order to do my homework, you dare to take a losing bet. 3 little witches. Professor Sprout took a big key from his belt and opened the door. Everyone could smell the smell of damp soil and fertilizer, mixed with a strong floral scent. Those flowers were as big as umbrellas and hung from the ceiling. The 7 people were about to go in together, but Lockhart stopped Ian and Harry. Harry, I've been wanting to talk to you too, Professor Sprout. You don't mind if he's 2 minutes late? From Professor Sprout's expression, she did mind. But Lockhart said, that's great. Then he was about to close the greenhouse door to Professor Sprout. Ian and Harry still have class. Professor Sprout snatched the two little 50 from Lockhart and pushed Ian and Harry in. Hey, 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 Lockhart chased them and shouted. Then I'll wait for you here. Professor Sprout slammed the door and locked it. Poor Lockhart, Draco laughed happily. He obviously wanted to go to class with us, come on. Ian's forehead was black. I feel physically uncomfortable when I see him. Commonly known as feeling sick. There was no moment when Harry agreed with his brother so much. That's right. Fortunately, Professor Sprout saved us too. Trust me, Harry. Ronald mercilessly crushed Harry's fantasy. If Ian hadn't been dragged out by him, Professor Sprout wouldn't have closed the door and locked it so quickly. Day to you. Professor Sprout stood behind a bench in the middle of the greenhouse. There were more than 20 pairs of earmuffs of different colors on the bench. 7 people sat in a row just opposite Professor Sprout. We are going to repot the mandrake today. Now, who can tell me what the properties of the mandrake are? Professor Sprout looked at everyone and asked. Ian and Hermione raised their hands at the same time. And Professor Sprout called Ian not surprisingly, Mandra. Also known as mandrake, Rudy's a powerful restorative. Ian talked eloquently as if he had memorized the textbook. It is used to restore people who have been transformed or cursed to their original state. Professor Sprout smiled and nodded, correct answer. Slytherin 10 points. Mandra is an important component of most antidotes. But it is also dangerous. Can anyone tell me why this time? Hermione raised her hand first. And Professor Sprout called her again. Hearing the cry of mandrakes can kill people. Hermione blurted out. Absolutely correct, Gryffindor plus 10 points. Professor Sprout said everyone look. The mandrakes here are still very young. Professor Sprout pointed to a row of deep-bottomed plates. Everyone leaned forward to see more clearly. There were about 100 green and purple seedlings arranged there. Ian looked at the pile of mandrake seedlings and was already praying for those who would be petrified this year. Everyone take a pair of earmuffs. Professor Sprout shook the earmuffs in his hand. This is very important, the boys all scrambled for them. After all, no one wanted to get a pair of pink fluffy earmuffs. Ian's mouth twitched as he glanced at the pink earmuffs in his hand. He felt heartbroken after taking a look. Suddenly, he felt heartbroken. He originally took a pair of green ones. But Cassandra snatched them away. And then the little witch gave him the pink ones. Ian put them on quickly, they are so cute. Cassandra took the pink earmuffs and was about to put them on Ian. I don't, Ian stepped back in resistance. This man never wears pink, it doesn't matter, Ian. Cassandra pressed the earmuffs on Ian's ears. After putting them on, they are very cute, believe me. Ian hid behind Hermione. I will never wear them even if I die. That's not up to you. Cassandra winked at Hermione and Isabella. Hold him. Isabella and Hermione held Ian's arms on the left and right. And Cassandra put the earmuffs on his ears. So cute. The 3 little witches said in unison, completely ignoring Ian's wailing. Ian hugged Isabella from behind with despair and rested his head on her shoulder. He is not clean anymore, not clean anymore. Professor Sprout watched the earmuff dispute for just a few minutes and announced with a smile, when I tell you to put on the earmuffs, you must wear them tightly. And when you can safely take them off, I will give you 2 thumbs up. Okay, put on the 30 earmuffs. With Professor Sprout's order, everyone put on the earmuffs tightly. Professor Sprout put on a pair of fluffy earmuffs himself, rolled up his sleeves, firmly grasped a clump of grass leaves, and pulled it up with all his strength. What was pulled out of the soil was not a grass root, but a very ugly baby with leaves growing on its head. Its skin was light green with spots on it, and the little guy was obviously shouting at the top of his voice. Professor Sprout pulled a large flower pot from under the table, stuffed the mandrake doll in it, and covered it with wet dark compost, until only the clumps of leaves were exposed. She patted the mud off her hands, gave them 2 thumbs up, and took off her earmuffs. Seeing Professor Sprout's actions, Ian quickly took off the pink earmuffs on his ears. Our mandrakes are only seedlings, and hearing their cries will not be fatal. Professor Sprout said calmly, as if she had just watered the begonias. But they can make you unconscious for a few hours. And I don't think any of you want to miss the first day of school. So everyone must wear earmuffs when working. When it's time to clean up, I'll try to get your attention. 4 people per plate. There are a lot of flower pots here. The compost is in the bag over there. Watch out for the poison tentacles. It's growing teeth. Professor Sprout slapped a thorny crimson plant, causing it to retract its tentacles that were quietly reaching toward her shoulders. Cassandra stared at the poisonous tentacles. She liked this kind of plant. Thorny, poisonous like. Okay, 4 people in a group. Ian smiled and retreated to the middle of the 3 little witches, and helplessly spread his hands to Harry and the other 2. You 3 can find another one. Forget about friends when you see a beautiful woman. Draco complained. Harry and Ronald nodded in succession. But they envied Ian's luck in love more. Ian was too lazy to pay attention to the 3 single dogs, facing the 3 little witches in front of him. He felt happier. Harry and the other 2 had no choice but to form a group with Neville. Ian put on his earmuffs again and concentrated on dealing with the mandrake in front of him. Professor Sprout seemed to be doing it very easily just now. But it was not the case at all. The mandrake didn't want to be pulled out of the soil, but it didn't seem to want to go back either. They twisted their bodice, kicked their feet, waved their pointed fists and gritted their teeth. Although it was difficult, Ian had strength in his hands. He used all his strength to pull the mandrake out of the soil. This soil is too sticky. Ian cursed, his hands full of soil. As the mandrake struggled, a few handfuls of soil fell on him. He looked down and saw that his body had also turned royal gray. Ian stuffed the fat baby into the basin with a dark face. The 3 little witches did not have as much strength as Ian. When they pulled the mandrake, he bent over, stuck out their buttocks, and took a lot of effort. Pull it out, Hermione shouted happily. But everyone was wearing earmuffs, so no one heard this sentence. Ian came over and saw that when the 3 mandrakes were pulled out, they twisted their bodies and tilted their heads back to reveal their heads. Ian hit the heads of the 3 mandrakes hard, and the 3 baby mandrakes stayed in their own pots. When the get out of class was over, the students of the 2 colleges were covered in mud. Ian couldn't stand it anymore, so he cleaned himself and the other 6 people. We'll take a shower when we get back to the dormitory later. Draco scratched his head. Why clean up? I can't stand having dirt on my body. Ian pulled his tie. Go back quickly, I really can't stand it. It's uncomfortable. The 3 little witches were also very uncomfortable, and they all took off their outer robes and put them on their arms. Let's go quickly. We have Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class this afternoon. Hermione didn't even hold Ian's hand. She just wanted to go back to the dormitory. Everyone quickly left Professor Sprout's greenhouse, returned to the dormitory, took a shower in the bathroom, washed off the mud on their bodies, and washed away the fatigue. After taking a shower and having lunch, Ian and his friends hurried to the transfiguration class. Professor McGonagall's class is always difficult, and today is particularly difficult. Of course, this is not a difficult task for Ian, but Harry is miserable. He just feels that all the lessons he learned last year seem to have slipped out of his mind during the summer vacation. Professor McGonagall gave each person a beetle and asked them to turn a beetle into a button. Ian poked the beetle with his wand, and the beetle immediately opened its mouth and twisted its body, as if it was resisting Tusk. Ian aimed at the beetle and threw his wand. The beetle immediately turned into a green button with a silver eye on it. Ian, you did a great job. Professor McGonagall walked towards Ian, patted his shoulder with a smile. 10 points for Slytherin. Ian smiled modestly, but he was very happy in his heart. But other students did not have Ian's ability. Some of them succeeded in turning the beetle into a button, but immediately turned it back into a beetle. Some were even worse, and the beetle ran away directly. Ian tried to teach this group of little monsters, but it was obvious that he was just daydreaming in the end. He only succeeded in teaching 3 people, that's right, his girlfriend. Professor McGonagall gave 5 points to those who succeeded, and 20 points to Ian the little professor. I really didn't hide anything, why don't you know it yet? Ian stared at Harry with gritted teeth. Draco can barely turn the beetle into a round button. Is your brain filled with sphinxes? Harry scratched his head hesitantly. I'll try again. Try again, Harry swore that he had tried very hard. But after all his efforts, he only managed to exorcise the beetle. The beetle avoided the wand and ran around the table. And he couldn't light it. Ronald was even more unlucky. He borrowed some magic tape to fix the wand that was about to break. But it seemed that it couldn't be fixed. It crackled and sparked from time to time. Every time Ronald tried to transform the beetle, he was immediately surrounded by a gray smoke with the smell of rotten eggs. He couldn't see clearly and his elbow moved randomly. Squashing the beetle, he had to ask for another one. And Professor McGonagall was not very happy. But what made Ian laugh and angry the most was Seamus Finnegan. He tried to turn the beetle into a button, but turned himself into an explosive. Ian looked at Seamus with amazement. He really deserved to be a genius in explosives. Everything he did could become an explosion. From another perspective, how could this not be a kind of genius? Professor McGonagall was speechless. She looked at Seamus, not knowing what to say finally. She announced "Get out of class dismissed" helplessly at the bell. Well, it seems you need more practice. Professor McGonagall let the poor students off today. Harry felt relieved. His brain was like a wrung-out sponge. Everyone left the classroom, leaving only them. Ronald was knocking on the table with his wand in frustration. Stupid. Useless thing, write home and buy another one. Harry suggested the next second. The good wand made a series of crisp sounds like firecrackers. Merlin's black coat. 6 people exclaimed at the same time. Ronald, your wand exploded again. Draco looked at Ronald with horror. Ian took the little witches back a step. He was really afraid that this wand would explode inexplicably like the one in the store. Ronald, you should buy another one. Ian shook the wand in his hand. It's better to have your own wand. You shouldn't have used your second brother Charlie's old wand in the first place. Although I don't want to agree with that weird old guy Ollivander. He is right, the wand chooses the wizard. Doesn't Neville also use his father's old wand? Ronald looked at his wand and felt a little sad. What does it matter, Ian's? Ian rolled his eyes. It is precisely because Neville's wand is an old one that he is so powerless every time he casts a spell. Draco looked at the wand in Ronald's hand and said, if you have your own wand, you will definitely cast more smoothly. I also want to buy one of my own, Ronald sighed. Forget it. I'll insist on it. Several people didn't persuade him. They obviously understood Ronald's worries. The Weasley family is really too poor. Hehe, the magic trick shop will be open soon. By then, Fred and George will be able to make a lot of money. Ian patted Ronald on the shoulder and comforted him. Let them give you a new wand for your birthday next year. Yes, they will definitely make a lot of money. Draco also said, of course. Our joke shop will definitely make a lot of money. I am a qualified businessman. Ian proudly puffed out his chest. Several people laughed together. This optimistic mood quickly infected Ronald. He looked at the smiles of several people and didn't seem to feel so bad. 7 people walked together on the way to the auditorium. The golden sunlight behind them stretched their shadows long, like black strings. As soon as they arrived at the auditorium, Ian and Harry were scared by their own fanatical fans. The brothers looked at the person who scared them 0. 2, the very thin gray-haired boy who was at the sorting yesterday was staring at them like a madman. The boy held something in his hand, which looked like an ordinary Muggle camera. When the 2 saw him, the boy's face immediately turned red. You're fanatical fans, Draco laughed softly. You 2 have fanatical fans just like Lockhart. Ian slapped the platinum head in annoyance. Shut up. At this time, the little boy suddenly stepped forward and said with a short breath, hello. Ian, Harry, my name is Colin Creevey. Harry, I am also in Gryffindor. Can I take a picture of you? Colin raised the camera with expectation. Ian. Although I am not Slater's student, But can I take a picture of you? Take a picture. Ian and Harry looked at each other. Ian naturally knew who this little boy was, Harry's fanatical fan in the original plot. Of course, because Harry had a twin brother like him. The wizarding world had a boy who survived. This Colin Creevey naturally worshipped the two of them. Just like worshipping Harry in the original plot. So I can prove I saw you too, Colin said eagerly. Moving forward a few steps, I know everything about you. Everyone has told me how you escaped the mysterious man. How he disappeared and more, Harry. You still have a lightning-shaped scar on your forehead. Colin's eyes searched Harry's hairline. Ian stood in front of Harry and frowned. Sorry. Please don't stare at Harry's scar like that, it's very rude. Harry looked at his brother in front of him with emotion. Every time someone wanted to see his lightning scar, Ian would be so harsh. He knew that this was his brother's way of protecting him. Colin looked at Ian, his eyes seemed to be shrouded in mist. He took a step back and whispered, I'm sorry. I just like you too much. He took a few steps back. Lowered his head and looked at the camera. As if he was looking at something precious. A boy in my dormitory said that if I used the right developing potion, the people in the photo would move. This place is really magical. Before I received the letter from Hogwarts, I didn't know that the strange things I would do were magic. My dad is a milkman and he can't believe it either. So I'm going to take a bunch of photos and send them to him. If there's a photo of you, Colin looked at Harry beggingly. Well, maybe I can stand next to you and ask your friends to help press it. And then can you sign your names? Ian was about to refuse when a disgusting voice came from behind him. What's going on? What's going on? Gilderoy Lockhart strode towards them. His turquoise robe fluttering behind him. Potters are sending out autographed photos. No. Ian hurriedly dragged a few people away, fearing that they would be stuck by this dogskin plaster. We're fine. A few people left quickly, leaving Lockhart where he was. On the way, Draco kept complaining, that Colin Creevey. I don't know what he thinks. He has to stare at Harry's scar, and he brought Lockhart here. But to be honest, Draco has been complaining since he and after Ian and the others played together. He didn't think the title of the boy who lived was a good one. If it was him, he would rather not be so famous than have his parents die. So embarrassing. Harry scratched his hair. It's good that you are all here. To be honest, I think Lockhart has been trying to say something to Ian and me. He really. Lockhart may just want to care about you and Ian. Hermione interrupted. He's a nice guy, Hermione. If this were in the Muggle world, Lockhart would be the kind of incompetent star, Ian said. Shaking his head, Hermione. Don't you dislike this kind of person the most? Who said he has no ability? Hermione excitedly raised Traveling with Vampires in her hand. Luke wrote a lot of books. They are all his real experiences. Don't forget how he treated the Whomping Willow. Everyone knows that you can't do that. I suspect those books were not written by him at all. How could there be such a stupid person? Ian started to get angry for no apparent reason. I said he is just a fame-seeker, a servile person, Ian. The three little witches shouted together. We know you are jealous, but we just admire the professor. You can't be so mean to him. I was mean. Ian pointed at himself in disbelief. Isn't what I said the truth? He pretends to know everything, even Professor Sprout, who is so good-tempered, can be irritated by him. He only wants to be famous, just like that day. He insisted on taking pictures with Harry. The three little witches still defended Lockhart, which made Ian even more angry. He didn't understand before why some men would be jealous of their girlfriend's favorite idol stars and would quarrel over their brothers. Now he understands that no matter how rational a person is, he can't stand the fact that his woman worships a fool. If Lockhart wrote all those novels himself, he was really knowledgeable and Ian wouldn't be so angry. But he just doesn't have so much real material. Is a vase, a fool, and an embroidered pillow. If Professor Lockhart is really that bad, why does Professor Dumbledore let him be the teacher of the defense against the dark arts class? Isabella directly brought out Dumbledore's square root. No one applied for the defense against the dark arts position. Dumbledore had to choose Lockhart. Ian's voice was shaking with anger. If there was no one to teach, what do you think he is worth? Ian, the three little witches shouted together, you. Don't quarrel, don't quarrels. Harry and the other two hurried forward. Trying to be peacemakers, calm down all of you. But the little witches were also stubborn today. And they were irritated by Ian's words and refused to give in. No, Harry, all of you get out of the way, let him talk. He has wanted to say that for a long time. He has wanted to have a quarrel like that for a long time. I think he is just taking advantage of the situation. Hermione shouted and everyone else was stunned. Cassandra even straightened her chest and moved her long hair from her shoulders to her chest. That's right. Draco, go aside too, let him talk, we listen to him. He has been dissatisfied for a long time. Although Isabella is Lockhart, she obviously doesn't want to quarrel with Ian for a professor. Ian, you can't always belittle Lockhart. He is a professor after all, you should respect him a little. Respect, has he respected us? Ian roared Bella. Didn't you see how he pulled me and Harry? How much he wants to be famous, what about you three? I don't know what's wrong with you. It's like you've gone crazy, blindly worship him. Ian sneered twice, oh. Not only you three, all the girls in the school are crazy. As long as Lockhart is there, you all follow him like pugs. If I don't have someone to divert my attention. I don't know how to spend the first half month before school starts. Hermione's voice was trembling, that diary. You have been reading that broken diary, do I need to say more? Half a month, a whole half months. I don't know what you are doing at all. We finally have some space for two people. Ian, Hermione became more and more excited as she spoke. She took a deep breath and tried her best to calm herself down. At school, the Slytherin savior is always surrounded by people. You are not just with me at home. We are only alone for half a month. What are you doing? What are you busy with? What am I doing? I am improving my strength, otherwise when Voldemort comes. Will I watch you die one by one in front of Maze this right? Ian was so angry that he laughed in the half month at home. He had already begun to feel unhappy, and today. All the conflicts finally broke out, Hermione. After I accompany you at home every day, I also have to write letters to Cassandra and Bella. There are days when I even accompany the three of you at the same time. Ian had been wanting to say this for a long time. His voice getting louder and louder. Listen. I don't just have to talk about love with you guys. Good, so now you are blaming us for holding you back. Hermione looked at Ian in disbelief. And then laughed angrily. If someone can mess with fewer girls, maybe he will have more time to improve his own strength. After Hermione said this, Cassandra and Isabella shut up. There was no way to respond to this, because both of them fell in love with Ian after Hermione. Strictly speaking, they both broke up with Hermione. Are you arguing with me now? Ian looked at Hermione. His tone frighteningly calm. Hermione. Are you arguing with me now? Didn't you start it? Hermione met Ian's gaze and frowned slightly. Ian took a deep breath and closed his eyes. What do you mean now? Do you want to break up with me? What about you two? Do you mean the same thing? Do you want to break up? Ian turned his gaze to Cassandra and Isabella again. You three are united in hatred of the enemy, no, aren't you? The atmosphere between the four people seemed to solidify, and no one knew what to say. Break up, Hermione bit her lip tightly, tears bursting out instantly. When have we ever been together? Have you ever officially told me the reason? There is no. Cassandra was also saddened by Hermione's words. Hermione is right. In fact, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend at all, right? You have never said I love you to me seriously. Maybe you just like my face. Isabella turned her face away to stop her tears from falling. You don't want to understand my heart at all, and don't want to understand the origin of my soul. These words from the little witches completely pushed this farce to a climax. Harry, Ronald, and Draco were all shocked, and quickly stood between Ian and the three little witches. What do you mean by break up or not? Don't do this, Harry carefully chose his words. Listen to Mefrance in this situation. You'd better separate and calm down. Ian, you come back to Slytherin with me first. Draco patted Ian and said to Cassandra, you three should stay in the Gryffindor common room for a while and calm down. Oh yes, you should all calm down and don't quarrel because of Lockhart. Ronald also suggested, Miss Granger, Miss Wallace. And Miss Swan, it's so true that we share the same hatred and enemies. Hearing the names Lockhart's, Ian's face completely turned cold. We were not boyfriend and girlfriend in the first place. So it can't be considered a breakup, that's right. We broke up. Hermione's eyes were red, staring straight at Ian. Cassandra and Isabella were not much better. Both of them looked like they were trying hard to hold back tears. You are the savior of Slytherin. How can we be compared with you? Cassandra held back her tears and said to Ian, what are we in your eyes? You said you would always be with me, Isabella choked up and said. Maybe what Mom said is true, you men are all liars. Hermione held Isabella and Cassandra's arms tightly, and a hoarse voice came out of her throat. The three little witches had red eyes, shook their heads fiercely and then ran away quickly. Harry looked at his brother helplessly, and then looked at the back of a little witch, Ian. Harry hesitated and said, don't you want to coax them? What to coax? Didn't you listen to what they said? Ian sneered, what relationship do we have with 897? Nothing at all, I really don't understand them. Am I the spice of their lives? Revolving around the three of them every day. Ian said sarcastically, since we have nothing to do with each other, why waste everyone's time and feelings? We can all concentrate on improving ourselves. Which is best? Ian left a cold sentence and turned away. Ian, brother, Harry anxiously called Ian to persuade him to turn back. Leave me alone, Ian left without looking back, leaving Harry and the other two standing there, looking worried. Harry, don't worry, maybe they will calm down. Draco patted Harry's shoulder and comforted him. However, this possibility is very small, almost zero. Ronald hesitated and glanced at Harry. If they don't get along, what should we three do? Harry and Draco both fell into deep thought. They felt that it was like a family falling apart. Dad and three mothers were getting divorced. And it was really a difficult problem for the three children to stand on the side of the father or mother. I can stay with Ian and you. Hermione and Isabella can be together. Draco scratched his head frantically. But what about Cassandra? She is from Slytherin. She can't be alone. Although Pansy and Daphne can play with her. But that's different. Harry took a deep breath. Let's do this, I'll be with Ian. Ian is my brother, I will definitely stand on his side. Ronald, you follow Hermione and Isabella's. Although they may not need you. Harry thought for a moment and said Draco. Cassandra will probably be with Hermione and the others. But if she goes back to Slytherin, you stay with her. Ronald nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you, Harry. That's fine with me, Draco shrugged. Ian is popular in Slytherin, and he has a good relationship with Theodore and Blaise. When we are not with you, we usually play with them. That's fine, Harry nodded. Draco sighed, then I'll go back to the dormitory first. I'll go see Ian. Okay, let's go see them, Harry also sighed. It's not that he doesn't want to see Ian. The Gryffindor common room doesn't care which colleges people come to visit. Slytherin is different. According to the three little snakes, no outsiders have entered Slytherin for more than 400 years. When Ian returned to the Slytherin common room, his expression was still cold, and the little snakes were all frightened into silence. Only Theodore and Blaise dared to come forward to ask about the situation. Ian, you're back. Theodore looked at Ian with concern. What's wrong? What happened? Nothing, just broke up. Ian said coldly. Blaise subconsciously asked back, break up. With which one? Ian glanced at him. His face even colder. All three broke up. Theodore, huh? Blaise, huh? Other little snakes, huh? Ian ignored everyone and walked directly towards the boys' dormitory. He just wanted to be alone now. When Draco returned to the dormitory, Ian was angry at the mouse that was transformed by the cup. Shattered into pieces, restored as before. Shattered into pieces, restored as before, blazing. Restored as before. Ava, Ian chanted the spell expressionlessly. The mouse in the cup was tortured and screamed, breaking again and again. Draco stood at the door of the dormitory and swallowed his saliva. Mom and Dad, I saw the real Dark Lord, you're back. Ian turned his head and looked at Draco, with no expression on his face. Draco even felt that Ian would recite a spell to him in the next second. Avada bites the big melon. Well, I was passing by, haha. Draco waved his hand nervously. Ian walked up to Draco and stared at him expressionlessly. Draco shuddered and took a step back. How are the three of them? Ian asked dryly. Draco looked at him in surprise. Hey, I thought you wouldn't ask. Draco, you should have stopped me just now. Ian answered irrelevantly, I don't know what happened. Why would I be so angry today, Ian? How can I stop you? Draco sat down on the bed, not daring to reveal his inner speechlessness. Ian, you were like a vicious snake at that time. I felt that you would bite all of us to death in the next second. Sorry, Ian pinched his eyebrows. I don't know what happened to main facts. I didn't take Lockhart seriously at all. But I was inexplicably angry today. And it was easy to get angry. Draco sighed and patted Ian's shoulder. I don't know what happened to you. You are usually such a gentle person. This is the first time I see you lose your temper so much. And it's with Hermione and the others. Ian sighed for a long time. I admit that I was angry. But just now I seem to be controlled by something. Let's not talk about this for now, the three of them. Oh, Ian hesitated and said, what happened? What? Ian did not forget the three little witches who were trying to suppress their anger and grievances. I don't know, Draco scratched his head. Harry and Ronald went to find Hermione and the others. And I came back to see you as soon as possible. Oh. Ian lowered his eyes and continued to chant. The mouse that was transformed by the cup finally couldn't stand it and turned into a pile of broken cup fragments. Aren't you going to see? Draco asked cautiously. Hong Hungju. No, I have nothing to do with them. Why should I go? Ian glanced at Draco and continued to chant. And the mouse that was transformed by the cup fragments came back to life. Draco's mouth twitched. Why are you angry here? Didn't you say you were in a bad mood today? Then I won't go either. Slytherin men should have dignity. Ian continued to chant the spell. And the mouse that was transformed from the forest fragments broke into many pieces again. Draco, can you stop torturing this mouse? This cup I'm not torturing. Ian uttered a few words expressionlessly. I'm just testing the spell, Draco. Wow. Testing, it's obviously to vent emotions. Mouse woo woo woo, I didn't mess with any of you. At the same time in the Gryffindor common room, three little witches hugged their heads and cried, Harry opened his mouth while Hermione Cassandra bellowed. I apologize to you on behalf of Ian. Ian was in a bad mood today, Harry. Why are you apologizing on his behalf? Hermione wiped her tears. He was the one who bullied us. Not you. Harry touched his nose awkwardly. I am Ian's biological brother. And you are my sister-in-law. So it's okay for me to apologize on behalf of my brother. Who is your sister-in-law? Cassandra said coldly. That Ian Potter said it himself. He has nothing to do with the three of us. That's right, who is your sister-in-law? Isabella also shouted with red eyes. We can't reach Master Potter. Hermione even took out her wand and pointed it at Harry. Harry, if you don't want to gag your tongue and throat, then think about it before you speak. Harry's eyes widened. Beauty, you didn't say it first. You said you and Ian are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Ronald quickly covered Harry's mouth, and with the unfriendly eyes of the three little witches, he smiled flatteringly. I covered his mouth. He won't say anything. Calm down. Calm down, we didn't offend you. But do you really want to break up with Ian? Ronald saw the dangerous eyes of the little witches and quickly changed his words. Do you really want to break up with him? Harry also looked at the three people nervously. Mainly Hermione's. He finally got the love of his family in the Granger family. If Ian and Hermione broke up, Merlin's black briefs. Harry didn't dare to think that he might live with Ian back at his aunt's house. and there was a 50% chance that he would live in the old Potter house. The little witches were silent for a long time, and Hermione said in a deep voice, "Maybe." Hermione didn't know the answer to this question. If the two of them really broke up, but Ian and Harry still lived at home, how would she and Ian get along, sister and brother X? Of course, it is possible that Ian will live in his aunt's house or the manor left to him by his parents after breaking up with her. Not only Hermione didn't have an answer to this question, Cassandra and Isabella didn't have an accurate answer either. If they really broke up, how would they face Ian in school in the future? The little witches were at a loss and had no answer. Finally, it was Hermione who made the final decision. "Why think so much break up? If the three of us break up with him, will you two stop playing with us?" Hermione is right. Cassandra said firmly, "Harry, Ronald, the three of us haven't broken up with you. You don't have to worry so much, agree?" Isabella said seriously, "What if Mr. Potter breaks up with us? We can't live without him." Harry and Ronald smiled awkwardly. Then you are not sad." "No, it's not worth it to be sad for a man." The three little witches stood up, wiped their tears, and took their wands. "Let's go back to the dormitory." "Let's go. Oh, by the way, Cassandra, you are from Slytherin. Then the two of us will take you back first. Let's go." Harry and Ronald looked at the three little witches going away, looked at each other and wiped the sweat off Ian's face. Ian is not an ordinary person. He has 3 girlfriends, and he can talk to them all at once and break up with them all at once. The 3 little witches have a better relationship than ever before because they broke up with Ian at the same time. And this has always been the scene Ian wanted to see. If Ian knew that the relationship between the 3 little witches became better because they broke up with him, I don't know how he would feel. How would Ian feel? Ian tortured the mouse in the dormitory. Ah, no, tortured the cup. No, tortured the mouse that the cup turned into. Ian, how about you change the cup? Draco looked at the dying mouse and said carefully, "No, it's still good." Ian continued to torture. "No, test the spell." The next second, the mouse was completely shattered. "The cup is broken. You can go to sleep. Good night, Draco." Ian put his wand on the pillow and closed his eyes. Draco looked at the mouse that had turned into pieces. Stunned. "Good night, Ian." Ian lay on the bed, staring at the iconic green bed curtains of Slytherin, and slowly smiled. Riddle's diary is a Horcrux, which can affect people's minds after today's incident. Those portraits in Hogwarts are not just for show. They will definitely tell Dumbledore, and the old bee should believe it. As for the 3 little witches, Ian felt guilty for 3 seconds, and then he forgave himself. Hermione and the others love him so much. After a few days of coaxing, Himthy will not be angry with him. Definitely not come since the last quarrel. Ian and the 3 little witches have been in a cold war. In the next few days, the 2 small groups were active separately and rarely interacted. Harry and Draco basically stayed with Ian, while Ronald followed the 3 girls and helped them carry things. "Why don't we drag Ronald over here?" Ian squinted at Ronald's position, always feeling that it was not good for him to follow Hermione, follow those 3 people. Although he hadn't figured out how to reconcile with the 3 little witches yet, he didn't want to see his woman get so close to other men, even if they were friends. Harry and Draco looked at each other. How could they not understand Ian's little thoughts? "I'll go and drag him over now." Draco gave Ian a look that said, "Don't worry." Draco had just walked to Hermione's side, and before he could speak, he was interrupted by Hermione expressionlessly. "Draco, don't think I don't know why you're here." "How many times today?" Draco whistled awkwardly. Cassandra sneered. "Someone didn't come himself, so he sent you, sure enough, as a Slytherin. Not as brave as us Gryffindors." Isabella glanced at a little snake that was peeking. Draco pointed at himself awkwardly. "Bella, I'm also a Slytherin." "Oh, sorry." Isabella glanced at Draco, then at a little snake that was peeking, and blinked meaningfully. "But I was right, Cin. So can I take Ronald away?" Draco hadn't forgotten his mission. Ronald also looked at Hermione and the other two expectantly. If they didn't let him go, he would be beaten by Ian later. Hermione, Cassandra, and Isabella looked at each other and communicated silently. "Let him go," Hermione said. Cassandra nodded slightly, "Let him go. Otherwise Ronald will be beaten by Ian later and won't even recognize his own mother." Isabella blinked, and Ian is narrow-minded. He will definitely be very angry if he sees Ronald following us. Hermione, Cassandra, and Isabella sighed at the same time and looked at Ronald. "Ronald. Go." Ronald breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Draco. "Draco. Let's go, 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 go." Draco quickly took Ronald away from the cave. Hermione, Cassandra, and Isabella looked at each other and couldn't help laughing together. Ian looked at Ronald and nodded with satisfaction. "Comrade Weasley, you have completed the undercover mission assigned to you by the organization very well. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard, leader for." Ronald shook his head. "What am I talking about, Ian? I tell you, the three of them have signs of breaking the ice. You can go and coax them. I think it will be reconciled. Slytherin men should have dignity." Ian crossed his arms. "Cold and cruel Soif, I'm not 100% sure I won't go. Harry and Draco and Ronald, I thought you were so tough. But you were still controlled by Hermione, Cassandra. And Isabella, let's not talk about this for now. Think of a way for me. I'm really afraid of Lockhart and Colin now." Harry looked at Ian with resentment in his eyes. Every time he ran into these two people, if he couldn't avoid them, his brother would decisively push him out and run away. Ian felt guilty when he saw Harry's eyes. But he couldn't blame him, because he was a qualified Slytherin. When encountering such a situation, of course he would uphold the idea of better off a friend than a poor man. "You don't know. Lockhart thought I took a flying car to school on the first day of school to become famous. I'm really impressed," Harry complained crazily. "Also, today Ronald, Draco, and I were strolling outside, and Colin suddenly rushed over and insisted on taking pictures of me." Harry's face turned green. "What a pity Lockhart saw me. I covered for you in front of little Creevy. If he had taken the picture of the two of us, your classmates wouldn't think you were so arrogant." Harry imitated Lockhart's expression and repeated his words. "Harito, be honest, this seems a bit arrogant. One day in the future Rio will be like me. And you need to carry a stack of photos wherever you go." Harry made a vomiting expression. "I really can't stand it. The two of them are haunting me like ghosts." Draco patted Harry's shoulder sympathetically. "This is really a torment. Besides, I asked them why they didn't go to I." Before Harry finished speaking, he was interrupted by Ian. "Harry, you are so mean," Ian pointed at Harry. "In such a critical moment, you actually pushed your brother out. I couldn't do anything about the situation at the time." Harry explained in a low voice. "Besides, I didn't expect Lockhart and Colin to be so lingering. It doesn't matter. You continue talking before me. Come on, talk." Ian crossed his arms and looked at Harry with an expression of "let's see what you can say." They said that they didn't dare to look for Ian because Ian looked too cold. Harry cleared his throat. "Don't forget that night. Ian was 1 against 4. They were probably afraid of getting beaten." "I see." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "What this means is, Harry, you look easy to bully, me." Harry pointed at his nose, shocked. "Oh. Someone who looks easy to bully." Ian and the other two nodded at the same time. "Easy to bully. Very much like Harry." Harry was hopeless. Okay. You have no choice but to hide." Ian shrugged. "Hide? I can't hide anymore. They can find me every day." Harry complained. Ian coughed lightly. "How about you learn my cold face? They won't dare to disturb you." Harry looked at Ian's cold face that looked particularly handsome. "Can I learn?" "I'm afraid it won't be learned in a short time." Draco looked at Harry and shook his head. "Besides, you don't have Ian's strength." Ronald asked the most important question. "So they won't be afraid of you?" Harry scratched his hair depressedly. "Ian, sometimes I really think about what my parents inherited from me. Actually, I'm thinking about this question too." Draco said quietly. "Ian is handsome and capable. Harry, you are also a wizard. Harry's mouth twitched, thank you. It's a good thing you're here, Draco. Otherwise, I would have let it go. 11, you're welcome. Draco fiddled with his platinum slicked back hair full of hairspray. We are friends after all. Ian looked at several people who started to go off topic and couldn't help but sighed. Let's talk about business. Business, this is business, brother. Harry stared at the green eyes that were the same as his and sighed. The only thing my mother and I have in common is these eyes. So the professors say I look like my mother. Harry continued, I look handsome. And I am good at both character and study. You look like your father, Ian said. Yes. Professor McGonagall said that I like to get into trouble like my father. Harry was even more depressed. But you are very good at Quidditch, Ian added. Harry hesitated to speak and then said, Ian, you are also very talented in Quidditch. Well, Ian didn't know what to say. Should he say that he inherited most of his parents' advantages? And Harry inherited most of his parents' disadvantages. Merlin's big pants, this is really a sad topic. Finally, Harry accepted this sad reality. It's okay. At least I know I inherited one of my parents' great advantages, optimism and strength. Harry comforted himself, right. Indeed, you are optimistic and strong. Ian, Draco, and Ronald said in unison. Ian was speaking from the heart. If Harry was not optimistic and strong, he would have been bullied to death at his aunt's house. However, optimism and strength are not useful at all when dealing with Lockhart and Colin. Harry's next class is Defense Against the Dark Arts. Our first Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Draco told Harry the cruel news. Lockhart will be very happy to see you. What? Harry stumbled and almost fell. The next class is Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Yes, Ian crossed his arms across his chest. Why are you so excited? Be energetic, Harry, don't lose face. The next class is Lockhart's Defense Against the Dark Arts class. You are so calm, Harry looked at Ian as if he were an alien. Don't you hate him? Ian glanced at the three little witches not far away. Of course I hate him. But I guess this idiot can't teach us anything. I feel inexplicably happy when I think about his true face being exposed. Draco interrupted, this Lockhart can't be more incompetent than Quirrell. At least Quirrell taught us 2 spells, of course. Ian snorted and laughed, pulling the 3 people over. I heard from the seniors who have taken his class that he can only stand on the podium and read from the book. Of course, he spends more time bragging about his magical experiences. Can we have a normal defense against the dark arts class in these 7 years? Draco even missed Quirrell a little bit, to be honest. Quirrell can at least teach 2 spells, this Lockhart. I hope we can meet a normal defense against the dark arts professor next year. Harry had given up hope on Lockhart otherwise. These 7 years would have been wasted. I also hope that the teacher will be normal next year. Draco snorted. I don't know which school this Lockhart is from. It's really embarrassing for their school. Ian looked around and saw that there was no little eagle. So he started to chatter, Dracodont, you know. Quirrell and this Lockhart are both students of Ravenclaw. The reputation of the Eagle School is damaged. That's good as long as it's not from our Slytherin. Draco didn't care about it. Our school has produced 2 idiots, Crabbe and Goyle. Which is enough, we don't need another senior. Ian spread his hands. And our Slytherin produces a lot of dark wizards. Not a lot of idiots, after Ian finished speaking. The 4 of them laughed together. Okay, Harry laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. Let's go quickly, I guess. There must be a lot of people occupying the back row after all. No wizard would like low harlots go early to reserve seats. I agree, Draco patted Harry. Let's go quickly. If only the front row seats are left, Merlin, I will collapse. Don't worry, Draco, it's not your turn to sit in the front row. Those little witches must have occupied the front row seats long ago. Ian raised his eyebrows. You can rest assured. Fortunately, I'm not a little witch. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. I can't imagine if I worship Lockhart, it's too scary. I'll have nightmares at night. Draco, if you were a little witch, it would be pretty good. Harry was so happy that he laughed. A pure-blooded lady with blonde hair would be the same as Cassandra. DB, Harry stopped talking as he spoke, and his expression gradually became strange. Ian even stopped when he heard Harry's words. And he suddenly remembered in the game of his previous life. The character of Cassandra seemed to be based on Draco's creation template. Ian's face turned green and he looked at Draco. And suddenly he had the urge to give him a building-eating bite. Ian, why do you look at me like that? Draco swallowed his saliva. Don't listen to Harry's nonsense. It's completely nonsense, too. Ian agreed very much. You are right. Tianfin is nonsense. His Cassandra has nothing to do with Draco. What's wrong with blonde hair? It's just a coincidence. T and Ronald both have red hair. The four of them quickly arrived at the classroom and sat down in the last row. As soon as Ian sat down, he saw Hermione and the other three little witches holding hands, walking in and sitting in the first row without even looking at him. This is the first time I've seen them so harmonious. Ian poked the Quill Hardeyes tone unhappy in the past. They were either jealous of each other or competing with each other. Harry hesitated for a while and told the truth. Is it possible that they are getting along so harmoniously now because you are gone? Draco and Ronald, Harry, you are so bold. What am I, the troublemaker? Ian said with a dark face. Does my existence affect their friendship? No, of course you are not, Ian, you are just an ordinary fuse. Harry tried to make amends. Ian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Harry, believe me, if you were not my biological brother, I would have killed you long ago. Ian smiled. Harry scratched his head and said nothing. Raising his hand was not to apologize but to say, brother, I am telling the truths. The four little wizards chatted enthusiastically. And soon the classroom was full of people. The front row was full of little witches, and everyone had an expectant expression on their faces. In contrast, the atmosphere in the back row was obviously much more dull than the front row, especially in the area where Ian was sitting. No one dared to speak. Ian doesn't seem to have brought a book. Theodore turned around from the front and whispered to Draco. He came here to give face to Dumbledore, the headmaster. Do you expect him to bring books? Draco glanced at Ian, who was torturing the cup mouse again, and lowered his voice. Don't forget why Ian quarreled with Hermione and the others. It was because of Lockhart. Theodore also looked at Ian, who was testing the spell. He was deeply aware of Ian's anger. What's more, Ian didn't buy those 7 books at all, because he didn't think it was necessary to waste money on Lockhart. Draco added. Theodore opened his mouth but said nothing. Just gave a thumbs up. The young wizards started chatting again, and they stopped until the bell rang. Look, here comes Lockhart. Ronald gestured to Ian and the others. Everyone looked at the doors. Lockhart, wearing an indigo robe, walked in with a smile he thought was handsome. Lockhart reached out and picked up a Slytherin girl's Walking with Trolls and held it in his hand, showing the photo of himself blinking on the cover. Me. Lockhart pointed to his own photo and blinked and said, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlins, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, 5-time winner of the Wizard Weekly Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I don't drive away the female ghost of Wanlon with a smile. He waited for everyone to laugh, and only the girls gave him face. But the boys didn't want to pay attention to him at all. I see you all bought my complete set of books. Great. Lockhart didn't pay much attention to the episode, and said to himself, I think we should do a small test today. Don't be afraid, just to see how well you read, how much you understand. After handing out the papers, he returned to the podium and said, you will have 30 minutes. Now start. Ian and others stared at the papers, unable to believe what they saw. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? 3. What do you think is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement so far? And so on, a full 3 pages. The last 10 questions are: 4. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? What is his ideal birthday gift? Ian was not surprised that the shameless Lockhart would come up with such a question. He wrote down his name and college and continued to test the spell. Harry and others followed suit. Wrote down their names and colleges and whispered. Lockhart is so shameless, Harry sighed. I also want to live such a shameless life once. Draco and the others nodded. They couldn't be so shameless anyway, half an hour later. Lockhart collected the test papers and flipped through them in front of the whole class. Tusk, it seems that the boys don't remember that I like lilac the most. I mentioned this in A Year with the Tibetan Snowman. Some students should read Wandering with Werewolves carefully again. I clearly stated in Chapter 12 of the book that my ideal birthday gift is the harmony between all magicians and non-magicians, but I won't refuse a big bottle of Ogden's aged fire whiskey. Lockhart winked at them mischievously. Hearing this extremely artificial and slightly bel canto tone, Ian instantly turned his head away in disgust. He swore that he really wanted to give this dead liar a big bite. What about Harry's? He looked at Lockhart with a distrustful expression. And Draco and Ronald laughed silently and trembled all over. Hermione and the other two were listening attentively. And Lockhart suddenly mentioned their names, which made them jump. The girls all answered well. But 3 of them answered exceptionally well. Lockhart smiled. They know that my secret ambition is to eliminate evil in the world and sell my own line of hair conditioner, Good Girls. In fact, Lockhart flipped through the 3 papers, 100 points. All 100 points, where are Miss Hermione Granger, Miss Cassandra Worley and Miss Isabella Swan? The 3 little witches who were called exclaimed, "Ah," and raised their hands proudly. Lockhart glanced at their faces and smiled, of course. Of course, 3 very beautiful little witches. And they are also very serious, Harry, Draco know. Anyone who knew the inside story of Ian's breakup turned their heads to look at the savior of Slytherin. Ian had a gloomy face and held his wand tightly in his hand. Calm down, Ian." Draco grabbed Ian's hand. Harry held Ian's wand. Ronald and Theodore kept saying, "Don't be angry." Obviously, they were all afraid that Ian would explode in the next second and give Lockhart a dozen Avada Kedavra. Hermione and the other 2 seemed to feel the strange atmosphere in the classroom and smiled awkwardly at Lockhart. "Please stop talking if you continue. We are afraid that Ian will not be able to control himself. Scottling plus 10 points, Gryffindor plus 20 points. Okay." Lockhart deliberately paused for a while and said slowly, "Let's get back to the topic. We have to continue learning." Hermione, Cassandra and Isabella breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Lockhart bent down and took out a large cage covered with a cloth from behind the podium and put it on the table. "Now be careful. My job is to teach you how to defend yourself against the most evil things known to the wizarding world. You will face the most terrifying things in this classroom." Lockhart became cautious, "But remember, as long as I am here, you will not be harmed. I only ask you to stay calm." The boys in the back row couldn't help but stick their heads out from behind a pile of books, trying to take a good look at the cage. "I must ask you not to scream," Lockhart said in a low voice. "It will anger them." The screams from time to time in the hood made people think of terrible things. And coupled with Lockhart's suspenseful expression, the little wizards were all frightened. Everyone held their breath. Hand. Lockhart lifted the hood, revealing a group of Cornish elves inside a group of blue-winged elves that were only the size of a palm. "Yes," Lockhart said in a dramatic way. "Just caught Cornish elves." The boys in the back row couldn't help but sneer. And even Lockhart couldn't think it was a scream of fear. "What?" He smiled and looked at Ian, who laughed first. Ian didn't bother to pay attention to him and winked at Draco, indicating that he should answer, "Well, they are not. They are not very dangerous, right?" Draco laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. Harry couldn't help laughing. "They are just a group of elves." "Don't be so sure." Lockhart shook his finger at them angrily. "They may also be cunning little destroyers like the devil. These elves are iron blue, about 8 inches tall, with small pointed faces and very sharp and shrill voices, just like many budgies quarreling." As soon as the cover was removed, they began to chirp, jump up and down, shake the cage bars, and make all kinds of weird faces at people nearby. Lockhart was dissatisfied with the attitude of the little wizards. He had his assistant buy them from Nocturne Alley. There were a lot of troublesome elves, but they would not cause any real harm to the children. Lockhart also learned the spells to deal with these elves, and was ready to take action when the little wizards were helpless to show off his prestige, so that they would realize how powerful he was and how strong he was. Since the second graders didn't buy it, he would let them see how powerful the Cornish elves were. Okay, since you think this is nothing, Lockhart took the key to the cage and opened the cage door. Let's see how you deal with them. The elves swarmed out like a swarm of bees, running wildly in the classroom screaming, like a group of iron blue ghost fog. The little wizards were frightened by the group of irritable elves, and they ran away for a while, forgetting that they were webmasters. Ian rushed to the vicinity of the three little witches as soon as the elves rushed out. He had to seize such a good opportunity. As long as he handled this wave well, he would definitely be able to make peace. The Cornish elves flew around the classroom like rockets. Two of them grabbed Neville's ears and lifted him up. A few others rushed out of the window directly, scattering broken glass all over the back row of the classroom. The rest wreaked havoc in the classroom, more powerful than a rhino running rampant. They grabbed ink bottles and splashed them on the whole class, tearing books and papers into pieces, tearing off pictures on the wall, turning the waste bin upside down, and throwing school bags and textbooks out of the broken window. A few minutes later, half of the class hid under the table. Neville was still swinging on the chandelier, and only Ian and a few others held wands to deal with the little things. Ian cast a spell on an elf, and he cast the spell leisurely. It's boring. If he wasn't waiting for an opportunity to save the damsel in distress, he would have already used freeze all to deal with these annoying elves, saving him from wasting his blazing fire and quick freeze. What are you doing? Why are you hiding? I'll leave the Gryffindors alone for now. But all the Slytherin students stand up. Ian kicked Goyle, who was hiding under the table. You are wizards, not muggles, and Gryffindor. Where is your courage? Get up, get out from under the table. Point your wands at these annoying elves, Ian Prefect. Was quite intimidating, especially after he took on 4 people. And this intimidation even spread to the 4 colleges. Amid Ian's roar, students from both colleges hurriedly crawled out from under the table, holding their wands and meeting the eyes of the elves in the sky. Point your wands at them, use the spells you know. Ian shouted. They raised their wands, med-focused, and cast spells in one go. That's right, get them together. Get them Toadgerthy are just some elves. Lockhart also shouted. He rolled up his sleeves, waved his wand and shouted, go back to the cage. Go back to the cage, but it was completely ineffective. An elf grabbed Lockhart's wand and threw it out of the window. Lockhart took a breath and got under the podium table, and was almost hit by Neville, because almost at the same second the chandelier couldn't hold the force and fell down. Hermione, Cassandra, Bella. Ian waved his wand and aimed at the chandelier. Chandelier immobilization. Ian's exquisite spell directly immobilized the chandelier, so that it would not fall and smash the 3 little witches into pulp. Ian pulled the 3 people standing under the chandelier, and he pulled the 2 of them into his arms. And everyone's little face was pale. Ian. The 3 little witches cried in Ian's arms. Ian looked down at the girls in his arms. Their faces were pale and covered with tears, and his heart was tightened. Be afraid, I'm here. Ian lowered his voice, because he couldn't help but feel happy. Reconciliation easy as pie. The bell rang, and Lockhart fled the classroom in a panic, leaving a sentence before leaving. These little things are handed over to you. Lock them in the kagethas is a test for you. Ian waited to coax the little witch hand with a wave of his wand. He directly fixed all the Elvis, including Neville. In the air, freeze all. Ian quickly cast a spell, pointed his wand at everyone, put these elves in the cage, and save Neville under Ian's command. The students of the 2 colleges caught all the elves and locked them in the cage, and then closed the cage door with Lockhart's key. Neville also fell from the chandelier, scratched his head, and his hair was not hurt. Know that everything is done. Let's do what we need to do, Ian said. and pouted at Harry and the other three. Wait for me outside. You are so ignorant. Didn't you see the three little witches still standing in his arms with pale faces? Ian put one hand around Hermione's waist, and the other around Cassandra. Isabella hugged his waist directly from the front. Seeing Ian's smug look, the little wizards knew it was time to leave even if they didn't know how to react. What's more, Ian almost had the words "get out" written on his face. They left sensibly and closed the classroom door. Okay, don't cry anymore. Ian wiped the tears from Hermione's face and patted Cassandra and Isabella's shoulders comfortingly. Hermione sobbed, Ian, you are right, he is an idiot, he. He really can't do anything, can only talk big. And he blows himself up. Cassandra's face was red. She grabbed her clothes and didn't say anything. Her green eyes were full of anger. He almost killed us. If it weren't for you, Ian's, we would have been smashed into a pulp. Isabella said and started crying again. It's okay, I will definitely protect you. Ian reached out and patted Isabella's head, his mouth corners almost grinning to the back of his ears. Now you know what kind of person he is, I won't lie to you. Okay, Hermione was still sobbing. Ian. Hey, you're not going to break up, are you? Seeing that the situation was almost over, Ian also said something soft. It was my fault that day. I shouldn't have said that. How could I think you were holding me back? You are my baby. Cassandra's eyes were still red. Then you still said it had nothing to do with us. Ian paused. Wasn't it these three people who said 4? 8 first? How can I blame him? Forget it, let's coax him first. MJU 4 NDA 20 C3 Autumn 1 NDA 1 MZU 1 odd U equals. I was wrong, it's all my fault. Ian half bent over, looking at the little witches at eye level, just so that the little witches could look directly into his clear green eyes. There was a bright, flattering meaning in his eyes, and he bent his eyebrows in a pretentious and pitiful way. This expression is Ian's common expression of begging for mercy. Once he made a move, no woman could resist it. He looked pitiful and aggrieved and said, I know I was wrong, which softened the hearts of the three little witches. Plus, if the terrible chandelier fell, they would probably turn into meat paste. This kind of fear and softness intertwined directly shattered their rationality. What is our relationship now? Isabella wiped the tears from her eyes and asked softly. Ian deliberately dragged out the tones, causing the three little witches to stamp their feet. Lovers, family. Ian became serious. The expression on his face was indescribably gentle, and his green eyes were full of pampering. I can give my life for you. To coax people you need skills, no matter whether you can do it or not. The girls want your attitude anyway. The three little witches finally laughed, with tears hanging from their eyes. Ian hugged the three little witches and coaxed them gently for a long time, and finally got kisses from the three little witches. Ian proudly hugged his three girlfriends and swaggered out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ian proudly hugged his three girlfriends and swaggered out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry and the other two looked at each other and were so excited that they almost jumped up. Great, they finally reconciled. Who knows how the three of them have been spending the past few days. Harry was the happiest because he finally didn't have to worry about returning to his aunt's house or living in the old house. He no longer had to think about the question of who should he go with if his brother breaks up with his good friend's sister-in-law. Hey, are we going to be the Hogwarts 7 again? Draco pulled up the corner of his mouth, of course. Ian raised his eyebrows and took Hermione's hand directly. 7 people. Hermione lowered her head shyly and let Ian hold her hand. She stroked her boyfriend's fingers and rubbed her lips. Hermione's face suddenly turned cold, and she raised Ian's hand directly. Wait. Where is the ring I gave you? Ah. The ring. Ian suddenly broke into a sweat. The ring is in the dormitory. On the night of the quarrels, although he had intentional elements in it, he became more and more angry afterwards. When he was angry, he took off all the pendants that his master had given him to express his dissatisfaction. Cassandra also recovered a little from her love-minded mind, and her beautiful eyes stared at Ian's chest. Where is the brooch? And the bracelet I gave you? Isabella complained you didn't wear it either. Ian touched his nose awkwardly. We had a quarrel. So you didn't wear it either. Hermione sneered and took out the ruby necklace Ian gave her from her neck. Cassandra didn't waste any words and directly stretched out her right hand with the emerald ring in front of Ian. Also, Isabella showed the red lion bracelet on her wrist, which was a couple's style with Ian's green snake bracelet. This Ian's smile instantly withdrew, and the whole person was already on pins and needles. I said, I didn't mean it though, you believe it. It turns out that the savior took off all the things we gave him when he had a quarrel. Hermione's voice was cold. Cassandra sneered. Even if we quarreled, we never took off the gifts you gave us. But you don't seem to think so, Master Potter. Isabella said sarcastically. We have always cherished the gifts you gave us. Unlike some people who don't cherish their girlfriend's kindness at all. Ian lowered his head like a puppy drenched in rain. I am guilty. I repent, I reflect, I apologize, don't be angry, babies. HMPH, the three little witches said in unison, and then turned their heads towards the hall. Why are you angry again? Ian looked at the backs of the three little witches leaving, rubbed his head inside helplessly. It's really hard for him to have such a relationship. It's hard for you, Ian. Harry patted Ian's shoulder and sighed that he would definitely treat you better in the future. What a hard life his brother has been living every day, being controlled by three little witches. Draco spoke more directly. Awesome, Ian. Although I envy your luck in loves, but seeing you humble yourself to please three girlfriends every day. Ronald shook his head sympathetically. I feel for you. What can I do? The more beautiful the woman, the more tempered she is. This is normal, Ian shrugged helplessly. Ronald, you can't understand my happiness at all. This will be 3 times the happiness in the future. To be honest, when I find a girlfriend in the future, regardless of whether she is beautiful or not, I must find a gentle witch. Ronald pouted. Ian, Hermione. None of the 3 are gentlates. Terrible. Ian opened his mouth. Hermione is his girlfriend. So Ronald's future girlfriend will probably be Lavender. Gentle. Ian recalled the original book and the movie. He vaguely remembered that she was a very ruthless and passionate witch. Then I wish your wish will come true. Ian hesitated. I hope your future girlfriend will be gentle, thank you. Ronald chuckled and began to look forward to it. Ian glanced at Ronald. There was no hope for this kid. Let's go, I'm hungry after coaxing him for so long. Let's go have lunch. Harry and the other 2 hurriedly followed and started playing with Ian again. Ian, after lunch you have to coax him again. No, Merlin. Kill me with a spell. Dumbledore looked at the backs of the people leaving, smiled and looked at Snape on the side. Severus. It's great to be young and still feel the pain of love. Snape, after lunch. Ian first dragged Hermione to the room of requirement on the 8th floor. Why did you bring me here? Hermione stood at the entrance of the room of requirement with her arms folded. I want to give you a surprise. Ian smiled at Hermione. Hermione just looked at Ian in confusion. Ian pulled Hermione and walked past the wall of the room of requirement 3 times. Okay, now cover your eyes first. Ian covered Hermione's eyes. This is a surprise. Hermione slowly raised her feet under Ian's guidance and walked into the room of requirement. Okay, you can put your hands down. Hermione opened her eyes. And when she saw everything in the room of requirement, her eyes were slightly moist. Ian. In the room of requirement, candlelight was swaying. The ground was covered with rose petals shining. There were sparkling baby's breath above the head. And pink balloons were all around. Hermione. We have known each other for 5 years. 4 months and 21 days. Ian slowly approached Hermione. You said I didn't formally confess to Yauso today. I want to ask you seriously and formally. Miss Hermione Granger, are you willing to be Ian Potter's girlfriend? Ian asked with a big bunch of roses. Hermione's eyes were full of tears, and she nodded vigorously. I do. Hermione Granger is willing to be Ian Potter's girlfriend. Hermione repeated, taking the flowers. In the future, I will definitely treat you well, Hermione. Ian promised solemnly with a serious face. I will hold you in my palm and never let you shed a tear. Even if you shed tears, they will be happy tears, idiot. Seeing Ian's appearance, Hermione laughed and hugged him tightly. I know. Ian hugged Hermione's, and in a place where Hermione couldn't see, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smug smile for the next whole day. Ian sent the blushing Hermione back to Gryffindor, and then went back to Slytherin without stopping. Ian dragged Cassandra to the room of requirement again. The same steps but different words, just like the rush. After coaxing Cassandra, he went to Gryffindor to call Isabella out. Don't ask why he didn't call Isabella after Hermione. They are obviously two people in the same college and dormitory. Because Ian deeply understood the importance of order, he and Isabella did not know each other as early as Cassandra. If he went to Isabella first, Bella would be happy. But Cassandra would definitely be jealous. Even if she didn't say it on the surface, she would be unhappy in her heart. Girls, that's how troublesome it is. At night it was already curfew. Ian's, who had finally done his best to coax the three little witches, stood by the window on the 8th floor, enjoying a wonderful personal time. Love is really sweet and distressing, Ian muttered to himself, looking up at the starry sky. Young people always have so many feelings. Ian heard a familiar voice, turned around and saw that it was indeed the old man Dumbledore. This old bee, can you not appear and disappear every time? Ian secretly complained in his heart. At least let me be mentally prepared. Professor Dumbledore. Ian still respectfully called him Professor, and nodded slightly to show respect. Dumbledore looked at Ian and smiled slightly. The recent rumors in Hogwarts are all about you. Ian, even an old man like me has heard about it. Ian was slightly embarrassed. Well, Professor, this is just our private emotional problem. The school shouldn't care about this, right? Of course, this is your little wizard's private matter. Dumbledore's smile deepened. I was also young, and I once did everything for love. Ian's mouth twitched slightly. Okay. You think of your lover Grindelwald, right? Ian calmed down and looked at Dumbledore solemnly. Professor, I want to confess something to you. Well, you say. Dumbledore still looked at Ian gently. During the summer vacation, I got a diary. Ian slowly told Dumbledore the ins and outs of the diary. After Ian finished speaking, Dumbledore's face became a little serious. Professor. Ian looked at Dumbledore cautiously, but he was laughing wildly in his heart. All the benefits are mine, and all the blame is on Fudipunk. It seems that we have to go to the principal's office to talk. Dumbledore took Ian to the principal's office. Ian sat opposite Dumbledore and looked at him nervously. Dumbledore saw Ian's nervousness and comforted him. Ian, don't be nervous, you are a good boy. After knowing that something was wrong, you immediately found me and explained the whole story. You didn't make any mistakes. Ian relaxed a little and straightened his back. Thank you. Professor Dumbledore. Well, according to you, the diary claims to be Tom Riddle. Not only did he teach you magic, but he also bewitched you intentionally or unintentionally. Dumbledore looked solemn and tapped the table lightly. Yes, Professor. I have been learning from him. Ian seemed to find it difficult to speak. Closed his eyes, took a deep breath, then continued. Learning the forbidden dark magic. Dumbledore's eyes flashed with a trace of inquiry. And then a gentle tone. Ian's. Can you tell me why you want to learn the dark magic when you know there is something wrong with the diary? Because the professors in school won't teach me. Ian answered honestly. But my parents were killed by Voldemort. He and his minions can all use the dark magic. For revenge or to protect the people I cherish. I must learn the dark magic. Dumbledore was silent for a moment and whispered, Ian, some prices are unbearable, you are just a child. Ian paused. 093. Although Dumbledore used many people, it is undeniable that he was for the peace of the entire wizarding world. And he could even count himself in for this. Professor Dumbledore, I have to do this for my family and friends, Ian said firmly, looking directly into Dumbledore's eyes. Maybe you will blame me, but I have no choice. I can no longer bear the departure of my family. I know you seem to have always had some doubts about me. Ian pursed his lips, Professor Dumbledore. Please believe there is no evil in my heart. Only the protection of my family and friends. Child, maybe you want to hear a story from an old man like me. Dumbledore handed Ian a cup of black tea, do you know? Voldemort was also a student of Hogwarts before, and his former name was Tom Riddle. Ian was very shocked. Professor, you mean? The person in the diary or the Solis Voldemort? That's right. Dumbledore took a sip of black tea and slowly narrated. Tom Riddle is a half-blood wizard, his father is a muggle. And his mother is a wizard from the Gaunt family. Dumbledore told Ian the story of Tom Riddle, including how he became an orphan, how he became the most popular gifted student in Hogwarts, and how he developed Death Eaters. Ian knew all this a long time ago, but he looked as if he had suddenly realized something. So, because I also came from an orphanage and I am a Slytherin, and I am deeply loved by professors and students. You are not so sure about me, indeed. Dumbledore smiled awkwardly. But I gradually discovered that you and Voldemort are not the same. Ian, you have something he doesn't have. What, Professor? Ian asked subconsciously. Love. Dumbledore's expression became serious. I have always believed that love is the greatest magic. And this is exactly what Voldemort doesn't have. Ian, I apologize to you. I shouldn't doubt another innocent child because of the failure of one child. Professor, Ian seemed to be touched. I can understand you, I don't blame you. Thank you for your understanding, Ian. Dumbledore smiled and handed Ian a yellowed diary. This is a spell notebook written by a friend of mine and me. Maybe it can help you. Ian suppressed the joy in his heart. He didn't need to think too much. This must have been written by Grindelwald and Dumbledore together. A generation of Dark Lord plus a generation of White Lord. Ian Potter, stand up. Thank you, Professor. Ian suppressed his excitement and carefully put the notebook into his arms. I will keep it well after learning Voldemort's methods. Sell it and get a golden legend directly, this deal. It's a sure win if he had known. He would have sold Voldemort a few days earlier. Ian beat his chest and stamped his feet, regretting that he didn't sell the truth of the diary to Dumbledore earlier. By the way, Professor, after putting away the notebook, Ian looked at Dumbledore very seriously. I saw an introduction to Horcruxes in a book in my family collection, and I think that diary is very similar. I only stayed with it for half a month, and I felt that I became very irritable. And this diary has self-awareness. Ian made a direct conclusion. I have enough reason to suspect that it is a Horcrux. Professor Dumbledore looked at Ian in surprise. When he heard that the diary had consciousness, he had already deduced the matter of the Horcrux by thinking about the quarrel between several young wizards a few days ago. But he didn't expect that a second-year wizard could see this, which surprised him. Ian, I have a task for you. Dumbledore smiled meaningfully. Ian swallowed and moved his butt back to the chair. What? What task? Dumbledore smiled more mysteriously, making Ian subconsciously hold his clothes tighter. Damn. Gay, why did he suddenly laugh so coquettishly? Ian was still in a trance when he came out of the principal's office with the approval slip for the restricted area. What did Dumbledore say just now? Allow him to go to the restricted area. What else did he say? Let him keep an eye on Ginny. And the diary can let Harry pass the level again and what? He will take him to Nurmengard to meet Grindelwald on Christmas. Let Grindelwald teach him the dark arts. Ian was so excited that he almost jumped up. A generation of Dark Lord wanted to teach him the dark arts 380 method. This opportunity, it is simply unique. So how can he stay calm? Ian almost jumped back to Slytherin. Dark arts, Look, what a good child. Dumbledore retracted his gaze and said to the portraits in the headmaster's office with emotion, it's just a task for him. I was wrong before. Ian is a good child. Yes, this child is really good. A voice of approval rang out in the headmaster's office. I said it a long time ago. There is nothing wrong with this child. The happiest person was Diles Devant. She has always thought that Ian is a good kid. And now that the little wizard has been recognized by Dumbledore, it proves that her vision is correct. Dumbledore looked at the portraits that were talking to each other, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He was able to trust Ian so quickly, mainly because he finally went to see his ex-boyfriend during the summer vacation. No, he went to see Gale, he went to see Grindelwald. After not seeing each other for a long time, he was busy chatting with him, and Dumbledore just wanted to know if he had made any predictions. The Light of Britain will eventually come. The descendant of Peveril Slytherin at the end of July. His appearance will change the existing pattern of the wizarding world. Dumbledore thought about the prophecy made by Grindelwald and sighed silently. Changing the existing pattern. I don't know whether it is good or bad. Change means turbulence, and what he least wants to see is turbulence. But Ian is one of the keys to defeating Voldemort. So no matter what, can only choose to believe Ian. In the following days, Ian was either busy learning the Golden Legend or tinkering with his alchemical products. He had a good idea that was guaranteed to make a lot of money and make him famous in the entire European teacher world. Honey, you should stay up less late recently. Cassandra looked at the handsome face with dark circles with distress. You already have dark circles. Hermione and Isabella agreed. They really didn't want to see this face with two big dark circles. It was a waste of nature, it's okay. Ian waved his hand and looked at the alchemical product in front of him with shining eyes. See, when my product is ready, it will definitely sell well. What are you making? Cassandra poked the square brick-like thing. Hermione and Isabella are both little wizards of Muggle origin, so they naturally recognize what this thing is this. A mobile phone, Hermione was very excited. The alchemical product you are going to make is a wizard's mobile phone. Mobile phone, what is a mobile phone, Cassandra? A pureblood wizard was confused at the moment. What is this new thing? A mobile phone is a tool that allows two people to communicate with each other. Isabella explained that a two-way mirror. Draco also came over Ian. Although the two-way mirror is a bit expensive, pureblood families basically have it. You can use it to communicate. No, this is much more fun than a two-way mirror. Ian shook his head and smiled mysteriously when it's done. You'll know fun, Ronald heard these two words. He rubbed his hands and smiled. Ian is your friend. What are you waiting for, a mobile phone? Yes, the mobile phone is made, can we try it first? Don't worry, one for each person. Ian naturally saw Ronald's idea, so he patted his shoulder. Oh, great. Ronald was so excited that he almost broke his wand again. Yes, that's right, Ronald's wand is still abnormal. It was even more outrageous on Friday morning. It flew out of Ronald's hand during the spells class and hit the short Professor Flitwick's forehead. A big green bag immediately swelled up there, jumping. Draco hid behind Harry in disgust and shouted to Ronald, "Can you change it quickly?" I'm serious. I feel like it's going to explode in the next second. Ronald smiled embarrassedly and hid his wand behind his back. He also wanted to change it, but he had no money. Okay, let's eat quickly. Ian, Draco, and I have to contact Quidditch later. Harry saw Ronald looked gloomy and changed the subject. Ian looked back painfully. No Quidditch. Flint has been like crazy these past 2 days, waking me and Draco up early in the mornings. Yes, although I like Quidditch very much. Draco also complained, but we have to get up early in the morning to train. If it weren't for Ian, we wouldn't even have breakfast. Today is Saturday, Gryffindor is not much better. Wood wakes me up early every day. Harry also complained bitterly. Ian snorted unhappily. It's because of Wood that Flint is afraid that your progress will surpass Slytherin. So he trains us so crazy. I really wish there were other options. Draco smacked his lips. I want to give up so much. Ian bit a piece of sausage expressionlessly, to be honest. If the Quidditch uniforms weren't so cool, I would never want to join the Quidditch team. I always thought you loved this sport as much as we do. Harry and Draco looked at each other. I didn't expect you were just doing it for the uniforms. Ian shrugged indifferently. So what, I'm so handsome. He's handsome and he's proud, he's handsome and he's proud. If he wasn't handsome, how could he have 3 girlfriends tilde? If we don't train again, we won't even get soup. Hurry up faster, faster, chase idiots. Catch up with Wood. When Ian and the others arrived at the Quidditch field, Flint was already staring at them with a whistle. Hurry up. Change clothes. We're going to have a big fight with Gryffindor. Flint urged Ian and Draco to go to the locker room. Ian waved his hand. What's the big fight? Let me take a break, I got up so early today. What are you waiting for, Ian's? A day's plan begins in the morning. Hurry up and change your clothes. The 3 little witches pulled Ian to the locker room and drove Draco to the Gryffindor locker room. Ian hugged himself helplessly and looked at the 3 people nervously. You. What do you want to do? Hermione took the outer robe and walked towards Ian step by step. We heard that the Quidditch uniforms of the 4 colleges have been improved. I just saw that Slytherin's Quidditch uniforms are more handsome. So let us change your Slytherin clothes. Isabella and Cassandra took one side and put Ian in the room. No. Ian took a few steps back and covered his dignity tightly. I can wear it myself, you. Before he finished speaking, he was covered by the 3 people's mouth at the same time. And at the same time, Slytherin's clothes were covered on Ian by Hermione. Be good, move, will tidy you, it will be quick. Boyfriend and girlfriend is normal, Hermione smiled. But her hands were fastening the buttons on Ian's body. Ian struggled frantically, but dared not make a sound. Don't move, we are doing this for your own good. You have such a good figure. Of course you should wear nice clothes, we will help you. This is for your own good, Cassandra said irrelevant words. And fastened Ian's belt quickly. Yes, good clothes can't be wasted. Isabella also echoed 3 female hooligans. Ian was pressed on the chair, and tears silently flowed in his heart. He is still young. The 3 little witches completely ignored Ian's resistance and his wishes, and directly took off all his clothes. Well, Ian still left a little dignity. The 3 little witches looked at their boyfriend, who had already put on the new team uniform, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad, very handsome. Ian's mouth twitched. Since they had confirmed their relationship, the 3 of them simply stopped pretending. After they had an identity, the 3 of them kept touching his abdominal muscles and face. Despicable, you want my body. Come on, Zion, don't be shy, let us take a picture of you. The 3 little witches each took a camera and pointed it at Ian. Come on, smile, hee. Ian pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. Now that things have come to this, he can't resist. He might as well lie down and enjoy it. When Ian and his 4 companions came out of the locker room, they were looked at with strange eyes by the players of the 2 teams. Ian, you are really handsome, but... Harry pulled his brother over and whispered. They didn't do anything to you, did they? You are still young, of course not, think normally. Ian slapped Harry's head in annoyance, even if cough. Wouldn't I resist, really? Harry touched his nose. Looked at Ian's enjoyment and muttered. You are half-hearted, Ian didn't hear Harry's muttering, and walked quickly to Flint, new equipment. Did Draco change it, his father, Mr. Malfoy donated a batch of new brooms to us. Flint pointed to the broom with pride. The beautiful golden letters, Nimbus 2001, sparkled in the morning sun. Ian shook the Nimbus 2000 in his hand. This kid also said to give it to me. I didn't want it anyway. Whether it is Nimbus 2000 or Nimbus 2001, it will not affect my strengths. The Nimbus 2000 in his hand was given to him by Cassandra when he was in the 1st grade. It's not that he didn't want to change it, but he didn't dare to change it because he was afraid that the little witch would be jealous. Harry came over and looked at Slytherin's new equipment. He quickly told Wood that he also wanted to sponsor a batch of brooms for the team. Wood grabbed Harry's hand and said excitedly, Harry, you are so generous, thank you, Master Potter. Master Potter is so touching. The Weasley twins dropped the sweeping 7 stars in their hands and hugged Harry directly. We don't have to ride these 2 broken brooms anymore. When the magic shop opens, You two will have plenty of money to buy brooms. Ian staggered over and looked at the twins who were about to jump up with excitement. Oh, boss, but we are very poor now, boss. We only have 3 gold dragons and 1 silver sickle left. The twins stared at Landlord Potter miserably. We have been making products for the magic shop. Beauty, you know we can't contact Lombas, we can't get the funds. Ian felt that the green uniform on his body seemed to have turned into a top hat and monocle. Damn, I sat up in shock from my dying illness. And I was the capitalist. I know, I will let you contact Lombas in a few days. Ian waved his hand. Wait until my alchemical product is completed. Thank you, boss. The twins jumped up happily on the spot. And both of their brooms were thrown into the sky. Let's go. Didn't you say we were going to have a friendly match? Draco pulled Ian away. Fred, George. Don't try to hinder our main force by chatting. Ian will beat you to pieces later. Ian failed to beat Gryffindor to pieces as Draco thought. He flew happily in the air, scoring 3 goals every 2 minutes. Although he scored a lot of points, at least he didn't kill Gryffindor like in a formal game. At the moment of Ian scoring a goal, he would occasionally do a handsome and difficult move to Hermione and the others. Ian, be serious. Even if it's not a competition, you have to stand up, Draco, who was looking for the golden snitch, passed by Ian and said quickly. Ian looked at the huge green snake banner held up by the 3 little witches below. Ian is the best. 2.5 The corners of his mouth slightly raised. And he said slowly, we will win. When Draco heard the words, we will win, he didn't know why he felt a bad feeling in his heart. Why did he feel that this sentence was so suspicious of poisonous milk? Sure enough, the friendly match between Sidecar Trin and Gryffindor ended with a result of 210-220. We will win. Draco walked to Ian with a broom. Ian walked towards the locker room awkwardly, Next time, definitely next time, Draco. When Ian and Draco walked out of the locker room again, they saw Harry and the 3 little witches surrounding Ronald and retching. What's wrong, Thighs? Ian and Draco walked over. And after seeing the problem clearly, they also retched. Ian pointed his wand at Ronald and said the spell with difficulty, Niley, stop. Ronald finally stopped spitting out slugs and looked at Ian gratefully. Ian. Stop, don't come over. Ian took 2 steps back and waved his wand, clean it up. The flames are blazing. The former cleaned Ronald's robes that were covered with mucus from slugs, and the latter burned all the slugs that Ronald vomited on the court into flying ashes. Who can tell us, too, what happened? Draco had a defeated face and barely maintained his last bit of aristocratic etiquette. Ronald was going to show us a new spell he had learned. It can make the person cursed spit out slugs. Harry looked equally embarrassed. We transformed the quaffle into a mouse and wanted to try it. But Ronald's wand, hit himself. Ian looked at the big black mouse that the quaffle had transformed into with a dark face. It really finds a job for itself. He vaguely remembered that there was such a thing in the original plot. But the plot was so biased that Ronald could even spit out slugs. It had to be said that the world's will favored him. After the 7 of them had tidied themselves up, they returned to the castle. Ian originally thought that Ronald had already vomited the slugs, and the plot point where the Slytherin people mocked Hermione as a mudblood would not appear. But unexpectedly, when they finished their meal and were about to go play with Hagrid, they still ran into someone who didn't have eyes. A 5th-year Slytherin passing by saw Ian and the other 7 people preparing to leave the castle and cursed in a low voice. Draco, who had the sharpest ears, heard it immediately. He turned his head and glared at the Slytherin who cursed, traitor, what did you say? The students around saw that a conflict had occurred, and they all came over to see what happened. The Slytherin didn't seem to expect that a casual remark from him would attract so many people's attention. His tongue trembled and he stiffened his neck. I'm right. Potters and you and Wallies. All are traitors to Slytherin, Alan Bulstrode. Draco stepped forward angrily with his wand. How dare you? You are a B*******D of the Bulstrode family. How dare you slander the heirs of other pureblood families? Bulstrode seemed to be poked in the sore spot, and he yelled, you hang out with Gryffindor all day long. If you are not traitors, what are you? Gryffindor, the savior of blood Traitortwo mudbloods. Draco and Ronald both took out their wands and pointed them at Bulstrode angrily. Harry didn't know what mudblood meant, but seeing this situation also made the same move. How dare you say that word? Cassandra was even more angry. Protecting Hermione and Isabella. She swung her wand and pointed at Alan, Unity. Before Cassandra finished reciting the spell, Ian had already cast a hanging golden bell at Bulstrode. Ava hanging golden bell eat slugs, Ian's spell worked perfectly. Bulstrode was hung upside down in the air, and then spit out slugs the surrounding students, including other Slytherins, stepped back a few steps before turning their eyes to Bulstrode, who was performing in the air. What? Ian said coldly, holding a magic wand, tilting his head to look at the little snakes of Slytherin. Not only Bulstrode has this idea, who else of you has it? Why not say it together? The little snakes shook their heads, watching Bulstrode perform hanging golden bell in the air, and swallowed their saliva. They are not fools. This savior defeated the 3rd and 4th grade prefects 1v4 before, and then killed the 5th grader Bulstrode with a new spell. With this kind of record, they would not be as impulsive as the brainless Bulstrode. Even if they have ideas in their minds, they will weigh their own weight. They are smart Slytherins, and they will not bring disaster to themselves because of a word. What are you doing? A large human-shaped bat, Professor Snape rushed over in his big black robe. The golden bell fell. The curse stopped. Snape recognized the curse that Bulstrode was hit by at a glance, and quickly chanted the counterspell. Bulstrode was finally rescued. He lay on the ground, coughing and gasping. Who is it? Snape's face was extremely bad. Release the spell. He glanced at the Slytherins in front of him and found that they looked nervous. Palin couldn't hold their wands steadily. It's me, Professor, a calm voice came from behind Snape. Ian walked out from behind and met Severus Snape's eyes. The moment Snape saw Ian, his expression subconsciously eased a little. But due to his status as a professor, he hardened his heart and frowned. Then maybe. Who can tell your poor old professor what happened? Professor Bulstrode was rude. Ian said simply with a calm face. That should also be solved by the professor, not by you to teach him a lesson, Mr. Potter. Professor, he said Hermione and Bella are mudbloods. Ian raised his head and stared at Snape. What? He said mudblood. An unspeakable pain and sadness flashed across Snape's face. He lowered his head and stared at the green eyes that were the same as Lily's. After a while, Snape found his voice. He looked at Bulstrode, who was shrinking, with a hoarse voice. 20 points will be deducted from Slytherin. I will write to your parents, and you will be detained for 3 days in my office. Bulstrode's face was pale and he slumped on the ground, unable to speak. As for Mr. Potter, Snape turned his head to look at Ian. He paused, and a little helplessness and pain appeared in his cold eyes. Although there are reasons, private beatings are not allowed. You will also be detained for 1 day. I will inform you of the specific time. Professor, we all took action. It's not Ian's fault alone. Hermione and the others surrounded Ian, looking at the professor in a confused manner. They all stood together, ready to face the punishment together. Then you will all be in detention together. Snape swung his robe and strode away. Ian looked at his friends so determined and said helplessly, It's okay now. All 7 of us are in detention, so what? It's just detention. It's not like we haven't been in detention before. Draco shrugged indifferently. Harry also smiled. That's right. If it weren't for your quick action, Ian, we would have let that guy try our spell. When Harry said this, he also glanced at Bulstrode not far away. Bulstrode had long lost his initial arrogance. He shrank back and looked at Ian with fear in his eyes. Let's go, didn't we say we were going to see Hagrid? Let's go. Ian glanced at Bird, then turned to the others and said. They continued to talk and laugh as they left, leaving Bird alone in the crowd before Draco left. He snorted at Bulstrode with contempt. Rubbish. When the 7 people arrived at Hagrid's hut, Hagrid was watering the big pumpkins he planted in the vegetable garden behind the hut. There were 12 big pumpkins. They had never seen such big pumpkins before. Each one was half a person tall. Wow, such a big pumpkin. Hermione covered her mouth in surprise. They're growing pretty well, aren't they? Hagrid said happily. They'll be big enough for the Halloween party. What fertilizer did you give them? Ian patted the big pumpkin that was as tall as his waist. They've grown really big. Hagrid looked around to see if there was anyone. Hey. I gave them a little bit of help, Ian understood, and then motioned for them to look at Hagrid's umbrella. The pink umbrella leaning against the back wall of the hut. Harry also understood. He had always suspected that this umbrella was not as ordinary as it looked. In fact, he was very suspicious that Hagrid's old wand that he used when he was in school was hidden in the umbrella. Hagrid was not allowed to use magic. He was expelled from Hogwarts in his 3rd year. But Harry never figured out why. Whenever this matter was mentioned, Hagrid would clear his throat loudly and mysteriously pretend to be deaf and dumb until the subject was changed. Is it the expansion spell, Hagrid? Hermione was a little disapproving, but she also found it very interesting. You did a great job. Ginny said the same thing yesterday. Ronald's little sister. Hagrid glanced at Ronald. I just saw her yesterday. She said she just wanted to take a look around. I think she probably hoped to run into someone in my room. Hagrid winked at Ian High's beard, trembling. The little girl is your fan, Ian. Ian glanced at his 3 girlfriends awkwardly and didn't respond. To be honest, if that Creevy and your sister met, they would definitely set up a Potter fan club. Draco laughed happily and patted Ronald's thigh. One is a fan of the older brother, and the other is a fan of the younger brother. Then don't let them run into each other, we beg Merlin. Ian and Harry looked at each other and said at the same time. Then they all curled their lips. Hagrid also laughed. And the atmosphere was very harmonious. When everyone was chatting happily, they didn't notice that Professor McGonagall came from the lawn not far away with a stern face. Ian, you guys, your detention will start on time at 8 o'clock in the evening. Professor McGonagall said to them seriously, interrupting their laughter. What are we going to do, Professor? Ian asked. Professor McGonagall slowed down his tone. Ronald Drake. You two go to help Mr. Filch clean the silverware in the trophy display room. No magic is allowed, just use your hands. Draco and Ronald looked at each other and took a breath at the same time. The administrator Argus Filch was basically hated by all students. Harry, you go to help Professor Lockhart right back to his admirers. Professor McGonagall said a punishment that Harry didn't want to hear the most. No, Professor, can I go and clean the prizes too? Harry begged desperately. Of course not. Professor McGonagall raised his eyebrows. Professor Hart asked for you by name. I don't believe he didn't call Ian's. Harry muttered quietly. Ian squinted at Harry. Hiss. My dear brother, it seems you want to experience the inverted bell. Professor Snape asked Ian and Miss Granger to go to him to deal with the potion materials. Professor McGonagall coughed guiltily. Although Professor Lockhart also called Ian. Ian is a Slytherin student after all. Harry's mouth twitched. Professor McGonagall. The fact is not like this at all. You just don't want Ian to be harassed by Professor Lockhart. Okay, Professor, we will be there on time. Ian glanced at the time. 3:15. There are still 4 hours and 45 minutes before the detention begins. Professor McGonagall nodded and left. What did you do wrong? Are you going to be detained again? Hagrid asked curiously after Professor McGonagall left. We didn't do anything wrong, Harry explained. Because Bulstrode scolded Hermione and Bella. I think those words must be very vicious. It was quite vicious. Although I also Draco rubbed his nose embarrassedly. Bulstrode called them mudbloods. Hagrid, so Ian taught him a lesson. What? He scolded you too like that? Hagrid looked shocked and looked at the 2 little witches worriedly. Hermione and Isabella nodded. But their expressions were completely different. Hermione's eyes were a little red. But Isabella was a little confused. I can hear that it is very rude, but I don't know what it means. Isabella patted Hermione's hand at a loss to comfort her. Mudblood is a derogatory term for people of Muggle origin. Hermione lowered her eyes. It is a slanderous term for people whose parents are not magical, meaning dirty and inferior bloods. In the wizarding world, this word is worse than squib. Cassandra added that Bulstrode is talking nonsense. Ian clenched the hands of the two little witches. I am also half-blood. Most wizards are half-blood now. If we didn't intermarry with Muggles, we would have been extinct long ago. Some wizard families, such as the Maw. Ronald glanced at Draco and changed his mouth. The Bulstrode family always thinks they are superior to others because they are so-called purebloods. Neville is also pure-blooded, but he can't even put the cauldron in the right place. Ronald pointed at himself again. I am also pure-blooded, but I am not as smart as Hermione and Bella. Draco also quickly stated his position. I am also pure-blooded, but Hermione and Bella are academic masters who are superior to us. He is now on the same boat with the two saviors, and must make his position clear. Our Bella can take care of every magical plant. Can that Bulstrode? Hagrid looked proud. Not to mention little Hermione. The spells that our Hermione can't use. They haven't invented them yet. Hermione and Isabella smiled shyly, and Ian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But he didn't give up his idea, that Bulstrode. When he comes, Backlit Lombard put pressure on their family. Find a way to take over their family's two most profitable shops in Diagon Alley. It was time for dinner, so Ian and the other 7 didn't stay long. After saying goodbye to Hagrid, they walked back to the castle together after dinner. The mood of the 7 little wizards suddenly dropped, and they competed to see who was more unlucky. Filch will kill us both, Ronald said with a sad face. No need for magic. There are at least 100 trophies in that room, and we are not as good at cleaning as Muggles. Draco's face was pale. We only have one life. I am willing to trade with you two at any time. I can clean it by myself, Harry said listlessly. I have practiced this kind of work of cleaning and washing at the Dursleys. But replying to Lockhart's admirers, that must be like a nightmare. Or do you want to endure Professor Snape's venom attack? Ian said unhappily. Who wants to trade with the 4 of us? Well, that I suddenly feel that cleaning trophies is not so unacceptable. Draco was instantly convinced. Ronald also nodded. It's good to clean the trophy. We love to clean the trophy. No. I would rather let Snape scold me than face Lockhart. He will always brag about himself. He is a celebrity. Harry's face turned green when he thought of that scene. Ian patted Harry's shoulder and sympathized. Poor Harry. Poor Harry, everyone laughed. No matter how reluctant Harry was, he still had to go to Lockhart's office at 8 o'clock. Ian and the other 4 also arrived at Snape's office on time. Professor, Ian stood at the door obediently. Snape snorted coldly and used the Snake King's venom skills again. Why? Do you still need your pitiful old professor to invite you in? Master Ian. Ian bowed slightly. No need, Professor Snape. Master Ian, why not call him Master Potter? Maybe Snape doesn't want to recall James. Ian walked into Snape's office with the 3 little witches. After entering, Ian looked around, but didn't find any trace of Bulstrode. Snape saw Ian's thoughts at a glance and put the potion bottle in his hand on the table. Bulstrode will not start detention until tomorrow. I will assign him tasks. I will let him deal with slugs and rat bile. Ian and the other 4 shuddered inexplicably. These 2 are the most disgusting potion materials. Then what do we need to deal with, Professor Paynep? Ian asked the 4 people directly. After you 4 deal with them, you can go back. Snape threw them a bag of daffodil roots and a bag of daisy roots. Ian and the other 4 breathed a sigh of relief. They were not disgusting materials. Grind the daffodil roots into powder and chop the daisy roots into pieces. It's very simple. Professor Snape really likes you, Hermione said in a very low voice. I heard from the senior who was in detention before that Professor Snape's detention was to deal with those disgusting potion materials. But this time he was so easy. Yeah, it's just a simple grinding and chopping. Isabella glanced at Snape's back. Professor Snape is so good to you, Ian. And it makes us feel relieved. If I hadn't seen Aunt Lily's photo, you and Harry do look a bit similar. I would have suspected that you are Snape's illegitimate child. Cassandra said while grinding the narcissus root in the mortar with a calendar. Ian's mouth twitched. He just saw Snape's back shaking. Don't think he doesn't know. The old bat must be very happy to hear this. After more than half an hour of hard work, the 4 small bat potion materials were processed. Professor, our mission is completed. Can we leave? Ian looked up and said to the gloomy eyes, not bad. Snape stood up, crossed his arms over his chest, and looked extremely cold. Then we'll go. Goodbye, Professor. Ian was about to pull his girlfriends out of the gloomy underground classroom. Wait, Ian paused and his face suddenly became bitter. Snape must be asking him about the upside-down bell. Fortunately, he didn't learn this spell from the system. Ian turned around. His expression had returned to calm. Professor, is there anything else? You 3 go out first. I have something to talk to Mr. Potter about. Snape glanced at the 3 little witches. Hermione and the others did not give in, and looked at Ian with great concern. The first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald had the Blood Saints. The second-generation Dark Lord-nosed monster had the Death Eaters. And the third generation should also have an organization. These days are getting more and more promising. Dumbledore really loves to collect spells, and it's normal for him to write the spells he invented into his notebook. Okay, you can go now. Professor Snape's expression was gentle, and he rarely raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. Soon, let's talk about it later. Ian pinched Isabella's hand and took the opportunity to kiss her hand. Wait until I think of the name of our organization. Ian nodded to the 3 of them, signaling them to rest assured. Ian, in addition to coming to me to learn potions on Wednesday nights, come here on Friday nights as well. I can also teach you some spells. I created them myself. Ian didn't want to hide it, and sold the old bee directly. Professor Dumbledore gave me a notebook, saying that he and a friend wrote it together. And it records this spell. And the counterspell is the golden bell falling you chanted. Ian turned around in surprise. No problem, Professor. Isabella looked at Ian's arrogant look and patted him with a smile. Seriously. Didn't you say that you would teach us 3 after learning the spell? Well, Hermione felt strange. How could Dumbledore write such a spell? Although I don't want to say that. His magic philosophy has always been biased towards positive and active. Yeah, I also find it strange, Ian smiled. It may be a collection of other people's spells, after all. Dumbledore's notebook has all kinds of spells on it. That's good, Hermione was relieved. And then thought of another thing. Where did you learn the fuchsia spell? Does the wizarding world have this spell? Ian hummed a little tune and walked out of the potion classroom in a very good mood. The corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. I just learned it on the spot. And I didn't expect it to come in handy. With Ian's departure, the gloomy atmosphere in the office became thicker again. Monday night is Professor McGonagall's private lesson. Tuesday is to help Professor Sprout take care of flowers and plants. Wednesday is a potion class. Thursday is Professor Flitwick's spell teaching. Ian put Hermione's hand on his chest and whispered, "It's written in Professor Dumbledore's notes to me. He said that he and a friend wrote it together. Let's go. Next time you want to teach someone a lesson, do it behind their backs and don't fight in public." Snape's tone slowed down, even gentle. There is no way. As you girls say, it is hard to give up natural beauty. Ian was a little proud of his girlfriend. Ian played dumbs. What, Dumbledore? Snape paused. That's right. Only Ian and Snape were left in the office, at Ian's signal. Hermione, Cassandra, and Isabella went out. Why do all the professors like you so much? Is it because you are handsome? Cassandra stretched out her hands and pinched Ian's face. Professor, Ian tilted his head in a puzzled manner. Do you want to stay with me for something? The dim wall lamp was like a candle ready to burn out at any time. And the dust floating in the office was like those souls imprisoned in the darkness dancing in the dim light. Goodbye, Professor. No. Professor Snape just asked me to come to the potion classroom on Friday night. He said he would teach me some spells he created. Ian took Hermione's hand. Hermione's palm was warm. It is still too difficult for a person to accomplish great things. He needs followers. Ian blinked and understood what Snape meant in an instant. I know. Professor Ian, what did Snape say to you? Did he embarrass you? Hermione asked nervously. It shouldn't be. He likes you so much. Where did you learn the hanging bell you used on Bulstrode? Where did you learn that spell from? Snape got straight to the point, now on fright. Snape will teach him some spells. Maybe even teach him brain occlusion. With the system, he will definitely learn it. He smiled at the old bat and walked out quickly the next day. Sunday at noon. The 7 people gathered in the room of requirement again. Harry, you said you heard a strange sound. Ian frowned and looked at Harry in Lockhart's office. Yes, Harry repeated the situation at that time. It was a voicey, a creepy, breathless, cold, and vicious voice. Ian pretended to be thoughtful. But in his heart, he must be thinking about the basilisk Ron.Ginny. It seems that he will have to learn snake language from Harry sometime. Which is a good language, Lockhart said. He didn't hear it. Draco showed a hesitant expression. Is he lying? I mean, even invisible people need to open the door. Yes. Even if you put on the invisibility cloak. You still need to open the door, Ronald echoed. Harry, you just heard any sound but didn't see any shadow. Hermione asked. No, Harry shook his head. Only the sound. The sound that I can hear alone. The voice sounded like it came from my head. And I always felt cold all over. As if someone was blowing air conditioning in my ears. Could it be some magic prop? Isabella reminded. Impossible. How could such a thing be in Lockhart's office? Harry said firmly. The 7 people laughed together. Lockhart's office would only have his fan letters and other fancy things. Do you think it is possible that the voice Harry heard is related to the danger that the house elf said? Hermione's reminder made everyone fall into deep thought again. Each of them thought of a possibility. But no one dared to say it out loud. Well, since we can't find any clues, no, let's not waste time. Ian stood up and... We haven't found out whose house elf it is yet, humph. Draco snorted heavily yesterday. That Bulstrode was so displeased with us. I now have enough reason to suspect that it's his elf. Ian's expression twisted for a moment. Fortunately, Draco didn't know Dobby's name. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to say so with such a clear conscience. It's useless to say these now. We still have to continue looking for clues. Ian waved his hand. We don't have time to guess this and that. Harry Draco have to prepare for the Quidditch game. I don't want to refine alchemical products, anyway. Now the house elf has not appeared again. And the voice has not appeared either. I won't move unless the enemy moves. Ian concluded his speech. No one raised any objections, so the meeting ended. October had arrived, and the damp chill filled the grounds and seeped into the castle. A sudden cold epidemic broke out among the faculty and students, leaving the school Dr. Ms. Pomfrey in a panic. Her stimulant had an immediate effect, but people who drank it would have smoke coming out of their ears for hours. Ian's little fangirl Ginny had been sick recently, and was forced by her master Persido drink some stimulants. As a result, steam came out of her small ears under her bright red hair, and her whole head seemed to be on fire. When Ian learned about it, he happened to be a guest in the Gryffindor common room. He held his chin with both hands, looked at Ginny's head that looked like a steam engine, and smiled. Ginny, your head is smoking. Ginny blushed with shame. Ah, yes, it's because I drank Ms. Pomfrey's potion. Ha ha ha, a stimulant, I know. Ian smiled and rubbed Ginny's head. The cold knuckles made Ginny tremble slightly. Do you feel better now? Yes, much better. Ginny blushed shyly. She twisted her body to avoid Ian's sight. Thank you for your concern, Jayan. Ian smiled and was pulled aside by the 3 little witches again. Laughing and playing, Ginny wanted to say something, But she saw Ian surrounded by 3 little witches and had no chance to interrupt. She could only lower her head silently. Riddle was right. She had to make herself excellent. Only in this way could Ian see her. Ginny regained her spirit, stood up immediately, and returned to the dormitory. She wanted to learn from Riddle. She must let Ian notice her. At this time, Ian, who had been secretly paying attention to Ginny, looked at her back and narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. In the original plot, Ginny was not hurt after being caught in the secret room. But now with his little butterfly, if one is not handled properly, Ginny may be completely sucked of her vitality by Riddle. Ian admitted that he was very interested in little Ginny's face. And the Weasleys were also very good to him. Annan and the twins were his friends. Zero. Asking for flowers. Ian, what are you looking at? Isabella gently touched his arm. Interrupting Ian's thoughts, he came back to his senses, smiled gently, and looked at the girl in front of him tenderly. Nothing. I just wondered if I could make a mobile phone for the wizarding world as soon as possible. I want to make something else. Of others. Ian, are you going to make other alchemical products? Cassandra looked at her boyfriend with shining eyes. Ian didn't waste any words. Took out the alchemical necklace around his neck and shook it. I want to make a product similar to this necklace, which can protect against the 3 unforgivable black magics. But I still need to discuss it with Grandpa Nico. Zero. After this, not only the 3 little witches were overjoyed, but even Harry and the others showed a curious look. Does that mean that we don't need to hide when we duel with others in the future? And can just fight head-on? Harry asked with shining eyes. You are really worthy of being a Gryffindor. Don't you have any other ideas in your mind except recklessness? Don't daydream. Ian hit Harry's fantasy hard. This can only play a protective role. For example, if someone sneaks up on you, you can save your life. The necklace is not for you to rush to die. Well, then I won't die. Harry scratched his head embarrassedly. Ian's attack was very effective, and he never said anything stupid again. Don't die, you are a good child. Ian was very satisfied with Harry's attitude. You continue to play. I'm going to write a letter to Grandpa Nico. Ian walked to the corner, reached into his pocket, took out a pen and paper, leaned on the sofa, and began to write. His movements were gentle and elegant, and every word he wrote was full of the dignity and outstanding demeanor of an aristocrat. Grandpa Nico, Professor Dumbledore and I. Ian wrote 2 sentences, paused, looked at the sky outside the window and frowned slightly. He thought for a few minutes and continued writing. I plan to make an alchemical product that can resist the erosion of Horcruxes and resist dark magic. Ian finished right. Put down the Quillins, looked out the window. The sky outside the window was still gloomy, and the fog wrapped around the castle in groups. From time to time a gust of cold wind blew and it was very cold. Refresh, the previous chapter has been revised. Refresh. Who's the cold wind poured into the hall, blowing the candlelight in the hall to sway. It's so cold. After all, it's the end of October. The bullet-sized raindrops hit the windows of the castle, and it didn't stop for several days. The lake water rose, and there was a mud flow in the flower bed. The pumpkins planted on the sea road grew as big as the flower shed. However, the enthusiasm of the Quidditch teams of the 4 colleges to conduct regular Quidditch training did not diminish. The 7 people walked on the way back to the castle. Ian tried his best to avoid Harry. Harry was holding a broom, and his whole body was wet and covered with mud. Honestly, I can give you a cleanup, Harry. Ian looked at the dirty Harry. You look like you just got out of the mud. Let's talk about it after we enter the castle. Harry pointed to the sky. It's raining now, and it won't be of much use to use the cleaning spell. Why didn't we bring anything with us? Now we can't even conjure an umbrella. Cassandra's face was dark, obviously. The eldest lady's robe was soaked by the rain, which was not in line with her noble temperament. Who knows, it will rain suddenly. The weather changes so quickly. Isabella shook her head helplessly. I really don't like rainy days. Okay, let's go quickly, it's getting heavier. Hermione folded her hands on her head. and the rain wet her bangs on her forehead. Draco shook the water off his hands, turned his head and looked at Harry, who was soaked by the rain, and suggested, Harry, seriously, let Wood train less for a few days. The weather these 2 days is too bad. He will definitely not agree. Harry walked forward, shaking his head. Wood has been thinking about beating the Slytherin team this year. He won't stop training because of this little rain. Okay. Draco shrugged. Wood is really persistent. Ronald pouted. That's more than a little persistence. Stop being persistent, go in quickly. You're freezing to death, Ian urged, interrupting them. After that, he took the little witches and walked quickly into the castle. After the 7 people entered the castle, they stood in the hall for a while and warmed themselves up. Clean and warm as before, Ian waved his wand. And the cleaning spell and warming spell quickly took effect on several people. Hermione's robe, which was wet by the rain, immediately dried up and became neat and tidy. And her hair became smooth again. Some spells are really useful. Hermione moved her hands and feet, and her frozen hands and feet immediately regained their flexibility. Cassandra and Isabella also quickly recovered their appearance with the help of the spell, becoming beautiful, elegant, and noble again. Harry and the other 2 were no longer so dirty, and they were much cleaner. It's better to stay in the room on this rainy day. Hermione looked at the gloomy weather outside and stretched. Isabella nodded in agreement. Yes, in rainy days. You should stay in bed. Let's go back to the dormitory. Cassandra reached out and took Ian's arm, pulling him towards the dormitory. I want to take a shower. But even if I use the cleansing spell, I still feel like I haven't taken a shower. Several people walked quickly towards the dormitory and just ran into the Gryffindor ghost in the corridor. Nick, who was almost headless, was looking out the window melancholy, muttering in a low voice, "It doesn't meet their requirements. It's just half an inch away, if that." Count Nicholas, good evening. All 7 people greeted Nick. Good evening, everyone. Nick said listlessly, folding a transparent letter and putting it into his tight coat. He wore a fashionable feathered hat on his long curly hair, and a knee-length tunic with a wheel-shaped ruffled collar, which concealed the fact that his neck was almost completely cut. He was like a wisp of smoke, and people could look through his body to the dark sky and pouring rain outside. Hey Nick, you look like you have something on your mind. Ian stepped forward and approached Nick. Nick, who was almost headless, waved a slender hand gracefully. It's a small matter. It's not that I really want to participate. I thought I could apply, but it seems that I'm not qualified. His tone was nonchalant, but his face showed deep pain. Mrs. Norris bared her teeth and made a warning sound in her throat. Mrs. Norris had recovered from Ian's sugar-coated bullets, and she remembered that she was a piece of shit or something. Several people present lowered their heads and saw 2 yellow eyes shining like lamps. Ian, you guys talk about it. Nearly headless Nick suddenly exploded, pulling the letter out of his pocket again. I was hit on the neck by a blunt axe 44 times. Am I qualified to join the Headless Hunter team? Yes, it's not your fault, Nick. Harry also comforted Nick. Maybe they think that only when the head and body are completely separated can they participate in there. The cat-stroking Master Ian directly touched its back and scratched its chin twice. He stuffed the letter into his clothes angrily, complaining it doesn't meet their requirements. Only a little bit of skin and tendons connected to my neck. Most people would think that this is actually the same as losing my head. Harry then noticed his own light wheel 2000. It turned out that the mud and water flowed down along the broom. The place where he stood had already become a small mud puddle. Ian looked up and down at nearly headless Nick. Of course, but knowing the eyes of Sir Podmore, who has completely lost his head thighs, is not enough. Nick took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down. He had a thick plaid scarf tied on his head, and his nose was abnormally red. We can only accept hunters whose heads are separated from their bodies. You will fully realize that if this is not the case, members will not be able to participate in hunter team activities, such as horseback head juggling and head polo. It's over, I have to leave quickly. Harry slapped his forehead. He was so busy asking Ian to clean himself that he forgot about the broom. Therefore, I am very sorry to inform you that you do not meet our requirements. Best regards, Sir Patrick Podmore. It was Mrs. Norris. This skinny gray cat was highly valued by the administrator Argus Filch and served as his deputy in the endless battle between him and the students. Mrs. Norris squinted her eyes comfortably. The tail followed behind me, meow. Never mind whether Harry would live or die later. He had tried his best anyway. There must be some mysterious power connecting Filch and his annoying cat. He suddenly rushed to Harry's right from behind a tapestry, panting, looking around like crazy, looking for people who violated the school rules. He rinsed it for a whole morning. If he saw you dripping mud everywhere. Although but others are fines. But you'd better leave here quickly, Harry. Nick floated to Ian's side. Filch is in a bad mood, has a cold, and pretended to be a third-year student and accidentally smeared frog brains on the ceiling of the 5th basement classroom. While Harry was still talking, a sharp and piercing cry suddenly came from near his ankle. Drowning out his voice, come on, I'll give you some. Very delicious dried fish. Ian approached Mrs. Norris and coaxed it softly. Hermione and the others also nodded quickly, definitely no problem. Nick. Nearly headless Nick shook the letter open and read it angrily. Mr. Filch. Ian stood in front of Harry for a second and smiled awkwardly. Nearly headless Nick changed the subject and became angry. I want things to be done cleanly more than anyone else. And I hope my head will be completely and thoroughly cut off. I mean, that will save me from a lot of pain and from being laughed at. Right. Nearly headless Nick immediately cheered up. Look. Everyone says so, but they don't agree to, however. Ian had a good relationship with Themer, in other words. Few people didn't like Ian's. Just as Harry was about to turn around and leave, he met Mrs. Norris's accusing eyes. Meow. Mrs. Norris immediately pounced on it, opened her mouth and held the dried fish and cried happily. Mrs. Norris, I haven't seen you for a long time. Ian took out the dried fish from his small bag and squatted down. Oh, Ian, good evening. Seeing Ian. Filch's face seemed to be better, but the next second he noticed Harry's muddy broom. Dirty stuff, he shouted, pointing at the mud and dirty water dripping from Harry's broom. His eyes bulging scary, the flesh on his double chin trembling. There is dirt everywhere, it's a mess everywhere. I tell you, I've had enough. Potter, come with me. Ian shrugged helplessly at Harry. He tried, but it was useless. Harry waved goodbye to the others sadly, followed Filch down the stairs, leaving another string of muddy footprints on the floor. Let's go, Ian said to the others. Let's go back to the dormitory. Harry is so unlucky, it's always him. Yeah, Harry is so miserable. Hermione shook her head sympathetically. May Merlin bless him. Ronald looked at the dark night sky outside and sighed. I hope Harry will come back soon. I think it's pretty bad, Ian smiled noncommittally. Ian could understand his pain very well. Some organizations have such strange requirements, which is helpless. At the same time, Harry followed Filch to his office. Harry had never been to Filch's office before, because most students at Hogwarts avoided this place. Of course, this majority did not include Ian. Every time he came to Filch's office, he would pet the cat, bring some dried fish to Mrs. Norris and chat with Filch. The office was dark and dirty with no windows, and only a solitary oil lamp hanging from the low ceiling. The air was filled with a faint smell of fried fish, and there were many wooden filing cabinets lined up along the walls. From the labels, Harry guessed that those cabinets contained detailed information on every student that Filch had punished. The Weasley twins Fred and George took up an entire drawer. On the wall behind Filch's desk, there was also a set of shiny hinges and handcuffs, leg irons and other things hanging. Filch often asked Dumbledore to allow him to hang students by their ankles and hang them upside down from the ceiling. Harry shuddered. He was so unlucky today. He was playing Quidditch in a rainstorm, and he ran into Filch. What are you doing standing at the door? Come in. Filch scolded Harry, standing at the door. Both are Potters. How come you are totally different from Ian? You are simply. Well, Harry listened to Filch's sweet words expressionlessly. He was different, his brother Ian was too kind. If it were him, he would not be so kind to Filch and his cat. He would have beaten Filch into a pig's head and scared him so that he would not have to listen to his cold words here. Seeing that Harry was silent, Filch ignored Harry. He grabbed a quill from a jar on the desk, and then dragged his feet around looking for parchment. Hateful students. Really hateful, Filch muttered angrily. Humph. Hissing slugs, frog brains, rat intestines. I've had enough. I have to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys. Where's the form? Oh. Here it is. Filch took out a large roll of parchment from the desk drawer, spread it on the table, then picked up a long black feather pen and dipped it in the sink. Name is Harry Potter. Crimes. Come on. It's just a little mud, Harry pouted. He couldn't believe that he was going to be recorded for such a small thing. It's just a little mud for you, Potter. But for me, it's another hour of cleaning and wiping. Filch looked very angry, and a drop of disgusting snot trembled on the tip of his light bulb-like nose. Harry Potter crimes. Tarnishing the castle, punishment suggestion. Filch wiped his running snot, squinted his eyes, and looked at Harry with ill intent. Harry held his breath and waited for Filch's verdict. He thought as long as he was not sent to Lockhart's office, he could be detained anywhere for punishment. Just as Filch's pen was about to fall, there was a loud noise from the ceiling of the office, and the oil lamp was shaken and rattled. Peeves. Filch roared, and in a rage threw away the quill fiercely. I will not let you go this time. I will catch you. Although Harry didn't like Peeves, who loved to play pranks, he couldn't help but be grateful that Peeves had made trouble at the right time. Hopefully, whatever Peeves did would divert Filch's attention away from him. He didn't want to be punished at all. He just wanted to go back to his dormitory, take a good shower, and go to bed after a while. Harry thought he should probably wait for Filch to come back, so he sat down on a worm-eaten chair at the desk. In addition to Harry's half-filled form, there was another thing on the desk, a bulging purple envelope with some silver words printed on it. Harry glanced quickly at the door, making sure that Filch hadn't returned yet. So he picked up the envelope and read it. Rapid spell. Introduction to Magic Correspondence Course. Rapid spell introduction to Magic Correspondence Course. Harry opened the envelope in confusion and pulled out a sheet of parchment. On the first page, there were some silver cursive words. Do you feel that you can't keep up with the pace of the modern magical world? Do you find yourself looking for excuses not to perform simple magic? Have you been ridiculed for your poor wand skills? The answer is here. Quick Spell is a brand new course that is foolproof, effective and easy to learn. Hundreds of wizards have benefited from Quick Spell. The annoying lady of Mount Top wrote, I can't remember spells, and the potions I mix are laughed at by the whole family now. After a Quick Spell course, I have become the center of attention at the party, and my friends ask me for the recipe of the flashing potion. The troublemaker wizard of Disbury said, My wife always laughed at my poor magic, but after a month of studying in your amazing fast spell class, I successfully turned her into a yak. Thank you, fast spell. Harry was attracted by these examples. He turned the rest of the parchment in the envelope with his fingers, and was secretly thinking, why did Filch take the fast spell course? Does this mean that he is not a regular wizard? If not a wizard, then what can it be? Harry had just read the first lesson, Hold Your Wand, a few useful advices, when there was a sound of footsteps outside. Harry knew that Filch was back, so he quickly stuffed the parchment into the envelope and threw it back on the table. Filch held his head high, looking triumphant. He said to Mrs. Norris happily, That vanishing cabinet is extremely valuable. This time we can get rid of Peeves, dear. Harry blinked. Just tell me. Thank Nick too, it would be difficult without him. Ian smiled. How's it going, Harry? Has Peeves gone? Ian and his friends flashed out from the corner. They had been waiting for Harry's. You can do something for me, Nick said excitedly. Harry, but is my request too much? No. You won't be willing to do it. They didn't know whether to be sad or happy. and didn't understand what was special about the death anniversary of 10 ghosts. Did the death anniversary have to be held in a grand manner? Cool, so cool. Harry danced with excitement. This is a great idea. Fortunately, you are here, Ian. Tilda, very good. Go away. Don't say a word I'm not saying. But if you didn't rate it, go away. I still have a report on Peeves. Go away. Nick is a ghost. He can find Peeves quickly. Ian explained quickly. I have a good relationship with the Slytherin ghost Bloody Baron. And Peeves is most afraid of Bloody Baron. So I threatened Peeves to cause some trouble for Filch, no Zhao Zhao, and told it that if it refused to go, I would let Baron cause trouble for him. Harry couldn't believe his luck. So he quickly left the office, walked through the corridor, and went upstairs. Well, this year's Halloween will be my 500th death anniversary. Nick, who was almost headless, said, puffing out his chest and showing a noble look, have you? Read this letter. Filch asked incoherently and stammeringly. The 7 little wizards were like the members of the Headless Hunters, confused. Harry then noticed Nick and saw that he still held the rejection letter from Mr. Patrick. What can I do for you about the Headless Hunters? Harry didn't know how to repay a ghost, so he had to ask. His eyes fell on Harry, and then quickly turned to the envelope with a quick spell. Harry then realized that it was 2 feet away from where it was just now. But it was too late. Harry tried to look nonchalant. What letter? I didn't read it, P. Filch's pale face suddenly turned red, and he stared at Harry. How did you do it? Harry asked as he walked. He was extremely curious. How did you know? Harry's expression suddenly became pleasantly surprised. Did you call Peeves, Ian? Filch limped to the table, grabbed the envelope and threw it into the drawer. Really? What? Ian understood clearly that the important plot point was coming. They were about to become famous figures in the school again. He looked very nervous, as if he was afraid that Harry would say the terrible answer, yes. Harry swallowed his saliva. He was almost unable to laugh now. But he still looked at Filch. Escaping from Filch's office without being punished. Harry thought this was probably a new record for Hogwarts. If Ian is here, Ian will definitely tell him why Gurch wants to learn such a strange thing. Filch had never looked so angry before. His eyes bulged and one side of his sagging cheek suddenly twitched. Even the plaid scarf didn't help. Harry stared at him, surprised. It was the first time he had seen Filch like this. Ian raised his eyebrows. Of course Nick also helped. He helped a lot. Filch twisted his protruding hands together. If I thought you were snooping into my private. No, it's not mine. I did it for a friend. Anyway, DB. I'm going to have a party in a more spacious dungeon. Party? Harry scratched his head. Nick, are you going to invite me to your death day party? Yes, if you want, Harry. Nick's voice was very excited. He stretched out his transparent hand and gently touched Harry. My friends will come from all over the country. If you can also attend, I will be honored, of course. Ian and Hermione, you guys. I also welcome you very much, but I dare say you would rather attend the school banquet, right? He looked at his face anxiously. No. Harry said quickly, I will come. We will go too, Nick. Hermione's eyes burst into excitement, and she eagerly took over the conversation. The 4 Gryffindors all expressed their willingness to go. The 3 little Slytherins looked at each other and nodded with difficulty. Oh, my dear children, Potters. Both Potters are coming to my death day party. Great. And on nearly headless Nick hesitated. Looking very excited, Harry, could you please tell Mr. Patrick that you find me very scary and impressive, please? Harry didn't quite understand why he had to do this, but nodded, of course. Nearly headless Nick smiled at him and said goodbye to the others. After Nick left, the others walked in the long corridor, whispering about the death day party. Ian, that's the death day party. Hermione was in high spirits, holding Ian's arm and swinging. I bet there aren't many 860 living people who can say they've attended such a party. It must be very strange. Celebrating the day of their death, Draco felt a little horrified. Too weird. I think it's a bit unlucky. But it's quite novel anyway. I've never attended a death day party. Isabella walked and walked. Her tone suddenly became excited. Do you think that the ghost's death day will be like a living person's birthday? With cakes, balloons, and candles, Ian opened his mouth. He felt that Bella was worthy of being Bella. She was really a qualified Gryffindor. No wonder in the original plot. She knew that Edward was a vampire and was not afraid, and dared to fall in love with him, and even wanted him to transform herself into a vampire. Bella's brain circuit is different from that of normal people. Sure enough, she was born not suitable to be an ordinary muggle. Filch's office is particularly eerie and scary. Harry described Filch's office with great interest. Under everyone's expectant gaze, he suddenly kept everyone in suspense. Hey, guess what I saw in Filch's office? Ian raised his eyebrows. What? I saw, Harry paused deliberately. His face was mysterious. There is a letter on his desk. Quickly chant the spell. Introductory Magic Correspondence Course. Quickly chant the spell Introductory Magic. Hermione widened her eyes in surprise. Isn't Filch a regular wizard? Of course Filch is not, don't you know he is a squib. Draco curled his lips with a trace of contempt on his face. He can't do magic, squib. What is a squib? Harry asked curiously. He had never heard of this word. People who come from wizarding families but have no magical abilities are called squibs. You can think of it as a gray area between wizards and muggles. Ian explained patiently, and then he added, however, squibs have magic flowing in their blood, so their descendants may become wizards. In the wizarding world, squibs are more discriminated against than muggle wizards and half-blood wizards. Many pureblood wizard families do not allow squibs to exist. Draco snorted. Ian coughed lightly. In short, they all want to get Angus to school first, and then see if there is any way to help him enroll. Yes, eyes. Harry and I drove. Ronald swallowed. Almost got expelled by Snape. I know this, but it has nothing to do with our topic. Hermione was confused. Edge looked at Ian blankly, completely not understanding the meaning of his words. This boy named Angus, although big, is kind and shy by nature. His brothers and sisters like him, so they cover up for him everywhere. At this point, Ian glanced at Draco with a slight joking look. When Angus was almost 11 years old, he still didn't receive a letter from Hogwarts. His sister Flora was too worried about being exposed, so she forged one for him. Ian's expression was a little sad. And the other brothers and sisters took him to Diagon Alley to buy a wand, pretending that the wand chose him. Ian's voice is a little lower, but this also led to a situation that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. A broomstick. Isabella raised her hand. Don't you take the train? Angus's eldest brother secretly used a broomstick to go to school. Isn't he afraid of being expelled? Angus Buchanan. Ronald muttered. Is he a squib? Hermione seemed to have seen Angus's miserable condition, and subconsciously showed a worried look. He must have been in great pain at the time, and the students around him would definitely point fingers at him. Indeed, Ian nodded in agreement. Angus felt humiliated. He left school crying and walked home, but his parents learned the news through owls. This incident caused an uproar at the time. Old Buchanan cursed Angus loudly and kicked him out of the house. 11-year-old Angus lost his family and money and could only wander in the muggle world. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this, but they continued to listen. At that time, the Sorting Hat called a girl's name, but the desperate Angus rushed to sit on the chair before her and put the hat on his head. That's right. Many pureblood wizard families will remove squibs from their names. Cassandra directly gave several people an example. For example, the Black family, which has no descendants, not only removed the members of the squibs from the family, but also their descendants cannot appear on the family tree tapestry. Draco touched his nose awkwardly and whispered, "It's all old news. I haven't been like that for a long time." A little disdainfully so. They can basically only live in the muggle world. There are very few people like Filch who cling to the wizarding world. But there is an exception in their family. Ian ignored Draco and continued. Buchanan's third son Angus is a squib. But for various reasons, Buchanan and his wife have been kept in the dark. Not only Hermione's, but Harry and others obviously knew about this for the first time. And they all showed surprised expressions. This is too Hermione was shocked, her eyes widened. It's completely discrimination. This is normal, Hermione. Even a pro-Muggle family like ours will alienate squibs. Ronald said nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. I have a distant cousin who lives in the Muggle world and is an accountant. We never talk about him at home, Isabella frowned. She and Hermione were both little witches of Muggle origin. They sympathized with the situation of squibs more than others. But this is too much, even if they are squibs. Even in the wizarding world, even their parents have given up on them. Hermione was filled with indignation and couldn't help muttering. Isabella held Hermione's hand and whispered, That's right. It's too unfair that people with wizard blood are driven out of the place where they should live like monsters. Ian patted the heads of the two little witches helplessly. Bella was fine, but Hermione was too pure and kind. Don't interrupt, just listen to me, oh Merlin. The other 6 people all looked sympathetic. The relationship between their brothers and sisters is really good. Harry sighed and looked at Ian again. Ian, if you were a squib, your brother would also find a way for you to study at Hogwarts. Just like Angus's brothers and sisters. I was a little touched, but not much. Actually, squibs can also have their own way out. Ian comforted. He paused and smiled. Hermione should know that Hogwarts has a trophy called Angus Buchanan, which is specially used to encourage students with outstanding performance. Ian nodded with satisfaction and continued. On the day he was supposed to go to school, Angus's eldest brother would take him to Hogwarts on his broomstick. What? Hermione widened her eyes in shock. Because as long as he enters the school, they can find a way to keep Angus. Or this magical school of magic can develop the magic in Angus. At that time, the Hogwarts Express had not yet been opened. So students were sent by their parents or picked up by the school teachers. Ian explained. Not only did she sympathize with the plight of the house elves, she also felt sympathy when she saw what happened to the squibs. Ian glared at Harry, who quickly raised his hand. Several people nodded, indicating that they understood, and signaled Ian to continue the story of this legendary squib. Soth Sorting Hat announced very kindly. The boy below is a kind-hearted person, he is not a teacher. Ian sighed. Ian nodded slightly and began to talk about this legendary squib. Buchanan is from a pureblood wizard family, Mr. Buchanan. Like most pureblood wizards, is self-conscious. Of course it is related, Ian continued to smile. Because the trophy is named after a squib. Okay, I promise not to interrupt. He decided to walk to the Scottish capital, occasionally taking a van. Ian paused, then took a deep breath. He lied about his age and got a job as a laborer. To his surprise, Muggles were not as bad as his parents said. Angus got the good luck he deserved. A kind foreman and his wife adopted him and treated him as their own son. Ian looked at Hermione with a smile on his face. Uncle Granger and Aunt Granger also treated him as their own son. He and Angus were both lucky people. At the age of 18, Angus has become a strong man. With the blessing of fate, he has found his way in the Muggle world. Ian's smile deepened. He found his belonging in the emerging sport of Muggles at the time, rugby. With the talent of helping his brothers and sisters catch the golden snitch in the backyard when he was a child, Angus became a good rugby player, representing the Scottish team in international matches. And surprisingly, in addition to his winning the game on behalf of the Scottish team, his 10 brothers and sisters were all there to watch his game. It turned out that the Buchanan children, despite their father's obstruction, had begun looking for Angus's traces early on. Ian's eyes were deep. They went against their father and interacted with the Squib brothers. And Angus finally reunited with his brothers and sisters. Angus was moved by the affection of his brothers and sisters. After this game, he re-examined his relationship with the prisoner realm. After Thaith published a groundbreaking bestseller, Life as a squib, Ian said, waving his wand. And the cover of a book flashed by. This book has attracted the attention of people in the magical world to the plight of squibs, allowing squibs to be re-examined in the wizarding world for the first time, and changed the way many squibs live in the wizarding world. From then on, he became famous in both the wizarding world and the muggle world, and even the city, which has always been indifferent to muggle sports, would come to watch his games after his death. Wizards and muggles mourned Angus, which is almost unique in history, Ian sighed with emotion. To this day, the Scottish Football Union Wizard Supporters Association holds a rally on the night of every international match of the Scottish team to express his commemoration. Because of this legendary squib, Hogwarts began to award a trophy named after Angus Buchanan every year to encourage outstanding students. Ian admired Angus very much and praised him a lot in his words. "Great Angus," Harry exclaimed sincerely. Angus is really a role model. He made the most of the opportunities that life gave him. Hermione's eyes sparkled, even though he was a squib. He didn't give up on himself in the muggle world and found his own place. Harry smiled and put his arm around Draco's shoulders. "So, squibs are not that bad, Master Malfoy, okay?" The pure-blooded young Master Draco muttered and reluctantly admitted, "He is indeed an admirable person. Actually, the squibs are the ancestors of muggle wizards." Ian looked at Hermione and Isabella and suddenly said this. "What?" Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other and looked at Ian in surprise. Squibs can't stay in the wizarding world and can only survive in the muggle world. They intermarry with muggles, and the wizard blood in their bodies is passed down from generation to generation. Ian said casually, "Remember what I said. Although squibs have no magic power, their offspring are likely to become wizards. Draco, there are squibs in your family, right?" Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at Draco. Draco nodded stiffly, his tone awkward. "Yes, my great-grandfather had several children. And one of my cousins was a squib. See you tomorrow. She is indeed always near us. And I saw her talking to Draco last time. Let's go." Draco didn't even turn his head and walked quickly. "Tomorrow we have to go to Professor Snape's potions class." Draco was stunned looking at Ian. Then at Hermione and Isabella took a breath. "Zero. Please give me flowers." Draco covered his head aggrievedly. "I'm just talking. I don't even have a girlfriend now. Our Volley family is still pure blood. And we have also intermarried with muggle-born wizards." Cassandra rolled her eyes unhappily. "If it is true that only pure-blood wizards intermarry with pure-blood wizards, then the so-called pure-blood families would have been cut off by now." This on Draco stuttered, his face flushed, and he had no idea how to explain it. Although he became good friends with Ian and his prejudice against muggle wizards and muggles was much less, he was still proud of being a pure-blood. Draco's look at it more openly. "Didn't you say that we would arrange a marriage when we have children in the future?" Ian looked at Draco and said calmly, "I am a half-blood wizard. Hermione and Isabella are muggle wizards. And our children are also half-blood. With half-muggle blood. The future head of the Malfoy family is a half-blood wizard, which does not meet the standards of your family. Why are you still so excited to marry me, Ian?" Hermione and Isabella blushed and called him to stop him from saying anything more. Ian rarely saw Draco like this and was very happy, and quickly waved goodbye to Harry and the others. The three of them played and played all the way back to Slytherin. Cassandra's words exploded in the ears of several people, and they all turned their eyes to the person involved, Draco. Ian looked at Draco's blonde hair, which was almost the same as the Weasley family's hair color. "Hey, is it the little girl with a pale face and a pair of dimples when she smiles?" Hermione said she remembered. "Didn't we meet in the library last time? She called me senior at that time, like a little rabbit." After that, Draco and the other two hurried to the Slytherin dormitory, leaving Harry and the other three to continue chatting. After Cassandra and Hermione's supplement, several people said they had an impression, and looked at Draco with teasing and gossip in their eyes. They said, "Oh." And Draco stuttered. His face flushed. My father said that we are pure blood. Ian blinked, shut up with regret, and looked at Draco. I think the second Miss Greengrass is interested in you. Cassandra raised her eyebrows and teased him. 28 sacred pureblood family Slytherin. How much you Malfoy family chooses the standard of the head of the family's wife. Stop making trouble, go back to the dormitory, take a shower. And go to bed early, Ian smiled helplessly. And they almost entered the Gryffindor common room while chatting. It's the little girl named Astoria, who is 1 year younger than us and our Slytherin's direct junior sister. Dracodocent, she always liked to talk to you. Cassandra looked at Draco and continued to add. Didn't you notice? The blonde girl who is always seen near us. It turned out to be her. Draco, wait for us too. Cassandra took Ian's hand and trotted to catch up. Complaining this corridor is too dark. Why are you in such a hurry? They chatted in low voices and walked all the way back to the Slytherin dormitory. There was only weak street lights along the way. And Draco walked in front most of the time. Okay. Cassandra walked side by side with him, pinching his arm from time to time, poking his shoulder, and teasing him. Greengrass, she is Daphne's sister. The corridor was dark, with only some candlesticks embedded in the wall emitting faint flames. Then the three of us should hurry back to Slytherin. We'll go first, go, Draco said, pulling Ian and Cassandra. And turned to leave. Cassandra snorted in dissatisfaction. Why not mention her as a pureblood wizard? Isn't she worthy of being mentioned now? What are you thinking? Ian reached out and patted the platinum head. You're still picking. My Ian Potter's daughter may not be able to get your Malfoy boy. See you tomorrow, good night. What Greengrass? Who she is, Draco stuttered. His ears were red and almost dripping blood. She is. Ian looked at Draco with a teasing look. That's it. There are also people in your group who intermarry with muggles. Or in other words, intermarry with muggle-born wizards. Ian smiled and squeezed his girlfriend's hand. Draco is shy. Stop teasing him. They're still your and Cassandra's child, Draco muttered in a low voice. Why can't I let my son get engaged to your child? You're not looking for a girlfriend. Draco and Cassandra only then noticed that they had walked to the 8th floor unknowingly. The seven promised Nick to attend his 500th Death Day party during the Halloween dinner. On Halloween Eve, they regretted that they should not have agreed to attend the Death Day party so rashly. Other students in the school were happily attending the Halloween party, and the hall was decorated with live bats as usual. The huge pumpkins planted by Hagrid were carved into lanterns, so that 3 people could sit inside. It was also rumored that Dumbledore had booked a skeleton dance troupe to entertain everyone. I shouldn't have agreed. Harry looked at the other groups of little wizards with envy. I also want to go to the Halloween party. Once you say something, you can't go back on it. Hermione reminded Harry arrogantly. You said you would go to the Death Day party. Ian was about to take a bite of the bread in his hand with a blank expression. Yes. Harry, you said that, but I didn't. So I can go to the Halloween party. I didn't say that either. As soon as Ian finished speaking, Draco and Ronald raised their hands in all conscience. They didn't want to leave the delicious meal unenjoyed and go to a Death Day party instead. Don't cheat, you all said it. Isabella hugged Ian's arm and looked at the 2 people. We all nodded at that time. Cassandra too. 3, although she didn't want to go. She really didn't want to break her promise, that's right. Although the 3 of us nodded reluctantly, we agreed after we nodded, we can't go back on our word. Cassandra looked at Ian and Draco dimly. The momentum is no weaker than Hermione. The boys looked at each other, and helpless expressions appeared on their faces. But Ian was still thinking about what to say. Isabella directly hooked Ian's arm and acted coquettishly. Ian, go accompany us. Ian looked at Bella's little face with a pleading expression, and his heart softened immediately. Okay, I'll go. Ian put his arm around Isabella's shoulders and looked at the others. Hey, we promised others and we must keep our promise. Harry and Draco and Ronald, do you want to put away your enjoyment first? So at 7 o'clock. The 7 people gave up enjoying the food in the auditorium and prepared to attend the death anniversary party of Nick, who was almost headless. They walked straight through a doorway that led directly into the crowded Great Hall. It was very inviting with its lights, candles, and golden plates on the tables. But they headed for the dungeons. The corridor leading to nearly headless Nick's party was also lit with candles. But the effect was not pleasant at all. They were all black. Thin candles that shone with a blue light when they burned, which looked eerie even on the 7 people's lively faces. The temperature dropped with every step they took. Hermione was a little cold and shivered, pulling her clothes tighter around herself. Warm as before. Ian cast a spell on everyone to warm them up. The 7 people continued to walk into the eerie candlelit corridor. Suddenly, Ian heard a sound like 1,000 nails scraping on a huge blackboard. Oh, Ian frowned immediately, obviously annoyed by the sound. Just music. Ian, you think your ears are broken? Draco covered his ears. That's music noise. This music hurts my ears. Ronald also joined the complaints. They turned a corner and saw nearly headless Nick standing in a door, draped in a black velvet curtain. My dear friends. Nearly headless Nick said with infinite sadness, welcome. Welcome, I'm so glad you can come. He took off his feathered hat and bowed to invite them in. The scene in front of them was incredible. The basement classroom was filled with hundreds of milky white, translucent figures. Most of them wandered around the crowded dance floor, dancing waltzes to the terrible and trembling sound of 30 musical saws. And the band playing the musical saws sat on the stage covered with black cloth. 1,000 black candles were lit in a chandelier above their heads, emitting midnight blue lights. The breath of the 3 of them formed clouds of mist in front of them, as if they had walked into a cold storage room. Let's take a look around, Harry suggested. Since we are here, let's take a good look. Be careful, don't pass through any ghost's body. Ronald said nervously. You don't want to experience that feeling. It seems that you have passed through. Isabella asked curiously, what are the consequences? Consequences, Ronald took a breath. You will feel that you are pulled off the ground and soaked, just like taking a cold bath. After listening to Ronald's story, everyone couldn't help shuddering, and the 7 people could only walk slowly around the edge of the dance floor. They passed a group of sullen nunts, a ragged man in chains, and a fat monk. At this time, a fat ghost walked towards the table. He squatted down and passed directly through the middle of the table. His mouth opened wide. Just passing through a stinking salmon, this is terrible, Draco said, stepping back a few steps to avoid being suffocated by the stink of these foods. They also saw the ghost of Slytherin, the Bloody Baron. He was skinny, with staring eyes and covered with silver blood. The other ghosts were making room for him. What's wrong? Ian saw Hermione's painful face and asked with concern. Good idea, the Bloody Baron seemed to agree. I know. Ian shrugged. So, I plan to take them to the Hogwarts kitchen to eat something after the party is over. Let's go, Ian, go. Hermione suddenly pulled Ian and turned around. Turn around, turn around. I don't want to talk to moaning myrtles. I guess they let the food rot to make the taste stronger, Hermione said very knowledgeably. She covered her nose and leaned forward to take a closer look at the rotten meat stuffing. The Bloody Baron showed a strange smile on his gloomy face. You shouldn't have agreed to him. You won't get anything to eat at the Death Day party. Very practical, Ian, just in time. Cassandra looked at Ian with sparkling eyes. Very good, there is no smell. The Bloody Baron was stunned for a moment, then responded to the greeting. Harry and the others immediately found that they couldn't smell anything under the effect of this spell. A Hufflepuff ghost with a lively and cheerful temperament was chatting with a knight with an arrow stuck in his forehead. Nick invited us here and almost didn't buy Nick. Ian explained, temporary loss of smell. Ian waved his wand. Ghosts can only pass through these rotten foods to feel the food's taste. They can't enjoy food like living people. Ian couldn't help wrinkling his nose after he finished speaking. Cassandra and Isabella heard this and suddenly changed their faces, urging Ian to leave. Who is moaning Myrtle? Harry asked curiously as they hurried back the same way. Ian and the Bloody Baron said a few more words. And Hermione suddenly pulled Ian's clothes. Cassandra and Isabella also hugged Ian tightly. Their little faces were pale. Others also put down their hands covering their noses and gave Ian a thumbs up. Harry was so moved that he almost cried. I have never been so grateful that we are all wizards. Can you taste it when you pass through it directly like this? Harry couldn't help asking. He was really curious. He didn't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle. He would be annoyed to death. He looked at the 7 people in front of him curiously. And there was a little doubt in his eyes. But he quickly returned to normal, almost. The ghost said sadly, turned around and floated away. Ian knew the reason why the 3 little witches were pulling him so hard. And immediately waved goodbye to the Bloody Baron. Let's go quickly, I almost vomited just now. Ronald couldn't help bending over while speaking. Tears in his eyes, a female ghost. She stays in a flush toilet in the girls' bathroom on the 2nd floor. Isabella said she always cries non-stop. And you can hear her upstairs in the bathroom. Flush toilet, she stays in the flush toilet. Draco opened his mouth in surprise. Yes. That flush toilet is out of order all year round because she keeps losing her temper and splashing water everywhere. Cassandra added, we try not to go there as much as possible if we can avoid it. Think about it when you go to the toilet. She screams and cries at you, it's really terrible. Isabella rolled her eyes, Hermione nodded repeatedly. And wanted to say something. But Ronald suddenly interrupted her, look, food. At the other end of the underground classroom was a long table. Also covered with black velvet, Ian crossed his arms. And the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Hey. Although I said I would take you to the kitchen to eat delicious food after the end. You can go and take a look, go. Ian had just finished speaking when they rushed forward. And then stopped in horror, the smell was terrible. It was not food for living people at all. Large pieces of rotten meat were placed on beautiful silver plates. And black-shirred cakes were piled on large trays. There were also a lot of maggot-filled sheep tripes and a piece of cheese covered with green hair. In the middle of the table, there was a huge tombstone-shaped gray cake. The surface was spelled out with tar-like icing. The words were Sir Nicholas de Mincy Porpington. Died on October 31, 1492 except for Ian. The other 6 people were stunned. And almost all of them instinctively stepped back. Beautiful little witches. This is what you call an interesting death day party. Ian looked at Hermione and Cassandra, trying to hold back his laughter and asked word by word. Then all of them began to cough desperately. Hi, Baron. Ian had a good relationship with the Bloody Baron. Seeing him, he took the initiative to greet him. Merlin's briefs finally, I can't smell them. Draco took a deep breath. What are you doing here? He asked. Hermione trembled and threw herself on Ian. She really couldn't help it. This is so terrible. I'm not curious anymore. Before the 7 people could turn around, a short male ghost suddenly emerged from under the table and stopped in the air in front of them. Peeves, Harry whispered. He recognized this ghost. Peeves, a ghost who loves to play pranks, is different from the ghosts around him. He is not pale and transparent, on the contrary. Peeves wears a bright orange party hat, a spinning bow tie, and a grin on his evil face. Peeves is not a ghost in the traditional sense. He is not formed after the death of a wizard but a kind of ghost. The embodiment of students' pranks. Want some? Peeves said sweetly, handing them a bowl of moldy pine nuts. Several people looked at each other with horror. No, thank you, Draco said, stepping back a few steps. Oh, really not? Peeves shrugged and made a regretful expression. That's a pity, you really missed some good things. I heard you talking about poor Myrtle, Peeves said. His eyes flickering, talking about poor Myrtle. It's so rude. Ian saw what he wanted to do at a glance. And sneered. Peeves, you'd better be honest. Otherwise, I will let the Bloody Baron come out to deal with you. Peeves laughed. The Bloody Baron went to find other ghosts. I don't know who he is looking for. He doesn't have time to care about Uncle Peeves. The hateful little wizard who threatened Uncle Peeves. Peeves looked at Ian. His expression immediately became fierce. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Hey me dear, oh no Peeves. Don't tell her what I said, she will feel very sad." Hermione whispered anxiously, "Yes, we were joking." Isabella and Cassandra also hurried to stop Peeves. "We don't mind her being like that, oh hello Myrtle." The ghost of a short and fat girl floated over. Her face was the most melancholy and gloomy face Ian had ever seen. Half covered by straight long hair and thick, pearl-colored glasses. "What's wrong?" she asked with a stern face. "Hello, Myrtle," Hermione said in a pretended cheerful voice. "It's nice to see you outside the bathroom." Isabella also forced a smile. "I didn't expect to meet you here." "Our honor, haha," Cassandra laughed awkwardly twice. Myrtle looked them up and down. Her expression was still gloomish, sniffed, as if she was about to smile again. "These ladies were just talking about you," Peeves said cunningly in Myrtle's ear. I'm saying you look really beautiful tonight," Hermione said, glaring at Peeves. Cassandra also glared at Peeves and quickly said yes. "You look very pretty tonight. Like a nightingale in the moonlight, beautiful and sad." Isabella also praised Myrtle vigorously. Myrtle looked at them suspiciously, half believing and half doubting, with a complicated expression, as if she didn't believe these compliments at all. "You are making fun of me," she said, tears falling quickly from her transparent little eyes. "No, really, didn't we just say that Myrtle looked very beautiful?" Hermione said, winking at Ian and others. Yes, they praised you, they said you were pretty." Yes," Ian nodded expressionlessly. Draco clasped his hands together and closed his eyes. "Yes. You are beautiful." Myrtle then noticed the two handsome boys in the group, one with red hair and the other with blonde hair. She immediately blushed, half covered her mouth, lowered her head and laughed harder than crying. "Haha. Do you two think so?" She pursed her lips lightly, lowered her head slightly and looked at her toes, looking very shy. Ian and Draco looked at each other and both shuddered at the same time. Peeves saw that something was wrong and shouted, "They are lying to you. They are lying to you, Myrtles." Myrtle's suspicious eyes immediately turned to Draco and Ian. When she saw Ian's clear green eyes, her suspicion disappeared instantly. She felt that such a handsome little wizard would not lie to her. "I know you," Myrtle pointed at Ian and blushed terribly. "Someone always secretly talked about you in that bathroom, Ian Potter. They wanted to give you chocolate with love potion. They said you are the school hunk of Hogwarts. Better looking than Diggory from Hufflepuff." She paused, half covering her face, her hands still covering her chest, looking very shy. "You are really good looking." Thank you." Ian tried his best to suppress the urge to run away and smiled stiffly. "You're welcome," Myrtle said and suddenly raised her head, her face no longer sad. The three little witches didn't care about being annoyed with Myrtle at this time. Giving their boyfriends love potions was obviously more terrifying. "Love potion, Myrtle. Do you know who wants to give Ian chocolate with love potion?" Hermione asked quickly, clenching her hands with gritted teeth. "Give her boyfriend aphrodisiac. She wants to see which sour carrot it is." "I don't remember," Myrtle said, pointing at Ian's. Smiling sweetly, "There are people from all 4 colleges. For a while, the most common thing I heard was Ian already has 3 girlfriends. One more is not too many. And they want to be his 4th girlfriend. Maybe you would like to have a ghost girlfriend, maybe." Myrtle looked at Ian and blinked mischievously. Although Myrtle was only 14 years old when she died, so many years have passed beside her face, coupled with her pretending to be a girl, successfully disgusted Ian. Ugh. Ian really couldn't help it this time. His stomach was churning, and he supported his knees to get up. He didn't mean to do it, but he really couldn't help it. "Ian." Several people hurriedly helped Ian up and patted his back. "Ian, are you okay?" Cassandra asked, patting his back. "It's okay, I'm fine." Ian's face was still green, and it seemed that Myrtle's sudden confession had left a deep impression on him. Peeves shouted happily. "Ian Potter vomited ugly Myrtle." "You made Ian vomit, you lied to me," Myrtle gasped, tears rolling down her cheeks. And Peeves giggled happily behind her. Do you think I don't know what others call me behind my back? Myrtle cried and Shoutedge opened her arms, covered her eyes with the back of her hands. Her eyelashes trembling and her voice was shrill. Fat Myrtle, ugly Myrtle, poor, crying, depressed Myrtle. You missed a face full of acne, Peeves said in her ear in a low voice. Crying Myrtle suddenly sobbed sadly and ran out of the underground classroom. Peeves quickly chased after her, throwing moldy peanuts at her and shouting, "Pimples all over your face, pimples all over your face. Leave her alone." Ian waved his hand and watched Myrtle disappear from his sight. He rubbed his stomach, his face still green. She's so terrible, he whispered while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Indeed, Draco also echoed, too terrible. He felt the same way. Harry and Ronald breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Sometimes not being so handsome is also a good thing. Oh. By the way, Myrtle just mentioned love potion. What is that? Harry suddenly asked. Love potion is the most effective and powerful love potion in the wizarding world. It is characterized by the luster of mother-of-pearl and spiraling vapor. The smell depends on personal preference. Hermione snorted coldly. Those girls actually wanted to give Ian this potion. They really have bad intentions. Isabella said angrily and put it in chocolate. They all know that Ian loves chocolate the most bad. From now on, except for the things given by the three of us. You are not allowed to eat anything given by other girls. Cassandra adjusted Ian's tie. Did you hear that? I heard it, Ian nodded weakly after Myrtle left. The atmosphere in the underground classroom became much more harmonious. I'm hungry and sleepy now, Draco yawned, giving people the illusion of being listless. When will this party end? I don't know. Ian sighed. I think it should be midnight. What? Draco rubbed his eyes and looked at Ian with a horrified face. Midnight? Can we still hold on until then? 7 people looked up at the ghost lights at the door that were flashing with faint light. Several lights seemed to feel the oppression of the atmosphere and flickered tremblingly. How is it, everyone? Nick, who was almost headless, floated from the crowd. Are you having fun? Oh, happy. They lied. How are you, Nick? Ian asked. You are the master. You should be happy, right? Oh, amaze. Nick pointed at himself and smiled at them with a pale face. Happy? Of course I am happy. The turnout is satisfactory, said nearly headless Nick proudly. The wailing widow came all the way from Kent. It's almost time for me to speak. I'd better go and give the band a heads up, unexpectedly. At this moment the band suddenly stopped playing. They and everyone in the dungeon fell silent, looking around excitedly, and a hunting horn sounded. Oh no. Nearly headless Nick covered his head and said painfully. 12 ghost horses suddenly ran out from the walls of the dungeon, each with a headless rider. All the people attending the party applauded enthusiastically, and Ian and his friends also clapped. But when they saw Nick's face, they stopped immediately. What's going on? Hermione asked in surprise, looking at the headless knights. Ian spread his hands. I don't know. Maybe it's their special show. The 12 ghost horses ran to the center of the dance floor, stopped suddenly, stood up on their hind legs, and then kicked their hind hooves to charge. On the horse in front was a big ghost, with a bearded head tucked under his arm, blowing a horn. He jumped off the horse and held his head high in the air so that he could look at everyone from above. The big ghost strode towards nearly headless Nick, while carelessly stuffing his head into his neck. Nick. The big ghost shouted loudly, how are you? Is your head still hanging in the shade? He let out a wild laugh and patted nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. Welcome, Patrick. Nearly headless Nick said stiffly, welcome. Ian and the others looked at each other, and then realized that the person who came was Patrick Podmoss, who did not allow Huki to join the headless hunter team. Living people. Sir Patrick saw Ian and his group of 7 people at a glance. He pretended to jump up in surprise, but his head fell off again. Everyone laughed at this funny scene. Although Ian and his friends didn't know what these ghosts were laughing at, they just pulled their mouths awkwardly out of consideration for Nick. Very interesting. Nick, who was almost headless, had a stern face. And the 3 words unhappy were almost written on his face. The 7 people looked at each other and no one spoke first. In the end, Ian, the leader, took a step forward. "Hello, Sir Pod," Ian nodded slightly. "I know you, Potter." Sir Patrick looked at Ian's young and handsome face and smiled. "My pleasure." Ian looked at the ghost's body, and then at the head on the ground. For a moment, he didn't know where to look. Nick snorted coldly, a little unhappy with Patrick. "Come on, leave Nick alone." Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor. "He is still upset that we didn't let him join the hunters. But I want to say, look at this guy, come on. Leave Nick alone." Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor. "He is still upset that we didn't let him join the hunters. But I want to say, look at this guy, Wang, leave Nick alone." Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor. "He is still upset that we didn't let him join the hunters. But I want to say, look at this guy, I think Harry." Standing behind Ian, saw Nick's meaningful look and said hurriedly, "Nick is very scary. And he is a very good ghost." Hermione quickly replied. As if she had thought of something and she added, "A particularly good ghost." 7 people praised Nick's scary and good words one after another. And Sir Patrick's head was dumbfounded, haha. Sir Patrick's head laughed and he shouted, "I guess he told you to say that, he. Please pay attention, everyone, I will speak now." Nearly headless Nick interrupted Patrick. And he shouted as he strode to the podium under 10 cold blue spotlights. "My late lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I am deeply saddened." Oh, no one could hear what he said next. Sir Patrick and the other members of the Headless Hunt played a game of head hockey. And everyone turned to watch. Nearly headless Nick tried in vain to regain the audience. But Sir Patrick's head flew past him to cheers. And he had to lose at this time. Ian and the others were already very sleepy. And their stomachs were growling with hunger. That Sir Patrick really didn't give Nick face. Harry looked at Nick standing awkwardly on the podium and couldn't help but feel unfair for him. "Let's ignore him for now, can we go? I'm really starving." Draco's already pale face was now even paler. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was about to faint at any time. "Let's go." Hermione agreed. "I agree, I can't stand it anymore." Ronald grumbled, his stomach rumbling. Then the band began to play again. And the ghosts floated back to the dance floor. "Then let's go." Ian waved his hand, turned around and led everyone away. As they retreated to the door, they nodded and smiled at every ghost who looked at them. A minute later, they hurriedly walked in the corridor lit by black candles. "Come on, I'll take you to the kitchen for a delicious meal." Ian led the way to the steps leading to the entrance hall. The kitchen of Hogwarts is located directly below the Hogwarts Hall, along the stairs leading to the Hufflepuff basement. The kitchen door is hidden in the stone underground corridor, where the lights are bright and there is a painting of a bowl of fruit. If you gently scratch a pear in the painting, it will giggle and then turn into a green door handle, revealing the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen. Ian often comes here to find food. The house elves in the kitchen like him very much and will cook oriental delicacies for him. When the 7 people walked halfway, Harry suddenly stopped and he heard that voice again. "So you are, it was that voice again." The cold and murderous voice he had heard in Lockhart's office. Harry staggered to a stop and grabbed the stone wall, listening attentively while looking around, squinting his eyes and searching up and down the dimly lit corridor. "What's wrong, Harry?" Ian looked at Harry in a puzzled manner, hiding the envy in his eyes. It's okay, Tilda, when the fact that Harry can speak snake language is exposed. He can let Harry teach him snake language, which is really good. The laughter and joy of the Halloween party in the hall echoed here, and it was unlikely to hear other movements. That voice appeared again. "Don't talk yet," Harry said to others, holding his breath and listening carefully. Ian stared at Harry with a serious expression. "Harry, I believe you heard it right, but..." Harry ran up the marble stairs at full speed and came to the 2nd floor. The others stumbled behind him. The 7 people kept going, and finally turned a corner and came to an empty corridor. The moment Ian was dragged away, he thought, "This is really my brother." and he really dragged him when something happened. Between the two windows in the wall 1 foot above the ground, some words were smeared, shining faintly under the reflection of the burning torch. Harry's heartbeat began to accelerate, and he listened nervously, trying to capture more information. Good King, hush. Harry interrupted Ronald. He pricked up his ears and listened carefully. Harry Draco was hungry to begin with, and after running all this time, he was even more hungry and dizzy. He shouted weakly, "What are you looking for?" Harry's eyes widened and his stomach twitched violently. "You are." The voice sounded again and it became weaker and weaker. But he soon reacted and followed. Harry ran quickly. Cassandra and Isabella threw themselves into Ian's arms. Hermione suddenly gasped and pointed down the corridor. "You look. It's going to kill people," Harry shouted, and then, ignoring the confused expressions on Ian's faces, he took 2 or 3 steps up a flight of stairs. Listening to his heavy footsteps, "I smell blood. I smell blood." The sound became weaker and weaker. Harry was sure that this thing was moving up. Ian seemed to be shocked, and he stared at the scarlet blood sequence on the wall. "But we didn't hear anything go this way." Harry pulled Ian and ran away from a faraway floor above. The voice came again and it became weaker and weaker. Hermione and the others also ran quickly, and several people ran through the underground corridor like swords, ran up the stairs and ran into the entrance hall. Harry ran around the 3rd floors, and several people followed him breathlessly. The voice appeared again. "We have to hurry," Harry said anxiously. Ian and the others were stunned, staring at Harry's movements, serpent language. "He wants it too." They slowly approached, squinting their eyes to carefully identify it in the dark. "Harry, what's going on?" Ronald said, wiping the sweat from his face. "We really can't hear anything." On the wall in front of them, something was shining. "Listen," Harry said anxiously, "that voice. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of those who are enemies of the air." The scarlet font looked very ferocious and in the dim light, it seemed to be silently warning them. "What does it mean?" Draco said, his face as white as a piece of paper. "What does this mean?" "I don't know." Ronald suddenly seemed to be strangled by someone, and his voice became trembling. "What is that hanging below?" They approached carefully, and Harry almost slipped. There was a large pool of water on the ground. "Be careful, Harry." Ian helped Harry and said, "The ground is full of water." Harry nodded and walked forward carefully. They approached the slogan little by little, their eyes fixed on the dark shadow below. The 7 people saw what it was at the same time, and jumped back in fear. Splashing water. The 3 little witches were so scared that they huddled in Ian's arms. Trembling, that was Mrs. Norris, the cat of the administrator. Its tail hung on the torch stand. Its body was as stiff as a board. Its eyes were wide open. Staring straight ahead, the 7 people stood motionless, as if they were frightened. The surroundings were very quiet, with only the sound of dripping water. "This is Filch's cat. What's wrong with it?" Cassandra pointed at Mrs. Norris tremblingly. "It looks like it's petrified," Ian 793 replied. Ian sighed heavily in his heart and began his performance as the first actor in the wizarding world. "Anyway, let's get out of here first." Ian frowned and pulled the 3 little witches to leave. "Ian, should we try to rescue?" Harry pointed at Mrs. Norris and stuttered, "Listen, Harry, if we are found here, we can't wash ourselves clean even if we jump into the Thames." Ian lowered his voice and warned Harry in a serious tone. But it was too late. As Ian had expected, a low noise, like thunder in the distance, told them that the party had just ended. From both ends of the corridor where they were, there were the sounds of hundreds of feet stepping on the stairs, and people talking and laughing happily after having a good meal. Then, the students pushed and shoved into the corridor from both ends. When the people in front saw the upside-down cat, the lively and chirping sounds suddenly disappeared. Ian and his group stood alone in the middle of the corridor. The students suddenly became quiet and crowded forward to see this terrible scene. In the silence, Hermione spoke loudly. It was Alan Bulstrode. "The air is the enemy. You are next, mudblood." Bulstrode stared at Hermione and Isabella with malice. Agatha Ian protected the little witches behind him, looked at Bulstrode coldly, and drew out his wand. "You didn't get enough from the spell that day and the few days of detention, did you?" Bulstrode shrank his neck, but still insisted. "You can't protect them, ha?" Ian waved his wand and was about to cast 2 more curses at this foul-mouthed guy. "What happened here? What happened? Students are not allowed to gather in groups. Disperse." Disperse. Filch was undoubtedly attracted by Bulstrode's shouting, and he squeezed through the crowd with his shoulders. Then he saw Mrs. Norrish stumbled back a few steps. His face turned pale, and he grabbed his face with his hands in fear. "My cat. My cat, what happened to Mrs. Norris?" he screamed. Filch's eyes suddenly became a little scarlet because of excessive excitement. "Potter, you killed my cat, you killed my cats." He looked at Harry with a terrible look. "You." Filch screamed, You killed my cat, you killed it. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to." "This has nothing to do with us, Mr. Filch." Ian looked at Filch, his face completely calm. Filch saw Ian's expression soften for a moment, but then became fierce again. "Ian, you must have been tricked by the special assistant. You don't even know that your brother is the 11th grave. He must have killed my cat, my poor Mrs. Norris, Argus." Dumbledore arrived in time with the professors. When he saw the bloody words and the cat on the wall, he was obviously stunned in the blink of an eye. He walked past Ian and the other 7 people and untied Mrs. Norris from the torch stand. Dumbledore asked Ian with a subtle look, and Ian shook his head slightly. No one noticed the eye contact between the two, and Dumbledore turned his eyes to Filch again. "Argus, your cat is just petrified. I think Madame Pomfrey can cure it." Now, all students returned to their dormitories immediately, except for the 7 of you. Dumbledore's voice echoed in the corridor, and he pointed at Ian's. The students standing in the corridor immediately turned around and left, and were taken back to the dormitory by the prefects. Many people expressed their concerns for Ian, but Ian just smiled at them comfortingly. When everyone left, only the 7 of them, Dumbledore, Filch, and the professors were left in the corridor. "Come with me, Argus," Dumbledore said to Filch, and turned his eyes to the young wizards. "And you, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Miss Swan, Mr. Malfoy, and Mr. Weasley." Dumbledore was like the king of hell, and when he read a person's name, that person walked up to him dejectedly. Lockhart hurried forward. "My office is the closest to here. The headmaster is upstairs." "You can go upstairs." "Okay, thank you, Gilderoy." Dumbledore thanked him and led everyone upstairs. Lockhart was very excited and followed Dumbledore in a hurry. Professor McGonagall and Snape looked at each other side and followed. There was no way among the 7 people. There were 4 Gryffindors and 3 Slytherins. As the headmasters, they must follow. Being a professor is hard. Being a headmaster is even harder. And being the headmaster of Slytherin and Gryffindor is even harder. When they walked into Lockhart's dim office, there was a commotion on the wall. Suddenly, the Lockharts in the photos hid in a panic, and their hair was still curled at this time. The real Lockhart lit the candle on the table and stepped back. Dumbledore put Mrs. Norris on the polished table and began to examine it carefully. The 7 people exchanged glances nervously, and finally, at Ian's nod, they sat on a few chairs that were not illuminated by the candlelight and watched the whole thing. Dumbledore looked at it carefully through the half-moon glasses and gently poked here and there with his slender fingers. Professor McGonagall bent over, squinted his eyes, and looked carefully, his face almost touching the cat. Snape stood behind them, half of his body hidden in the shadow, looking gloomy. "Professor, we really didn't do anything this time." Ian felt Snape's gaze and explained quickly. Snape breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wished Harry bad luck, he would still be nervous if it would hurt his precious student. He stared at Ian and glared at Harry fiercely, his eyes full of threats. Harry accepted Snape's disgust for him expressionlessly. "Go ahead and glare at me, it won't hurt me, there is no way. The son pays for the father's debt." The son receives the mother's kindness. Who made him look like his father, Ian looks like his mother. The whole office was very quiet. Except for a particularly annoying noise, idiot Lockhart wandered around them, constantly giving advice. It must have been killed by a spell, probably a transfiguration torture curse. I have seen others use this spell many times. It's a pity that I was not there at the time. I just happened to know the antidote, which could have saved it, Ian 7 and professors. Big fool. Lockhart's words were interrupted by Filch's tearless crying. Filch slumped in a chair beside the table, covering his face with his hands, not daring to look at Mrs. Norris. Although the little wizards didn't like Filch, they couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for him at this moment. Especially Harry, but he sympathized more with himself. If Dumbledore believed Filch's words, he would definitely be expelled at this time. Dumbledore whispered some strange words and tapped Mrs. Norris with his wand. However, there was no response. Mrs. Norris still lay there stiffly, like a specimen that had just been made. I remember something very similar happened in Ouagadougou. Lockhart suddenly interrupted a series of attacks, which are recorded in detail in my autobiography. At that time I provided various amulets to the local people, which solved the problem at once, as Lockhart spoke. The photos of Lockhart on the wall nodded in agreement, and one of them even forgot to take off his hairnet. Obviously Dumbledore had 2 professors, and the young wizards were not interested in this. Argus, I am now very sure that Mrs. Norris was just petrified. Dumbledore's voice interrupted Lockhart's maddening buzzing. Filch breathed a sigh of relief. But then he looked at Harry viciously, but Mrs. Norris was still hurt. Professor Dumbledore, Professor, I want to avenge my cat. The murderer should be punished. Dumbledore glanced at the confused Harry. No, Argus. This is not an ordinary petrification spell. It is a very advanced black magic. I am sure that Mr. Potter in the 2nd year can't do it. Hearing this, Filch subconsciously turned his eyes to Ian. Ian was the only one in this group who could cast such a powerful spell. But Filch shook his head. It couldn't be Ian. He was a good boy. He respected him very much and was also very good to Mrs. Norris, so it must be Potter, Harry Potter. Because he knows his secret. No, Professor. It must be Harry Potter. He did it, his master. Filch turned his mottled, tear-stained face to Harry. He spitted and said, his fat and sagging face turned purple. You saw what he wrote on the wall. He found out in my office. He knows I'm a Filch's face twitched terribly. He knows I'm a squib. He added desperately, he must be punished. You must expel him. He became more and more agitated, and was obviously on the verge of emotional collapse. Dumbledore couldn't bear it anymore, stretched out his wand and cast a soothing spell on him. Filch gradually calmed down, then looked down at Mrs. Norris. Professor, I swear I didn't touch Mrs. Norris. Harry raised his hand, and he was uncomfortably aware that everyone was looking at him, including all the Lockharts on the wall. Professor Dumbledore, Harry had no reason to harm Mrs. Norris. Draco also helped to intercede. Nonsense. Filch roared. He saw my letter of rapid spells. Several people hurriedly explained for Harry, trying to prove his innocence. Please allow me to say one thing, Headmaster. Snape's cold voice interrupted their quarrel. I believe Potter and his friends just shouldn't be in that place at that time. Snape looked at Dumbledore and said calmly. Harry looked at Snape in surprise. He didn't expect that Professor Snape, who always had a problem with him, would speak for him now. But the next second Harry felt that he was wrong. Mr. Potter, why did you go to the corridor above? Why didn't you attend the Halloween party? Snape said, looking at Harry coldly. 7 people rushed to explain that they went to the Death Day party. There were hundreds of ghosts at the party, and they can prove that we were there. Ian calmly brought out the ghosts that could prove that they didn't have time to commit the crime. Oh, Professor, we were invited to attend Nick's death anniversary party. Harry said anxiously, we didn't go there on our own. We are Renee. I know you attended the party. Professor Snape interrupted Harry impatiently and continued to ask. But after that, why didn't you come to the party? Snape stared at Harry, his dark eyes sparkling in the candlelight. Why go to the corridor upstairs? What? I dragged them to the corridor because Harry opened his mouth to explain. But suddenly stopped. Harry's heart was pounding wildly. He vaguely felt that if he told them that he was led there by a ghost-like voice that only he could hear, it would definitely sound untenable. Principal Dumbledore, it seems to me that maybe our Mr. Potter deliberately led his friends to that place. Professor Snape continued to look at Harry, his tone cold, as if he was just a suspicious suspect he caught. The three little witches spoke one after another. Yes, we didn't eat at the Death Day party. You know, ghost food is not suitable for living people. Yes, and they're all together. If Harry's Quidditch privileges are to be revoked, then Ian and Draco. Lockhart stopped talking. He looked at Snape's extremely dark face and swallowed. Because Harry opened his mouth, but still didn't know how to explain. But your brother Ian, as well as Draco and Cassandra, are all Slytherins. And the Slytherin common room is in the basement. Snape's eyes flashed with anger, and he glanced at Harry coldly. But considering that his baby was also involved in this incident, he didn't say anything more. My cat is petrified. Professor Filch screamed, his eyeballs bulging outwards, and there were tears in his eyes. I hope to see someone punished. Snape found out after a little inquiry that Flint also started to give Slytherin extra training, because Wood from Gryffindor asked them to practice more. Harry Potter's withdrawal from the Quidditch team can not only hit him, but also save Ian and Draco from being so tired. There was an awkward silence. We are so hungry, and we don't know if the Halloween dinner is over. So we want to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. He knew that he had to make up a lie. Otherwise Snape would not let him go. We can cure Mrs. Norris Argus, Dumbledore said patiently. Professor Sprout recently got some mandrakes, and once they grow up and mature. This was really an obvious hint. I'll make it. Headmaster, I'll make it, Lockhart interrupted. I must have made it 100 times. I can dream while making the mandrake resurrection potion. I am willing to believe what you say. But the entrance to the kitchen of Hogwarts is in the underground corridor. Why did you go to the corridor upstairs and Mr. Potter dragged you there? Why? Harry was irritated by him but still tried to remain calm. Hermione stood up and took the initiative to explain. Professor, we just want to go to the kitchen to find something to eat. I reasonably suspect that you are eager to let your innocent friends witness your crime scene, so as to use their presence as an excuse to exonerate yourself and cover up your own crimes. Professor Snape's voice was full of sarcasm. Honestly, Severus, Professor McGonagall said sharply, I see no reason to stop the boy from playing. The cat wasn't hit on the head by a broomstick, and there's no evidence that Harry did anything wrong. Excuse me, Snape gritted his teeth. The sound seemed to be squeezed out from between his lips. I think I am the potions teacher of this school, really. Professor Snape glanced at the three little witches coldly, obviously not believing their statements. But Filch, the victim, stood aside, his face blue and red, and he was obviously trying to suppress his anger. Once Potter leaves the Gryffindor Quidditch team, no one can beat the Slytherins. Until proven guilty, he is innocent, Severus. Dumbledore said firmly. Perhaps we should revoke some of his privileges until he tells us everything. Snape's intentions were exposed personally. I think it's best to let Mr. Potter leave the Gryffindor Quidditch team until he becomes honest. I will have a medicine that can bring Mrs. Norris back to life. Whoever has the child, he will feel sorry for him these days. Snape often sees Ian and Draco practicing Quidditch in their spare time, and they come back exhausted. Snape, as expected of me, I killed two birds with one stone. Because we are Slapisso, we want to go back to sleep quickly. He paused, hesitated, and made up an excuse. Professor, enough, Potter. I don't want to listen to your quibbling anymore. Professor Snape said coldly. He turned his head to look at Dumbledore. My opinion is that Headmaster Potter did not tell the whole truth. Dumbledore looked at Harry with an inquiring look. Sleepy, a smug smile flashed across Snape's thin face. Then why did Ian and the other two follow you, Mr. Potter? The four of you are Gryffindors. Facing the gaze of his bright blue eyes, one Harry felt that he was seen through. Argus, we will find the real murderer. Dumbledore comforted Filch, and then looked at Ian and the other seven. If there is nothing else, let's all go back. The seven people ran away without looking back, as if they had been pardoned. They quickened their pace and even ran. Slow down, the professors don't have time to chase us. Ian walked at the end and said slowly. Harry slowed down and looked at his friends hesitantly. Do you think I should tell Professor Dumbledore about the voice I heard? Of course not, Draco said firmly. Hearing voices that others can't hear is not a good sign. Even in the wizarding world, Ronald agreed. That's right. Harry, you must not tell the professors. Including Professor Dumbledore, understand? But you believe me, right? Harry said. His eyes swept among his friends, and finally stopped on his younger brother Ian, of course. Ian smiled. Harry, you are my brother no matter what. I will believe you. We are the same, we believe you too, Harry. The other people said in unison, their eyes full of sincerity. But Hermione's expression became serious. But you have to admit that this is very strange. Too strange, I know it's strange, Hermione. Harry sighed. The whole incident is very strange. What's the matter with those words on the wall? The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. What does this mean? This reminds me of something, Ronald said slowly. It seems that someone once told me about the Chamber of Secrets in Hogwarts. Probably Bill. The Chamber of Secrets. I vaguely remember that my father also told me about it. Draco pondered. I will write a letter to ask when I get back. Anyway, Harry, Filch is targeting you anyway. Cassandra looked at Harry and said, he suspects you. Even if the professors prove that you are innocent, it will be useless. At least he will always suspect you before finding the real murderer. In my opinion, Filch is just jealous, Ronald snorted. Because he is a squib. He is jealous of Harry's magical ability. And this person with magical ability has discovered his secret. He is not so bad, at least he is very good to Ian. Isabella retorted. That's because Ian does not discriminate against him. And treats him well, Ronald rolled his eyes. You don't know Ian yet, sometimes he is too kind. I Slytherin white cut black in, Ahias eyes. That's how you promote me, okay. Stop talking about squibs and go to the kitchen to eat something. Ian smiled slightly. Yes, let's go, I'm so hungry because I'm just busy talking. Harry said, and walked towards the underground corridor first. Everyone followed him, talking and laughing all the way. And the atmosphere immediately became harmonious. The seven people walked to a painting of a bowl of fruit. Ian gently scratched a pear in the painting. And the next second, it chuckled and turned into a green door handle. Under the curious gazes of others, Ian pushed the door open directly. Wow. Everyone exclaimed in unison and followed Ian in. The kitchen is a large room with a high ceiling, the same size as the Hogwarts Great Hall above. Many glittering copper pots and basins are piled up along the surrounding stone walls. And there is a large brick fireplace at the other end of the room. There are also 4 large tables in the house. And the positions are exactly the same as the tables of the 4 colleges in the Great Hall above. Hermione took a quick look and saw that there were more than 100 house elves in the kitchen, all wearing the same uniform, a tea towel with the Hogwarts crest printed on it, which he wrapped around himself as a robe. On look. It's Master Ian. The house elves were all excited when they saw Ian come in. They shouted in surprise and hung around him. Master Ian, it's such an honor to see you again. Master Ian, what would you like to eat today? Yes, is it an oriental dish, not a Western one? The house elves chattered and talked. And from time to time someone looked up at Ian, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Come up, buddy. Ian said to an older house elf. My friends and I want to have a midnight snack. Okay, Master Ian, I'll be right there, Buddy said, raising his hand and waving it. The kitchen immediately became lively. Oh, please give me flowers. After a while, more than 100 house elves started to move. and they each prepared food according to the instructions. Ian, why do they call you master? Draco asked curiously, could it be? You are Dumbledore's illegitimate son. Ronald continued. Ian and Harry's faces darkened instantly. And Ian didn't waste any words, and directly gave Ronald a slap on the back of his head. They are all descendants of the elves brought into Hogwarts by Helga Hufflepuff. Professor Dumbledore is just the headmaster. Not their master, though. So you are the descendant of Hufflepuff. The clever Draco suddenly realized, and then he was puzzled. Why don't they call Harry Master Harry? Aren't you two twins, though? I only know that the Smith family is the descendant of Hufflepuff. Cassandra leaned on Ian's arms. Dear, do you Potters have any relatives with the Hufflepuff or Smith families? Of course not, Ian explained last time. Lombard came to pick me up, and we had something to eat in the kitchen at night. We are all house elves and we have common topics. When they heard Lombard call me, they followed suit. After Ian said that, several people understood. The kitchen soon became lively, and several large tables were filled with various exquisite foods, which made everyone's eyes straight. Everyone took what they needed and began to feast. After eating, Superth Pointer pointed to 11 o'clock. Okay, we should go back. Hermione said. She looked at the clock on the wall. Then let's go, Ian stretched. He was still waiting for a night tour, but Dumbledore winked at him before leaving, which obviously meant that he should go to the headmaster's office to find him at night. The 7 people left the kitchen and returned to their respective colleges. Good night, Ians. Draco said good night to Ian and fell asleep quickly. You fell asleep so quickly, Ian's mouth twitched. But it's better this way, so that he doesn't have to cast a sleeping spell on him later. Well, I'll cast one. Ian cast another sleeping spell on Draco to ensure that he wouldn't wake up before he came back, and then cast an invisibility spell on himself and went out. Ian was careful along the way, avoiding the patrols of Professors and Administrator Filch, and finally gently pushed open the door of the principal's office. I saw a light on in Dumbledore's office, and under the light was his figure bent over his desk. Bent over his desk eating candy. Oh. It's Ian, why are you here, what's the matter? Seeing Ian come in, Dumbledore pushed his glasses. Ian secretly rolled his eyes. The old bee who asked knowingly. How could he be like Bodhi Patriarch who flew 3 times, nodding his head? Patriarch, you all know. Ian shook his head and threw the random thoughts out of his mind. Professor, didn't you wink at me before you left, hinting that I would come to see you later? Dumbledore's blue eyes blinked under his glasses and smiled at Ian. Just kidding you. You want to ask me why we are there today, Professor? Ian approached the table and sat in the chair in front of Dumbledore. Indeed, Severus is right, Harry is hiding something. Dumbledore nodded and replaced the tea in front of Ian with a cup of hot cocoa. And I want to know what this kid is hiding. We wanted to go to the kitchen to eat something, but Harry suddenly heard a strange sound, and we followed the sound all the way to the corridor. Ian told Dumbledore what happened at the time. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed behind his glasses. The voice said he was hungry. That's what Harry said. That strange voice. Ian suddenly raised his head as if he had thought of something. Professor, do you think it's possible that 9 is the diary? What? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, it's not impossible. According to what you said. Harry first heard this voice in Lockhart's office. Yes. Professor. And I found out. Ian told Ian about his observations of Ginny in the past 2 days. Ginny should be the one who took the notebook, Ginny. The youngest daughter of the Weasley family. Dumbledore said thoughtfully, that diary. Oh, Professor, I'm worried that Ginny will be sucked of all her vitality by Riddle. Ian said worriedly. Otherwise, I'll go to the Gryffindor girls' dormitory and steal it out. Let's destroy it completely, if it was a day ago. I would agree with your idea, Ian's. But now we have to find out what that strange sound is. And Slytherin's secret room. Dumbledore shook his head, his deep eyes staring at Ian. Professor Dumbledore. That Ginny, Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Ian, and looked at him with a smile. I have heard Nick tell me that you are looking for him to refine an alchemical necklace that can resist the dark magic. And also asked him if there is anything that can save a life under the invasion of the dark magic. Yes, because I was afraid that something would happen to Ginny. Ian looked at Dumbledore with a firm gaze, you know. She was implicated innocently, Professor. Dumbledore's smile paused slightly, and then deepened. Ian, you have always been a very good child. Ian and Riddle are really different. Although they are from Slytherin, and have some Slytherin calculations and self-preservation. They are as kind as Harry. When Ian saw Dumbledore like this, he knew that he had compared him with Voldemort in his heart. Very good. Please always think that he is a kind little wizard. Who says that pretending to be kind all your life is not kind? At least, before he shows his true colors and attacks the entire wizarding world. Please always think that he is just a kind little wizard who has not grown up. Old B. Before Ian came out of the principal's office, Dumbledore kindly helped him to complete the alchemical necklace he was going to give to Ginny. Ian, the old B was really fooled. System, scan this necklace. Ian held the perfected alchemical necklace in his hand and communicated with the system that had not been online for a long time in his mind. Beep, scanning. After a short pause, the mechanical sound of the system sounded. Beep. Scanning completed, reporting to the host. This necklace has the function of simple protection against black magic. And the protection effect against mental black magic is better. The unicorn blood contained in it has great magic power. Why didn't I think of it? Ian slapped his head fiercely. Unicorn blood has the effect of resurrection. And it will definitely keep Ginny alive and prevent her from dying. Really, such a good material, why didn't he think of it? I don't know how Dumbledore made the unicorn willingly give him blood. Ian was a little curious, but not much. Anyway, he could ask the unicorn for some blood. Who made him the savior of the little unicorn? Hermione usually spent a lot of time reading books. But now she did almost nothing all day. And kept tracking the Chamber of Secrets. Draco said Filch was jealous and crazy. A squib hating little wizards with magical abilities. Although Filch targeted all students, he and Ian still had a good relationship. Sometimes when they met in the corridor, Ian would comfort him. Filch is actually quite pitiful. Hermione watched Filch staggering towards his own office and couldn't help sighing. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Ronald said, why did he embarrass Harry like this? Okay, Ian interrupted. We don't have time to care about these now. The house elves haven't been found. And now there is a secret room. Hey, Ginny, why are you here? What's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Ronald noticed that Ginny, who came to see him, seemed very pale. It's okay, I just heard you talking about Mrs. Norris. Ginny smiled reluctantly. Is Mrs. Norris okay? It's okay, just petrified. Ronald hesitated and looked at Ixie. No life-threatening, Ian said briefly. But among the students, they talked about nothing else but the attack on Mrs. Norris. Ginny's face became paler. She lowered her head silently and said nothing. Ian looked at the nervous Ginny and the slightly suspicious Hermione with interest. Ginny, I didn't expect you to care about Mrs. Norris. Hermione frowned, then quickly relaxed her brows and smiled. Ronald also told us that you were worried about it. I dare say that if Filch was petrified, your sister would not be so worried, Draco joked. Then I hope that before that person is expelled, he will have time to petrify Filch once, so that he can face the murderer directly and will not suspect Harry. Draco interrupted. Ginny, who was called very kind by Ronald, did not look very happy. She smiled reluctantly and said, I just don't want to see anyone get hurt. Not to mention that the person in Norris's hand is just a kitten. Ginny's lips began to tremble, as if she was trying her best to control her emotions. She said anxiously, but it was hurt in it. Ronald glared at Draco fiercely. Ginny is very kind, yes. He did everything he could to find excuses to put them in detention, such as they were breathing too loudly or smiling. Ginny smiled reluctantly and said, see you later. Okay, we still have potions class later, let's go. Ian interrupted the conversation with a smiled Ginny. See you later. Yes, the attack had a great impact on Hermione. After all, she was born a muggle, and it was normal to worry. Ginny's smile has completely disappeared, and a complex and hesitant expression appeared on her face. Because Ginny likes cats very much. And we even have one at home, Ronald said casually. She was scared because cats can be petrified. After confirming that Ginny would not be in any danger for the time being, Ian decided to follow Dumbledore's instructions to find the secret room hidden somewhere in the castle. This kind of thing doesn't happen often in Hogwarts. Ronald comforted her and smiled. The professors will soon catch the lunatic who caused the accident and drive him out of here. Of course, this was an open decision. In fact, he still vaguely remembered the plot. The entrance to Slytherin's secret room was in Myrtle's bathroom. Hearing Ronald say this, Hermione's suspicion disappeared by more than half. Ginny, don't worry, you don't really know Mrs. Norris. Ronald looked at Ginny's worried look and tried to cheer her up. To be honest, we are more comfortable without it. Ronald smiled 833. And he patted Draco's arm hard. Draco, you are really. Of course, when he saw Harry. There was a hint of hatred in his eyes. In the corridor of the classroom, Ginny stood in place, with an indescribable expression on her face. The words still shone brightly on the stone wall. When Filch was not patrolling the crime scene, he would hide in the corridors with his two red eyes, and then suddenly pounce on the unsuspecting students. Students often met him in the corridors. He looked very anxious, and his bloodshot eyes always showed a sense of worry. Isabella said sincerely and without any doubt, "Yes, Mrs. Norris is innocent. Ginny, you are so kind. Willing to worry about a kitten. Love the house and love the dog, it is quite reasonable. Such confidential matters were not something a little wizard like him should know. He should just follow the development of the plot. He could also improve his strength by the way. Hermione is indeed the smartest little witch, and she really suspected the real murderer. Filch's behavior made everyone remember it all the time. He often paced back and forth on the spot where Mrs. Norris was killed, as if he expected the attacker to come again. In the next few days, no more attacks occurred, and the murderer seemed to have stopped. Harry often saw Filch using Mrs. Scott's all-purpose magic cleaner to scrub the words on the wall. But it was in vain. No one dared to be late for Snape's potion class. All the students sat quietly in the classroom. Waiting for him, the classroom door creaked shut, and the light in the room was dim. Professor Snape, dressed in a black robe, walked into the classroom, holding a huge glass jar in his hand, which was filled with black liquid. He said expressionlessly, "Today, we are going to learn about powerful restoratives, which can be used to restore people who have been deformed or cursed to their original form, of course. The most important thing is that it can remove the petrified state." At this point, the Snake King paused and looked at Harry with gloomy eyes. However, Harry did not notice his gaze. He was lying on the table holding his chin with one hand. Thinking, now turn to page 58 in your textbooks, Professor Snape said as he walked back to the podium and opened his potion toolbox. The professor's face is really ugly. Cassandra looked at Snape with a gloomy face on the podium and whispered to Ian, who made the professor unhappy with Harry's face. Ian suppressed his laughter and winked at Harry. "Hey, Harry. I actually have a S** exchange potion. Herido, you want to try it? Maybe if you become a girl, you will look like your mother. And the professor will not be so against you, Ian." Harry's face flushed red. Glared at Ian and whispered, "I will never try that potion even if I die. Go down from the astronomy tower." "Well, I thought you would want to try it." Ian exaggeratedly made an innocent expression. He then looked at the podium and smiled to cover up, but did not restrain himself. The other people tried very hard to hold back their laughter, but they couldn't help it. Ronald sat next to Harry and suddenly laughed out loud. "Mr. Weasley, is my class so funny?" Snape looked at Ronald grimly and said coldly, "Gryffindor will lose 20 points, Potter. Because you didn't stop your friend. Gryffindor will lose 20 points again because of you." Harry and Ronald looked at each other and found the helplessness in each other's eyes. They were used to it. 7 people. Ian is the old bat's baby. No matter what he does, the old bat will not scold him. The 3 little witches are Ian's girlfriends. And the old bat will not do anything to them for Ian's sake. There is still Draco left, a Slytherin student. The godson of the old bat, who is almost catching up with Snape's preference for Ian. Only Harry and Ronald are like canaries in a cage, living carefully under the protection of Ian and under the eyes of the old bat. Before the get out of class was over, Harry was kept in class, and Snape asked him to stay to wipe the hair on the table. When he came out of the classroom, Ian and the others had finished their lunch. "I brought it for you. Don't say your brother doesn't miss you." Ian stuffed 2 sandwiches that were too big into Harry's arms. "Eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." "Thanks, Ian," Harry said as he stuffed the sandwiches into his mouth. "Snape probably still dislikes you because of the secret room incident a few days ago." Ronald felt a little sorry for Harry as he watched him wolf down his food. Harry, maybe Ian's method is good if it doesn't work. How many days can you drink the S***exchanging potion? If you were a girl, Snape wouldn't be so against you. When the 3 little witches heard this, they instantly became alert and stared at Harry. It probably wouldn't work if Ian drank the potion. But if Harry drank it, they were twins after all. And they could hallucinate, what? Harry choked on his sandwich. He looked at Ronald with a pale face. "Impossible. I will never drink it. Even if Snape kills me, I will not drink it. If you become a girl, Professor Snape will look favorably upon you, green eyes. Dye your hair red, and he will not make things difficult for you." Ian deliberately dragged out the last syllable. With a sly smile on his face, "Ian." Harry patted Ian's forehead hard to stop his fantasy. "Why don't you drink it? You don't even need to dye your hair. You will be a younger version of your mother's." "I don't need it." Ian spread his hands and pointed at his face. "I already look like my mother's. To become a girl is nothing more than having longer hair. It's useless. I'd better save some medicine." "Hey. What if it's different? You can try it, Ian." Hermione blushed. "I don't really want to see it. It's just a suggestion." Cassandra and Isabella looked at each other, and their faces also flushed. "Impossible, don't dream." Ian looked at these little fairies and instantly understood their thoughts. He immediately refused. "Also, I will never become a girl. I will never show it to you. Are you so sure?" Hermione's eyes lit up. She walked to Ian, tugged at his sleeve and looked at him expectantly. "Really, Ian Tilda?" Ian Tilda, Cassandra, and Isabella grabbed Ian's other 2 arms on the left and right, and they begged Ian in almost sickening voices, "No." Ian looked at the 3 little witches acting like a spoiled child and couldn't help laughing. He immediately shook his head with certainty. "No. If I become a girl, you will suffer." The 3 little witches were stunned for a moment and looked at each other. Hermione was still smart. She looked at Ian with a smile on his face suspiciously, and suddenly realized something. She immediately blushed, dragged Cassandra and Isabella, turned around and ran away. "Hayes, why are you running?" Ronald looked at the 3 little witches running away, turned back to look at Ian and suddenly scratched his head. "Ian, what did you do? This is a secret. You are too young. You don't understand." Ian blinked at Ronald, looked at Ronald's confused look, smiled at Ronald, turned around and chased after him. The 7 of them had another herbology class in the afternoon, which was also a class for Slytherin and Gryffindor. On the way, Harry met Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff boy who had taken the history of magic class with him. Harry was about to say hello, but when Justin saw him, he suddenly turned around and ran away in the opposite direction. "There's nothing we can do. You're a suspect now. Apart from us and Theodore, no one dares to get close to you." Draco put his arm around Harry's shoulders and comforted him. "Wait a while and the reputation will turn around. I just feel like I'm back to the time when I was deducted points last year. Except that this time, 4 schools are ostracizing me together." Harry looked at Draco and smiled bitterly. "There's an old saying in the East that goes, A man who knows the times, Ian coughed lightly and changed his tone. When God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make his heart suffer, Harry. You are the savior. You have to believe that this is the relationship between blessing and disaster. Ian patted his brother's shoulder. You will soon be rewarded with good fortune after suffering. Ian, you are also the savior. Why do you? Harry glanced at the three little witches surrounding Ian and thought about his usual performance. He hesitated for a moment. I don't think you have suffered either. You are the elder brothers. There is an old saying in the East that the elder brother is like a father. So you have to bear more, Ian said nonsense seriously. Ian, you are right. I am the elder brother and I must bear more. Harry patted Ian's shoulder and said to him with a smile. The elder brother is like a father. Let your brother protect you from the wind and rain. Ian smiled and said nothing. Harry, please don't let that man be fooled by me. When he dominates the wizarding world in the future, Harry, the saviors and elder brother should stand by his side. At the beginning of the herbology class, Harry was keenly aware that everyone kept a distance from him, except for those who walked very close. Everyone looked at him once, and then quickly looked up and down as if avoiding something dirty, but didn't look at him. What's more exaggerated is that a few Gryffindor students who were on good terms with him saw him. Not only did they not say hello, but they immediately moved their chairs to the sides and stayed away from him. Harry, I said, you should have come to Slytherin from the beginning. Draco saw Harry's expression, and he pointed at Theodore and others. Look. Our Slytherin students won't treat you like this. Theodore and Blaise smiled friendly at the savior of Gryffindor. To be honest, why don't you ask Dumbledore to transfer you to Slytherin? If you come to Slytherin, at least the Slytherin students won't stay away from you like they do now next time you are misunderstood. Draco said, go to hell, Draco. Don't try to trick Harry into your Slytherin. Ronald interrupted, Wood believes in Harry. Angelina and the others all believe in Harry. Harry looked at Ronald and he smiled, yes. There are still people in Gryffindor who believe in me. The little episode in the herbology class did not affect Harry's mood. After class, he was still energetic and played with his friends. Let's go to the library. Hermione took the book and blinked at the few people. You should remember that Cuthbert Binns also left homework. There will be a magic official tomorrow morning. Homework? Ronald suddenly shouted, I didn't write anything at all. I don't need to write. The three of them have finished it for me. Ian put one hand around Hermione's waist and the other hand holding Cassandra, his head still resting in Isabella's arms. I'm not showing off. Ian looked at the few people and emphasized seriously. I'm telling the truth, it's good to have a girlfriend. Okay, you'll be happy. Draco looked at Ian and clapped his hands. I don't have a girlfriend. I have to go to the library and write. I wrote a little, but there's still a lot to go. Harry and Ronald looked at each other and immediately ran to the library. They didn't write anything at all, hey. Wait for me, you two, Draco shouted and chased after them. They're all gone, it's okay, don't worry. Let's walk slowly. Ian walked slowly, I've finished my homework anyway. You're not in a hurry, but we are. Isabella slapped someone's unruly hand away. She looked at Ian and said helplessly, the three of us are still investigating the secret room. Draco and I wrote to our families, but we haven't received a reply yet, Cassandra sighed. Now she could only hope for the school's collection of books. Hermione looked at the few people. Her expression calm, let's go. Let's read the entire Hogwarts, a history today. I don't believe there are no clues to the secret room, okay. Ian did not discourage his girlfriend's enthusiasm for being a detective. A half-day tour of the library. Several people followed Harry and the other two into the library. As soon as they entered the door, they saw the three people took out their quills in unison and started writing. It's rare to see them so serious. The three of them still love to study. Hermione nodded with relief. Cassandra directly exposed their true colors. You think too much. Hermione, They are just simply afraid that they can't finish their homework. Don't worry about them, Isabella looked around and said. My information is important. The three little witches walked through the rows of bookshelves, looking for clues about the secret room. Ian the prophet naturally didn't need to play any detective games. So he simply sat down opposite Harry and the other two and continued to study the alchemy phone. Ian was very confident that he would become the Steve Jobs of the world. An hour later, Harry and the other two finished their history of magic homework one after another, and used a ruler to measure how long the homework was. Cuthbert Binns asked students to write a 3-foot-long paper on medieval European wizards gathering. I can't believe it, it's still 8 inches short, Ronald said angrily, and as soon as he let go, the parchment rolled up again. It was simply impossible to complete it. My handwriting is a little bigger than yours. But it's still 4 inches short, Harry said, tapping his parchment with a feather pen. I'm about to leave 2 handprints on the pen, but it's still not 3 feet long. I've finished writing exactly 3 feet. Draco laid out the parchment and looked at Harry and Ronald proudly. It's very simple, take a look, isn't it? Show me, learn from it, Ronald and Harry said in unison, and stretched out their hands to Draco at the same time. I can't write anymore, I can't make it up. Draco shrugged proudly and handed the parchment to Ronald, who took it and read it impatiently. Oh, 3 feet is too difficult. Harry picked out the parts that could be copied from Draco's paper. Difficult. Hermione wrote 4 feet and 7 inches. And her handwriting was very small. Ian stopped studying the alchemy phone and looked up at the people opposite him. Bella and Cassandra wrote 3 feet and a few inches. The 3 of them are academic masters. Ronald put away the parchment and looked at Ian. Ian, I guess yours is not short either. No, on the contrary, mine is exactly 3 feet. Ian spread his hands. They deal with my homework. Well, in the words of the 3 of them, beggars don't yow degrees. Are we wrong? Hermione and the other 2 finally came out from the bookshelf. Isabella patted Ian lightly and snorted, just complete the requirements. It's not your own homework, you are picky, huh? It's unreasonable. Ian pulled the little witch into his arms and pinched her nose twice. It's obviously you who lost the bet. This is called willing to accept the loss. Okay, I was just joking. Isabella hugged Ian's neck and rubbed it intimately. Harry and Draco and Ronald, there are still people here. No showing off. Soon someone fulfilled the wishes of the 3. The librarian Irma Pince was a thin, old and bad-tempered woman like a malnourished vulture. Mrs. Pince glanced at Ian and Isabella, who were in the corner, and coughed softly. The library is for learning. Some students should not talk about love in the corner. Mrs. Pince's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough for all 7 people to hear. Ian and Isabella quickly separated and smiled at Mrs. Pince. Mrs. Pince nodded with satisfaction and continued to read her book. Hermione and Cassandra sat next to Ian. Isabella didn't dare to be intimate with her boyfriend under Mrs. Pince's nose, so she sat next to Hermione. What's wrong with you two? Ian looked at the 2 little witches, who sighed together and pinched their hands twice. Didn't you go to check the Chamber of Secrets? I saw that you looked like you were going to finish reading all the books in the collection before Christmas. All the copies of Hogwarts, a history, have been borrowed. Cassandra seemed very annoyed. The queue for people who want to borrow has been 2 weeks later. Oh, I really wish I hadn't left my copy at home. But the box is filled with so many thick books of Lockhart. It can't fit it anymore. Hermione's voice also sounded frustrated. Hee. Who made you 3 so obsessed with that idiot at that time? Ian poked Hermione's head and curled his lips. Hermione slapped Ian's hand away and wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. I didn't know it at that time. If I had known earlier, I would definitely bring Hogwarts, a history, instead of choosing to bring a bunch of useless storybooks. No earlier. If I had known, I shouldn't have bought those books. Isabella sighed. Ian is still far-sighted. He didn't even buy them, who made me hate him. Ian laughed out loud. Although I am rich, it is a waste to buy those useless things. Buying Lockhart's books I don't even donate to Hogwarts. Makes sense, several people nodded in agreement. Seriously, why do so many people borrow Hogwarts, a history of the school? Harry looked up from his homework very curious. Does everyone like to read this book so much? Hermione helplessly held her forehead. That's because everyone wants to check out the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. So what is the Chamber of Secrets? Harry asked immediately. That's the problem. I can't remember it clearly, Hermione bit her lip and said. And I can't find this story anywhere else. Cassandra and Draco spread their hands at the same time. Don't look at us. Our families haven't replied yet, and we don't know either. Maybe we should go to the restricted area. Hermione lowered her voice, afraid that Madame Pince would hear. As soon as these words came out, the 6 people looked at Ian in unison. Because only Ian had a note to go to the restricted area, which was specially approved by Dumbledore. No. Ian looked at the 6 pairs of expectant eyes. A little helpless. My note was specially approved by Dumbledore. And it's useless for me to go in. I don't want to read a bunch of text. If you take my note to go there, Madame Pince will definitely know it. Think about it. Oh right, Hermione slapped her forehead. Looking annoyed. Oh, I forgot. What should I do then? The professors won't give me a note to the restricted area casually. Isabella hung her head, looking disappointed. How simple. Ian came up with 2 ideas. I have 2 ideas that can get notes from 2 professors. 2 ideas, tell me. Harry sat up straighter, looking forward to it. Ian coughed lightly. The first idea is the transfiguration potion. Harry, you turn into Harry, dye your hair red. And then go to Professor Snape. Stop. Harry interrupted Ian, directly sobbing. Tell me the second method. His good brother, he still wants to have another sister. Draco covered his mouth and whispered, Harry who endures humiliation. Hermione and Cassandra nodded. They even wanted to help Harry finish his defense against the dark arts homework today. This is indeed a good idea. Draco clapped his hands and agreed. That idiot will definitely sign it, Ian. This is too undignified. Ronald couldn't bear to look directly at it. In my impression, the most undignified thing is to be a laborer for Fred and George. Harry had a stiff face, get on all fours, jumped from time to time, and let out a wolf-like scream in his throat. Oath at vampire. Since Lockhart had dealt with it, it doesn't eat anything else but carrots. Tusk, tusk, tusk. Draco pouted in disdain, the most jealous Slytherin. If Lockhart asked him to play a werewolf, he would definitely give him a big melon first. Hey. Ian dropped his girlfriend's hand and aimed his eyes at Draco and the other 2. You 3 go, so what? Otherwise he was born first, or he was the older brother. Ever since the disaster with the elves, Lockhart never brought living things into the classroom again. Everyone knows that there are 13 clans of vampires. And the habits of each clan are different, right? That's it. Lockhart wiped his sweat and made up an excuse. Very good. Harry, that's it. Werewolves are no different from normal people at ordinary times. But they can turn into a huge wolf at any time. Lockhart enthusiastically popularized the things he knew about werewolves. Lockhart asked Harry to get on all fours and act as a werewolf. Ian felt that he didn't look like a wolf, but more like their teacher Sirius, Humph. Obviously the most jealous Hogwarts. The 3 little witches rolled their eyes at the same time. Obviously Lockhart was talking nonsense, but Ian didn't pay any more attention to him in that class. Ian asked this question directly after Lockhart finished bragging. In this defense against the dark arts class, Harry was dragged to the front by Lockhart again. This time to play a werewolf. Harry, too much like him then. Believe it or not, I pounced on him just like this, and threw him down with a bang like this. I pressed him to the ground with one hand, and the other hand held the wand against his throat, Lockhart said while clapping excitedly. Okay, then I'll go today. Cassandra raised her hand quickly. When Ian heard this, he almost laughed to death. Vampires don't suck blood but eat vegetables instead. What's the difference between waiting to die with your mouth? So far, The roles that Harry has been forced to play include a simple Transylvanian villager who was cast a bubble spell and cured by Lockhart, a Himalayan snowman with a sniffle and a vampire. Now, Lockhart reads long passages from his books to the students, and sometimes performs some dramatic fragments. It was the same from the 1st to the 7th grade, because he couldn't handle it at all. He usually chooses Harry to help him recreate the scene at that time. And he doesn't dare to ask Ian, besides. The blood addiction of vampires factuthes is just like humans wanting to eat when they are hungry. Just bear with it, it's so pitiful. For the team and the organization. Comrade Harry has worked so hard. Haven't you seen that all the vegetarians in Twilight suck the blood of animals? Okay, Ian shrugged, feeling very sorry. The second one is even simpler. Who of you go to find that idiot Lockhart? Praise him and flatter him, saying that you want to borrow a book from the library. And ask him to sign it, he will definitely sign it. Talking to a mentally retarded person is a waste of one's intelligence. Harry has this kind of endurance, and he will succeed in everything he does. Ian really admires Harry. Harry is so pitiful. Isabella looked at the embarrassed Harry and felt very sympathetic. Harry didn't want to cooperate, but there was a very important reason. He had to keep Lockhart in a good mood. Because of Harry's hard work, Lockhart called this class the most exciting defense against the dark arts class he had ever taught. This week's homework is to write a poem about my victory over the werewolves in Wagga Wagga. The length must be 8 inches. Lockhart clapped his hands and looked at the students below. The best one will get a few copies of Magic Me signed by the author. The students began to leave the classroom one after another, and Harry returned to the back row of the classroom. 6 people looked at him with sympathy. Harry, you've worked hard. Several people rushed to pat his shoulders. Harry, your defense against the dark arts homework this week. The 3 of us will take care of it. Hermione, Isabella, and Cassandra said in unison. Brother Ian said nothing, but called Harry brother after a long time. With admiration in his eyes, no skills, all emotions. Harry sighed, it's okay, I'm used to it. Business is more important, yes, yes, yes. The others remembered what they were going to do. When there were only 7 of them left in the classroom, Draco walked towards Lockhart's podium, holding a piece of paper tightly in his hand. And Ian and the others followed behind Draco. Professor Lockhart, Draco forced a smile. I want to borrow this book from the library, hoping to learn some background knowledge from it. Draco held up the note and said in an almost worshipful tone, according to Hermione's words, this book is in the restricted area of the library. So I need a teacher to sign the note. I believe this book will help me understand the chronic venom you talked about in Hanging with Ghouls. Ah, Hanging with Ghouls. Lockhart took the note from Draco and smiled at him enthusiastically. This is probably the book I am most satisfied with, Mr. Malfoy. It seems that you like this book very much. Yes. Yes, I like it so much, Draco nodded vigorously. His expression was quite sincere. You use a tea strainer, Draco forgot his lines, and a little cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Use a tea strainer to catch the last ghoul. Lockhart helped him complete the lines. Ah, yes. That's great, Draco nodded quickly and praised, smart. So smart, of course. I think no one will object to me giving excellent students a little extra help. Lockhart smiled even more, he said enthusiastically. Lockhart pulled out a huge peacock brush from his arms, as fancy as his clothes and people. What kind of owner, what kind of items? Ian leaned close to Hermione's ear and whispered. Hermione nodded with an unspeakable look on her face, and she quite agreed with Ian's point of view. Lockhart signed a big cursive name on the note in a flamboyant manner, and returned the note to Draco. Thank you, Professor. After getting what he wanted, Draco's smile became more sincere. You are such a good professor. Well, I am just doing my duty as a teacher. Lockhart stroked his peacock brush, put it in his arms, raised his head and chest, put on a tall and majestic, imposing look, and walked back to the podium. Draco's mouth twitched and he muttered vaguely, and quickly pulled a few people out if he stayed any longer. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist opening the microphone to Lockhart. After leaving the classroom, Draco's face was covered with clouds, as if he would turn into a dragon in the next second and destroy the world. I am really convinced I can't stand it. This Lockhart is simply a fool. Draco walked out the door while complaining fiercely. Is there a splendens in his brain? Even the trolls can read people's eyes better than him. Well, you are worthy of our Slytherins. You have not lost face. Ian raised his thumb and said exaggeratedly. Perfectly inherited Professor Snape's Snake King venom. This little mouth is full of birdsong and flowers, Draco. Don't lick your lips. I'm afraid you will be poisoned to death. Cassandra said with a suppressed smile, humph. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't praise him so flatteringly. Draco shook the note in his hand. I guessed it would be easy. But I didn't expect it. He didn't even look at what book we wanted. Because he's a brainless idiot. Ronald sneered, who cares? Anyway, we've got what we want, that's right. Hermione took the small note handed over by Draco while walking. And she smiled like a flower now. I'm sure I can find the clues to the secret room. Let's go. Let's have lunch first. And then go to the library directly after lunch. Ian urged, I'm hungry after watching a drama class. Putcha, everyone laughed together, that's right. In Ian's eyes, Lockhart's defense against the dark arts class is no different from a drama. Or more accurately a skit, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The 7 people finished lunch and came to the library. Walking into the dull and quiet library, they couldn't help but lower their voices. If Ian and his friends want to pass through the restricted area, they must get permission from the librarian Madame Pince. You want to enter the restricted area. Madame Pince stared at Hermione in front of her for a long time before speaking. Miss Granger, the restricted area is quite dangerous. You should know that if you insist on entering the restricted area. You must have a professor's guarantee. And you can't use someone else's note. Madame Pince glanced at Ian, the meaning was obvious. Ian shook Dumbledore's special note. Of course not, forged. Hermione has her own note. Yes, I have a note, ping Madame Pince. Hermione lied for the first time. And she was a little nervous. And her words were a little stumbling. Madame Pince looked at Hermione suspiciously. Really? Of course. Hermione took out the note and stuffed it into Madame Pince's hand. The note that allows entry into the restricted area. Professor Lockhart guarantees it. Ms. Pince took the note. Held it up to the light as if to check if it was forged. And it passed the test successfully. Indeed, you can go in then, Madame Pince gestured, saying. The restricted section is on the 2nd floor, called. Thank you, ma'am. Hermione said with a bright smile, relieved. Ian and the other 6 sat down in the library doing homework. Doing alchemy, waiting for good news from Hermione. Time passed and Hermione never showed up. Will the restricted section eat people? Ronald was getting a little nervous waiting. It's been more than 2 hours. And there's a history of magic class at 4 o'clock. It's not that easy to find clues. Cassandra rubbed her sore wrist. Don't worry. If Hermione finds any clues in the restricted section, she will definitely come out, that's right. Isabella also stretched. If she finds any clues, she will definitely be eager to share them with us. Take a break, there's no rush to write. Ian needed the little witch's right hands to relieve their discomfort. I'll take care of yours, Bella will take care of Harry's. There are 4 assignments in total. You're still half an inch away, just finish it. Cassandra pointed to the homework book. Lockhart's homework is more frustrating than the 3-foot essay left by Cuthbert Binns. I've used all the beautiful words I know. I've only written 6 inches for Harry's homework. I even wrote the words bigger on purpose. Isabella complained while writing Merlin. Cuthbert Binns's essay is much easier to write than this. I think so too, Ronald, who had been making up words for a long time, only came up with 4 inches of words. I don't know how to write at all. I don't have any ideas at all, say it. Draco's hair, which was covered with hairspray, fell down a little. As if he had been hit by something, my mind is blank now. My mind is full of cold grass now. Ian and Harry looked at each other and couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't have to do this homework. Ian was lucky that he had a handsome face and 3 good girlfriends to write for him. Harry was lucky that he lost his dignity for everyone today. At least he avoided Lockhart's attack on the class. As several people sighed, Hermione walked out of the restricted book area with a gloomy expression. "Hermione, how is it?" Harry greeted her and asked with concern. "Have you found any clues?" Harry, the innocent scapegoat, was most concerned about this matter. There was no other reason. Harry just wanted his classmates to stop avoiding him like a flood and a beast, and Filch to stop staring at him with hatred. "I found a few words." Hermione hung her head. Her tone was very lost. "I only know that the secret room is the secret room left by Slytherin. But there is no specific information as if it was destroyed. Please give me flowers, oh Slytherin." The 3 little snakes shouted in unison, "Silence." Madame Pince's voice rang out like a bell, and she looked at the 7 people majestically. "No noise is allowed in the library, sorry, Madame Pince." Cassandra made a gesture to silence them and whispered, "We will pay attention and won't make any more noise." Yeah, seeing that no one was talking anymore, Madame Pince turned around with satisfaction and continued to look through the pile of heavy books. Slytherin's Chamber of Secrets. Draco opened his mouth wide, with an unbelievable look on his face. "Doesn't that mean that the heir mentioned in the blood word belongs to our Slytherin?" Hermione nodded. "That's the theory." If it's a Slytherin student." Harry and the other 2 immediately focused their eyes on Ian. Ian's forehead was covered with black lines, and he used both hands to massage the backs of the 3 people's heads. "Then why are you looking at me?" Ronald covered his head and whispered, "If Slytherin can have an heir, I feel that you Ian are more likely to have one. Aren't Cassandra and Draco both Slytherin?" Ian pointed at himself. "What gave you this illusion?" Ian was puzzled. Why? Does he exude a villain temperament? Probably because everyone in Hogwarts knows that you are the light of Slytherin. And many people say that about you. Ronald gave an example. "Besides this, are there any other names? His Royal Highness the Prince of Slytherin, the Savior of Slytherin, the King of Slytherin." Ian. These nicknames were so embarrassing that he dug his toes on the ground and dug out a Hogwarts. "Yes. Fred and George even helped you spread the nickname, His Royal Highness the Prince of Slytherin, outside the school." Harry continued. Draco said, "People in our school also said that. Apart from the occasional kindness of Prefect Potter, you are the reincarnation of Slytherin himself, Ian. Our family should not be the descendants of Slytherin." "Right?" Harry asked hesitantly. Ian felt a throbbing pain in his eyebrows. Although the Gaunt family is not the direct bloodline of Slytherin, it is the only remaining Slytherin bloodline in the wizarding world, and their family is now extinct. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just say that the victim was Filch's cat. Ian and Mrs. Norris have a good relationship. How could he be the heir of Slytherin? Hermione looked at the 3 brainless guys speechlessly. Even Filch didn't think of the possibility of Ian. "Oh, that's right, it seems to be like this. Well, me too." Harry and the other 2 scratched their heads and laughed embarrassedly. "I actually have 3 such stupid friends at the same time." Cassandra shook her head. "I really admire myself for being able to tolerate your stupidity." Isabella was the most kind of the 3, and just looked at the 3 with a look of never abandoning. "Never giving up." Harry and Draco and Ronald. 11. "We were wrong. We are guilty. Oh, repent. We have broken our promise. We shouldn't doubt Ian." Ronald changed his words. "He is so kind, Evan. If he is a Slytherin, how could he be the Slytherin heir who did bad things?" "Yes, that's right." Draco and Harry nodded in unison. Ian looked at the 3 speechlessly, showing the same looking at fools expression. "Stop it." Hermione spoke in a serious tone. "Think about it. If we can't find it in the restricted section, where can we find out about the Chamber of Secrets? There will be a history of magic class later. We can ask Cuthbert Binns." Ian directly revealed the answer to the detectives. although I don't know whether it is true or not. It is said that Cuthbert Binns was very old when Hogwarts was founded. So Cuthbert Binns must know a lot of secrets, yes. Cuthbert Binns has been in Hogwarts for at least 1,000 years. He must know. Hermione's eyes lit up. We will ask in H class later. Everyone nodded in agreement. This is a good idea. Then let's go to the history of magic classroom quickly. Harry suggested there is still half an hour. The class at 4 o'clock. Let's go now. Let's go, let's go. The 7 people packed up their things and ran towards the door of the history of magic classroom. History of magic is the most boring course on the young wizard's schedule. And it is also the only course that all 4 houses take together. Of all Ian's teachers, only Cuthbert Binns, who teaches this course, is a ghost. An old ghost that has existed for many years. In Cuthbert Binns' class, perhaps the most exciting thing is that he walks through the blackboard into the classroom. Completely unimpeded, Cuthbert Binns is very old. His skin and flesh are so wrinkled that many people say he didn't notice that he was dead. Legend has it that on his last day of life, he stood up to go to class and accidentally left his body in an armchair in front of the fireplace in the staff lounge. Since then, all of Cuthbert Binns' daily activities have remained the same. Without any changes, today is the same. The class is still as boring as usual. With no special changes. Cuthbert Binns opened his notes and read in a dull, low and monotonous voice like an old vacuum cleaner. Finally, the whole class was drowsy, occasionally coming back to their senses, writing down a name or date, and then falling into a semi-sleep state again. Even Ian and others who were going to ask questions couldn't control their sleepiness and fell into a state of half-sleep and half-wakefulness. After Cuthbert Binns spoke for half an hour, something happened that had never happened in the history of magic class before. Hermione raised her hand high. Professor, Cuthbert Binns was explaining the International Wizarding Conference of 1289 in a very boring way. Hearing Hermione's voice, he looked up and looked very surprised. You are Cuthbert Binns obviously remembered the only little witch who didn't sleep in his class. Miss Granger, do you have any questions, Professor? I wonder if you can tell us what the Chamber of Secrets is all about. Hermione said in a clear voice. As soon as these words came out, the sleepy little wizards immediately raised their heads and woke up. Neville had been staring out the window with his mouth open, and suddenly woke up from his trance. Hermione and Isabella's roommate Lavender lifted her head from her arms. Theodore lowered his elbow from the table and leaned forward. Everyone stared at Cuthbert Binns nervously, with their ears pricked up, hoping that he would say something about the Chamber of Secrets. But Cuthbert Binns seemed to have a very stern expression on his face. Miss Granger, our course is the history of magic. Cuthbert Binns blinked and said in his dry, breathless voice, I study facts, Miss Granger. Not myths and legends. Cuthbert Binns cleared his throat, making a sound like the breaking of chalk, and continued. In October of that year, a special group of Sardinian magicians, He stuttered and stopped talking again. Hermione raised her hands in the air and waved again. Miss Granger, Cuthbert Binns said in his dry voice, giving people a feeling of helplessness. What's your question? I want to ask, sir. Legends are all based on certain facts, aren't they? Hermione smiled and determined that Cuthbert Binns would answer questions about the Chamber of Secrets. Cuthbert Binns looked at Hermione with a surprised expression. Yes. No student had ever interrupted Cuthbert Binns like this. Whether he was alive or dead twice in a row, well. Cuthbert Binns said slowly, yes, I think you could say that. He looked at Hermione hard, as if he had never beaten a student well before. But the legend you mentioned is a very sensational and even ridiculous story. No. Everyone in the class was listening attentively to every word Cuthbert Binns said. For the first time, they felt that the history of magic was an interesting course. Cuthbert Binns looked at them with his dim eyes, and saw that every face turned to him. The students showed such unusual interest that he was a little embarrassed. Oh, then let me think about it, Chamber of Secrets. Cuthbert Binns touched his temple and tried to remember something related to the Chamber of Secrets. You all must know that Hogwarts School was founded more than 1,000 years ago, The exact date is not certain. The founders were the four greatest wizards of the time. Professor Y continued slowly. The four colleges are named after them: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. They built this castle together, away from the prying eyes of Muggle-speckers at that time. Ordinary people were afraid of magic, and wizards suffered a lot of persecution. Cuthbert Binns paused, looked around the classroom with blurry eyes, and continued. In the first few years, the founders worked harmoniously together, looking for young people who showed signs of magic everywhere, bringing them to the castle for good training. But gradually, there were differences between them. Cuthbert Binns' voice began to deepen, and the atmosphere in the classroom became tense. According to this legend, Slytherin sealed the Chamber of Secrets so that no one could open it until his true heir came to the school. I really regret telling you this ridiculous story. If you are willing, let's go back to history and return to the real, credible and reliable facts. Only that heir can open the Chamber of Secrets and release the horror inside, so that it can purify the school and eliminate all those who are unworthy of learning magic. Nonsense, Mr. Finnegan. Cuthbert Binns slammed his notebook on the desk and said in an annoyed tone, "Since so many past headmasters have not found that thing, but..." Professor Gryffindor's Parvati Paddle also spoke sharply. "It is too likely that dark magic must be used to open it." Professor Suan-Si was impatient before Hufflepuff's Dean Thomas finished speaking. After all, the purpose of Slytherin is to protect oneself and judge the situation. Yes, the strange legend about the Chamber of Secrets, Cuthbert Binns said in his dry voice. The story says that Slytherin built a secret room in the castle, and the other founders knew nothing about it. Cuthbert Binns began his lengthy historical explanation again. Within 5 minutes, the young wizards fell into a drowsy sleep again, as if they were cast under a sleeping spell. What's wrong with being a Muggle-born? Who is Muggle-born? Next to the story ended, and the whole class was silent, but not the sleepy silence that usually appeared in Cuthbert Binns' class. This is a vent of anger, right? Ian curled his lips speechlessly. What stupid lions without brains, Ian. A wizard does not use dark magic. Does not mean that he will not use it, Miss Paddle. Cuthbert Binns said sharply, I repeat. Since people like Dumbledore have not. This little episode did not affect Cuthbert Binns. He still told this ancient story in a yo-yo voice. To choose the country or the beauty if it were him. He would not let go of either the country or the beauty. Slytherin himself doesn't like Muggle-born wizards. If he is really the heir of Slytherin, then he will bear the brunt and have to kill his 2 girlfriends. The atmosphere was unsettling, and Professor Fuss seemed a little angry. Let's talk after class, Ian whispered. That's all the reliable historical data tells us. Cuthbert Binns said dryly. But these pure facts are obscured by the strange legend about the Chamber of Secrets. You Slytherin stay away from us for a while. Hermione and Isabella both slapped away the unruly hands. Everyone continued to stare at Cuthbert Binns, hoping that he would continue. Hermione and Isabella looked at each other and snorted at the same time. Ian smiled and squeezed the hands of the 2 little witches. Why are you still angry? A strange legend. The little wizards all hissed in surprise, as if sand was stuffed in their throats. Enough. Cuthbert Binns interrupted them with a knock on the table and said sternly, This is a legend, it doesn't exist at all. There is no evidence that Slytherin ever built such a one. 6 secret chamber. Only Ian and 7 others were still awake. They sat side by side with serious expressions. After some time, Slytherin and Gryffindor had a fierce quarrel over this issue. And then Slytherin left the school. Cuthbert Binns paused again, his lips slightly down, like a wrinkled old turtle. Slytherin believes that magic education should only be limited to pure wizard blood families. He is unwilling to accept Muggle-born children, thinking that they are unreliables. The rift between Slytherin and others is getting bigger and bigger, especially his best friend Gryffindor. Slytherin hopes that Hogwarts will be more picky when recruiting students. Of course, if it was a little snake in Slytherin, he would definitely think that he would choose to deal with the two little witches of Muggle origin for the sake of status, power, and deeper magic. He had felt a lot of lights coming towards him just now. Mostly from Gryffindor, of course. The whole thing is nonsense. Cuthbert Binns' transparent ghost body seemed to be a little red. The school has naturally investigated whether there is such a secret room, and has investigated many times, inviting the most knowledgeable wizards. The secret room does not exist, it's just a legend, designed to scare simple-minded people. Cuthbert Binns raised his voice a little. Hermione raised her hand in the air again. Professor, what did you mean by the horrible thing inside the secret room? People think it is some kind of monster, and only the heir of Slytherin can control it. Cuthbert Binns' voice dropped. The whole class held their breaths, and they exchanged nervous glances, fearing that they would miss any movement. I tell you, that thing does not exist at all. Cuthbert Binns fumbled with his notes and said, there is no secret room and there is no monster, but sir. Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott raised her hand. Since this Chamber of Secrets can only be opened by the true heir of Slytherin, others may not be able to find it at all. Right. Ian looked at Hermione and Isabella. He couldn't bear to part with such beautiful girlfriends. Maybe only someone related to Slytherin can open it. So Professor Dumbledore can't. Not long after the bell rang again, the whole class woke up at once, packed up their things in an orderly manner, and left the classroom after the long explanation. They obviously didn't gain anything, but their eyes were fixed on Ian and his friends with more suspicion. If you look at me again, you won't have your eyes. Ian pointed his wand at them, glanced at them coldly, and said coldly, Ian. The three little witches pulled Ian's sleeves together. A little worried. It's okay. Ian gave his girlfriends a comforting look. He turned his head and looked at the group of Gryffindors and some Hufflepuffs. Why? Who do you think is the heir, me or Harry? As soon as Ian finished speaking, those little witches blushed and were speechless. The two saviors who saved the wizarding world are actually pure-blood advocates in your eyes. Draco covered his mouth in surprise, exaggerating, Harry. Ian, if I didn't know you too, I'm afraid I would think your last name is Malfoy instead of Potter. Cassandra snorted coldly, why last name Malfoy? Just last name Slytherin, how good, more pure blood. Absolutely authentic pure blood family. The little snakes behind Ian laughed together. And Prefect Wally and Deputy Prefect Malfoy spoke more and more. Prefect Potter's last lip was poisoned, that's right. Even if the Slytherin students think that their own Prefect Potter is the heir, they will not look at him with suspicion. They are simply proud. The little eagles of Ravenclaw did not join the ranks of suspicion. They are not stupid. Even if the heir of Slytherin will be Harry, it can't be Ian, who let Ian have two mugwort wizard girlfriends. He is also a mixed blood. If Ian is really the heir of Slytherin, and inherited Salazar Slytherin's philosophy, and eliminated all those who are not worthy of learning magic, then the first thing to do is to eliminate his two girlfriends. And then himself. Harry, see, we Slytherins are quite united. Theodore pointed to the group of silver-green figures behind Ian. Who do you think doesn't distinguish right from wrong? Gryffindor was immediately irritated. Then the hat said, well, since you have made up your mind, it's best to go to Gryffindor. The rest, Harry thought. Probably what Ian said about Death Eater reserves. Okay. Theodore, you take them back to the dormitory. We have things to do. Ian looked at those who were driven away by Theodore and Blaise, and curled the corners of his lips. Hey, why did you respond? I didn't say anything. Why are there still people taking the blame on themselves? Blaise looked at Ian aggrievedly like a funny guy, however. Harry had heard in advance that Slytherin College was a school that trained dark wizards and had a bad reputation. So he said in his mind desperately, don't go to Slytherin. Don't go to Slytherin. The seven people talked while struggling through the crowded corridor. Blaise smiled, that's right, like some colleges, who don't distinguish right from wrong. Even though he later learned that not everyone in Slytherin was a dark wizard reserve. Even his own brother and several friends were in Slytherin College. Smart guys. Some chapters are not visible after the update. You can delete them in the bookshelf first. Then clear the reading cache in the settings. And then add them to the bookshelves. And you can read them immediately. Theodore performed a standard Western etiquette. Bowed gracefully and with a smile on his face. He left with the little snakes of Slytherin, to be honest. I knew Salazar Slytherin was a perverted old lunatic. Ronald said to several people. But I didn't know he came up with this pureblood nonsense. Okay, Blaise shrugged and showed a provocative expression to those who doubted the Potter brothers. Except for his younger brother Ian. Harry had never told others that the Sorting Hat had seriously considered sorting him into Slytherin. The group of people who were threatened by force by Ian didn't care about who was the heir, and ran away with shameless faces. Harry clearly remembered the little voice that spoke in his ear when he put the hat on his head a year ago. And it all happened as if it happened yesterday. Isabella and Hermione both nodded in agreement, thinking of the pure-blooded old madman. If you really entered Slytherin, Aunt Weasley and Uncle Weasley would probably not recognize you. Ian said unhappily, that group of guys. Ronald looked at the people leaving, turned around and complained to the others. Even our roommates Sig and Dean are suspicious of Ian and Harry. Ian is so nice and he often helps them in class. Isabella felt sorry for Ian. I really don't know what they think. Cassandra looked at everyone and rolled her eyes elegantly. What else can I think? That group of brainless Hufflepuff and sorry. I didn't say you song is someone else. Cassandra smiled apologetically at the 4 Gryffindor friends. Hermione and the others just waved their hands to show that they didn't care. Ronald even said to Cassandra, I think you are right. Cassandra is nothing you can't say. This is the first time I see Ronald say that about Gryffindor. Draco joked with Ian beside him. Although I know some Slytherins are very good after getting along with them. But if it was when I first entered school, Ronald paused. His expression became more vivid. And said even if I was paid for nothing, I would not enter Slytherin. If the Sorting Hat had sorted me into Slytherin, I would definitely take the train home without saying a word. In fact, Harry had also thought about what would happen if he was sorted into Slytherin. Harry had to admit that just like now, some people in Gryffindor suspected their brothers. Only some Slytherins were good people, ahem ahum. Ian held back his smile and said in a serious tone, Blaise. Don't say that so angry, just some Gryffindors some. Ronald emphasized it and muttered. You Slytherin is full of dark wizards. But what is certain is that his classmates in his own college will not look at him with suspicion and distrust. You will become great you know in 77 your mind. Slytherin will help you to glory there is no doubt about it. However, Harry thought of those Slytherins who had ill will towards him and Ian. And Bulstrode a few days ago. Others also tried their best to control the corners of their mouths. Dead mouth don't laugh. Several people were amused by his appearance. Only Harry's expression was a little silent. And his heart suddenly sank awkwardly. Just like Ian, Slytherin is eager for Ian to be the heir. Ronald covered his head exaggeratedly, then just kill me. Prefect tell me, why are there still people looking for a room by themselves now? After lunch, the 7 people gathered in their secret base, the Room of Requirement. Before discussing the Chamber of Secrets and the heir, there is a more important thing, Ian waved his wand. And a golden scepter symbol appeared in the air everyone. I want to set up an organization. Is it like the Death Eaters? Draco looked at Ian expectantly. If you want to die, you can continue talking. Ian slowly showed a kind smile to Draco. If he dared to set up the Death Eaters now next second, Dumbledore could strangle him. The 3rd generation of the Dark Lord in the Cradle. Draco smiled bitterly. What kind of organization are you going to set up? It's been 2 years. And we haven't learned anything from the defense against the dark arts class. Aren't you anxious? Ian looked at the others and said seriously besides. Voldemort is not dead yet, he will come back one day. What should we do then? Set up an organization where everyone can learn from each other. Practice spells and be vigilant. At least when facing Voldemort. There is still a chance to fight, Ian finished speaking. And the scepter symbol in the air shone with golden light, which was particularly dazzling. But Draco raised his hand in confusion. Ian, don't you often give us special treatment? Is it necessary to set up an organization for just 7 of us? Who said it's just the 7 of us? Ian raised his eyebrows and said, do you think it's possible to fight Voldemort with just the 7 of us? Well, it's simply a foolish dream to want to conquer the wizarding world and reform the wizarding world with just a few of them. I want to set up an organization, and there will definitely be more than 7 of us. Ian looked at the 6 good friends in front of him and said with a smile, there will be students from every grade and every college, communicating and practicing with each other. Ian is right, we need to improve our own strength. Hermione was the first to agree with Ian's point of view. It is necessary to set up this organization. Second, Cassandra and Isabella also raised their hands. I agree too, Harry smiled and patted Ian on the shoulder. Ian, I am your biological brother, as a biological brothers. Do I have any privileges in this organization, Ian? I want privileges too, I want them too. You can't favor one over the other. Draco and Ronald said quickly. Think about the name of the organization first. Then talk about the privileges. Ian looked at the 2 people in front of him with a sullen smile. I have already thought of the logo. That is the Golden Scepter. Draco raised his hands. His face was filled with excitement. Glory. Silver Serpent's Edge, how about it? Slytherin glory comes first. Our organization will have people from all 4 colleges. Vito. Ian looked at Draco and shook his head directly to Vito. Ian didn't want to turn the organization into a one-man show for Slytherin from the beginning. That would not conform to his inclusive concept. What's more, if the name of the organization is really linked to Slytherin, what will the members of the other 3 colleges think? What will Dumbledore think, then? Mutual Aid Society. Academic Research Society. Hermione thought about it and made her own suggestions. Cassandra covered her face helplessly. Hermione, you are not suitable for naming. The golden staff symbol soon appeared on Cassandra's fair skin. Ian, you are so nice. Hermione gently stroked the golden staff with a satisfied smile on her face. Ian gradually blushed in Isabella's white and soft palm. Ian's mouth twitched. Are you shy? He really wanted to tell Cassandra it will grow. Isabella patted Ian and shyly turned her face to the side. Your height will grow too. The golden staff appeared. Ian cast the spell expressionlessly. It's different to live in the United States. They are more open and bold than the little witches in England. Hermione's expression was very dangerous. Even if he couldn't, he would find a way to transfer the mark on Hermione's arm to her heart. Hermione and Cassandra looked at each other and curled their lips at the same time. Let's call it EO. It's simple and easy to remember. Ian looked at the expressions of others and saw that no one objected. He showed a satisfied look on his face. Since the name of the organization has been determined, there must be member logos. The golden staff will appear immediately. Ian shook his head and chanted the spell. Very good. Ian smiled and looked at Hermione. Come on, Hermione. Don't be shy, you are no different from me now. Don't ask why. He was just curious. Well, of course I know, Ian whispered back. And continued awkwardly. Cassandra, it's your turn. She is the queen. Hermione thought she was not as shy as Cassandra and the others. She undressed, revealing her fair skin, and looked at Ian with a sweet smile. The other people looked at each other and said quickly, can I choose my own position? Ian, you guys discuss it and find a good position. Then I'll help you do it, Ian said with a smile. I'll do it first. I want it on my neck. So cool. Draco opened his collar to reveal the right side of his neck. Quick, make that golden staff appear. Ian's mouth twitched, satisfying Draco's second-year request the next second. A golden staff symbol also appeared on Draco's neck. After a while, The golden staff symbols appeared on the corresponding positions of Harry and Ronald. Let's do it later after Draco and the other two leave. Cassandra whispered to Ian's ear and said shyly. I want it on my chest. Ian was stunned for a moment, and his ears turned red. But he still blinked at Cassandra, of course. I want it too, Ian. Isabella looked at Ian. Her eyes sparkling and a smile on her lips. Okay. Ian grinned, his expression bright. I'll do it later. Hermione glared at Cassandra and Isabella with gritted teeth. You really think well on your chest. You two are both little witches from Gryffindor. Why are you better than me, Ian? Can this be changed? Hermione pointed to the mark on her arm and asked with a smile. It should be possible, right? Yes, of course. Ian nodded hurriedly, after all. You can't build a tall building if you walk on flat ground. After the three left, Ian and the three little witches were left in the room. Because we are going to start branding you, boss. Isabella smiled with her lips curled, and her white fingers gently stroked Ian's lips. The golden staff will appear immediately. Ian cast a spell, and the symbol on Hermione's arm was immediately moved to the position of her heart. How about calling it the Elite Group Z? Isabella put forward her own opinion. It means excellence and ability, which is consistent with our goal. This is quite unique. Hermione exclaimed while raising her arm. She was just bold in her words, but she was not shy about such behavior. Ian covered his clothes nervously, with a little expectation and excitement on his face. Why do you look at me like this? Hermione, pull up your sleeves and show your arms. Ian walked in front of Hermione and pointed the wand at her fair skin. Golden wand appears the next second. A golden scepter logo appeared on Hermione's slender and white arm, which was very beautiful. He really thought too much. Things that don't exist at ordinary times, no matter what. It still doesn't exist. Oh, Draco. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, said nothing, and left directly. Come on, Ian, I'm ready. Isabella faced Ian and buttoned 2 buttons. Her face flushed. Oh, Cassandra took a deep breath, closed her eyes and under Ian's gaze. She acted in unison with Isabella. Forget it. If he dares to say that to Cassandra, he will be in trouble. The secret room and so on, let's talk about it tomorrow. Now there are more important things to do. After getting the exact result, Hermione started to drive people away directly. Harry, Draco, Ronald, you 3 go back to the dormitory first. We'll meet at the entrance of the library tomorrow morning. The next morning, Ian and 7 other people gathered at the entrance of the library. Listen, let's go to the crime scene first to look for clues. The murderer will always leave some traces, Hermione said as she tied her hair into a ponytail. Ian's eyes lit up. It was the first time he saw Hermione tie her hair into a ponytail. She looked very capable. They followed Hermione's steps and left the library soon. Hermione, do you really think there is a secret room? Cassandra asked Hermione. I don't know, Hermione said. Frowning, Professor Dumbledore can't cure Mrs. Norris, which makes me think that the guy who attacked it might not be human. Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at Hermione. Sometimes he was really amazed at Hermione's intelligence. If he didn't know that he was the only one who traveled through time, he would have suspected that Hermione had also traveled through time. Her brain was too good, she hadn't discovered anything yet. But she had guessed that the person who did this was not human. As they were talking, they turned a corner and found themselves at the top of the corridor where the attack had taken place. The scene in front of them was the same as that night. But the petrified cat was no longer hanging on the torch holder, but leaning against an empty chair on the wall with the words, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Filch has been guarding here all the time." Ronald whispered. They exchanged glances with each other. There was no one in the corridor. Let's look for it, Harry said, throwing away his bag. Crawling on all fours looking for clues. Ian frowned as he watched Harry's dog-paddling movements. Then you look for it, Ian, look, burn marks. Harry wiped his forehead and pointed to a corner, saying that there was also this one. Come and take a look at this. Hermione also called out to the others. This is really interesting. Harry got up and walked towards the window next to the words on the wall. Hermione pointed to the glass above the top 427, where about 20 spiders were crawling in a panic, as if they were eager to get out of the 10 small cracks on the glass. A long silver thread hung down like a rope, and it seemed that they were climbing up hurriedly through this thread, intending to escape to the window. Have you ever seen spiders like this? Hermione asked in wonder. Cassandra came over, stared at the spiders for a willing shrugged. No. Are they scared? Ian asked. It seems that these spiders are a little abnormal, as Hermione said. She bent down and checked the chandelier on the windowsill. What's going on? Harry touched his chin and stared at the spiders. Draco. Ronald, what do you think? Draco shook his head. He didn't understand what was going on. Ronald, what about you? Ronald? Harry turned his head. Ronald was standing far behind and seemed to be resisting the urge to escape. What's the matter? Harry asked curiously. I don't like spiders, Ronald swallowed nervously. Are you afraid? Draco looked at Ronald with a playful look on his face. I haven't heard you mention this before. Hermione looked at Ronald in surprise. After all, you used spiders so many times in potions class. I don't care about dead spiders. Ronald carefully avoided his eyes from the window and pretended to be calm. I just don't like the way they crawled. Several people laughed. Hey, you guys, what's so funny about this? Ronald said angrily. You don't know that when I was 3 years old, Fred turned my teddy bear into an ugly big spider because I broke his toy broom. Ronald shuddered, as if he remembered the terrible experience when he was 3 years old. If you have had the same experience as me, you won't like them either. If you are holding your teddy bear and suddenly many legs appear. And Ronald shuddered and couldn't continue. The three little witches looked at each other, obviously still trying to hold back their laughter. Ian and Draco also coughed twice and focused their attention on the Chamber of Secrets. Harry cleverly changed the subject. Remember the water on the floor? Where did it come from? Someone mopped the floor. It's probably here, Ronald said and gradually recovered. Walked a few steps past Filch's chair and pointed to them. Parallel to this door. He reached out to grab the brass ball handle, but suddenly retracted his hand as if burned by fire. What's wrong, Ronald? Harry asked with concern. You can't go in. Ronald said unhappily. This is the girls' bathroom. Ian and Draco also took a step back. They were not perverts and would not take the initiative to enter the girls' bathroom. What's the matter? There won't be anyone inside. Isabella stood up and walked over. This is Moaning Myrtle's territory. Let's go in and take a look. Yes, there's no one there. And Cassandra snorted. It's not like you didn't break into the girls' bathroom in your first year. In order to save Hermione, you broke into a bathroom that girls often go in and out of. Well, how can it be the same? It was more critical at that time. Ian touched his nose awkwardly. Now we have to take the initiative to go in. Harry and the other two nodded in agreement. Stop talking nonsense, let's go. Hermione took Ian's hand, ignored the big sign that said out of order, and pushed the door open directly. Harry, Draco and Ronald saw Ian being pulled in by Hermione, and took the initiative to follow him in. This was the darkest and most depressing place Ian had ever been to. Under a large mirror with stains and cracks, there was a row of stone pools with peeling surfaces. The floor was wet, and a few candles were burning low on the brackets, emitting dim light making the floor gloomy. The wooden doors of the single rooms were peeling paint and covered with scratches. One door had its hinges detached and was hanging there swaying. Your girl's bathroom is so, Ian tried to choose his words. So special. It's just an abandoned bathroom, few people come here. Hermione whispered, think about it. Who would come here for no reason? There is crying Myrtle here. Peach, Ronald was interrupted by Hermione's 10 slaps before he finished speaking. Ronald covered the back of his head. Why are you hitting me? If you want to hear her cry, then tell everyone. Isabella warned in a low voice. Ronald thought of Myrtle's cry that day and shuddered subconsciously. Seeing that Ronald had closed his mouth, Hermione covered her mouth with her hand and walked towards the innermost single room. When she reached the door, she said, "Hey Myrtle, how are you?" Others followed to see Myrtle was crying and floating in the water tank of the toilet, pulling her chin in 10 places. Ian looked at this scene and his pupils were shaking. How did she do it? Her skin was pulled up. Did she take sheep placenta from her dull sobs? It sounded like she was hiding somewhere in the U-shaped bend of the toilet. What are you whispering about? Myrtle glared at them and asked. He didn't stand up on his own initiative. But his 3 girlfriends couldn't stand Myrtle and pushed him out together. However, after seeing Ian's, Myrtle's tone suddenly became gentle. Although you are very handsome and beautiful, you are not a girl, Mr. Potter. Myrtle looked at the 2 handsome faces in front of her, wiped her eye, shelled her face, and said in a shrill voice, "I believe you too. So what's the matter with you, dead?" Ronald helped her finish the words. Of course they are not girls. Hermione agreed with a fake smile on her face. I want to show them how beautiful this place is. Myrtle sobbed sadly, rose into the air, turned around, and fell headfirst into the toilet, splashing water on them, and then disappeared. He. Ian pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled awkwardly. I hope people won't talk about me behind my back. Myrtle said in a crying voice, I also have feelings, you know. Even though I'm dead, Myrtle, no one wants to make you sad. Hermione said quickly. She didn't want Myrtle to cry endlessly. Harry was just a fool. This is the girls' bathroom. Myrtle looked at Harry and the other 4 with suspicion. They are not girls, nothing. Harry shook his head. We want to ask you. I didn't notice, Myrtle said exaggeratedly. Peeves tortured me so badly that I ran here to commit suicide, and then, of course, I remembered that I had already taken the initiative too. Draco covered his face. Ian and I have sold our faces. And you made her go away with just 1 word. We just want to ask you if you have seen anything interesting recently. Hermione forced a smile because on Halloween, a cat was attacked outside your door, Draco Malfoy. He would never give in like this, Ronald. The 6 people looked at Ronald speechlessly. Myrtle, we don't mean that. Ian stood up with a helpless look on his face. Did you see anyone around that night? Cassandra also asked. Draco didn't hide either, and was pushed to Ian's side by the little witches. He swore that this was not what he thought. If there were not 3 wands behind him. The 7 people were stunned. This Sister Myrtle. We don't want to talk about you. We just want to know something. Draco looked at Myrtle with a gentle expression. She waved vaguely at the dirty old mirror and the wet floor. Hermione asked her if she saw anything. Harry said to Hermione in a low voice, well, who makes her cry too easily? Ronald scratched his head awkwardly. Hermione shrugged lazily and said, to be honest, this is a pleasant experience for Myrtle. Okay, let's go. Myrtle likes handsome guys. And Ian talking to her can greatly reduce her inexplicable crying. No one wants to make me sad. This is really a big joke. Myrtle cried, my life here has no joy, only sadness. And now I'm dead. People still don't let me go. Hermione had just closed the door to cover up Myrtle's sobbing when a voice suddenly startled the 7 of them. Ronald's brother Percy Weasley, stopped abruptly at the stairs. The prefect's badge gleamed on his chest, and Percy's face was filled with extreme surprise. That's the girls' bathroom. Percy panted, why are you? We were just looking around. Ronald shrugged, looking for clues, you know. Percy was arrogant, and his look reminded people of Mrs. Weasley. Get away, Percy said. Walking towards Themond opened his arms, urging them to go quickly. Ian, are you following them? Percy blamed the 2 most reliable people among the 7, and Hermione. You 2 should stop them, Tilda. Ian shrugged. He was thinking about talking to Percy. He was annoyed when he thought that he might be in love with Penelope now. We just want to clarify some things, Hermione explained. Yes, it's about Harry's reputation. Ronald said quickly, we want to investigate clearly. Investigate what? What's going on? Don't you care? Percy interrupted Ronald directly. Others are studying. Eating Ganawasi have their own things to do. But you come here, why can't we come here? Ronald said angrily, stopped suddenly and stared at Percy. Listen, Percy, we didn't move a finger to the cat. It wasn't us, I said the same thing to Ginny. Of course I believe Harry and Ian believe in you. Percy was not to be outdone. She still seems to think you will be expelled. I've never seen her so sad. Crying all day, Percy began to blame Ronald. You should think about her. The first-year students are all disturbed by this matter. You don't care about Ginny at all, Ronald said loudly. His whole face was turning red because of anger. You are just worried that I will ruin your future as the head boy. 5 points from Gryffindor. Percy fiddled with the badge of the prefect with his fingers and said stiffly, I hope this can teach you a lesson. Don't do any more detective activities, or I will write to my mothers. You will get the second howler soon, Ian, Hermione. You two keep an eye on them and don't let them wander around anymore. Percy said to Ian and Hermione after that. He didn't wait for their reactions, strode away. He is so unreasonable, Draco said, kicking the pebbles on the road angrily. Ronald. After becoming friends with you, I feel for the first time that someone is as kicks as Weasley. Ronald was also indignant. Percy is so inexplicable. Always preaching to us. Fred and George don't like him either. The three little witches also rarely looked cold. They not only hated being preached by others, but also hated being preached by people who looked like their fathers. It was simply inexplicable. Ian, Harry, why aren't you angry? Several people looked at the Potter brothers in unison. Harry sighed, I don't have time to be angry. It's good enough that he can trust me and Ian, why be angry? There's no need to be angry with someone who is not worth it. Ian shrugged, looking indifferent. Besides, if he said that, would we do that? Everyone was stunned for a moment and then reacted, yes. Just let it go in one ear and out the other, it's just a prefect. They have it too. Ian and Cassandra were a little overwhelmed by the enthusiastic gazes. The 5 points just now, Ronald stared at Ian and Cassandra eagerly. Ian spread his hands helplessly, don't look at me. Cassandra and I are hidden prefects. Do you know what hidden prefects are? Hogwarts doesn't recognize us. We are only useful within Slytherin. Ronald immediately became dejected, that's 5 points. 5 points, let's eat, fill your stomach first. Harry patted Ronald's shoulder. It's okay to deduct points, it's just 5 points. That's right, in the potions class. That class can deduct 20 points, 5 points is nothing. Just sprinkle water, Draco also comforted. Several people walked towards the hall with laughter, completely forgetting Percy's words that night. In the room of requirements, everyone was doing their own things. Ian was busy with the alchemy phone. Hermione was busy reading. And Harry and others were doing homework. But Ronald was still in a bad mood. When he was doing his homework in the spell class, he always spilled ink on the paper. When he absent-mindedly took out his wand and wanted to remove the stains, he unexpectedly set the parchment on fire. Ronald was so angry that his heart was also on fire. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, standard spells. Level 2. Don't be so angry. Draco stopped writing with the quill pens. Are you still angry? You are angry again after dinner, are you dizzy? I get angry just thinking about his arrogant look. Ronald muttered. Hermione also closed the book and sighed. What's the point of getting angry? The most important thing now is the Chamber of Secrets. But who could it be? Isabella whispered, as if continuing their previous conversation. Who do you think wants to drive all the squibs and muggle-borns out of Hogwarts? Let's think about it. Ronald pretended to be puzzled and said, as far as we know. Who thinks that muggle-borns are trash? The 4 Gryffindors turned their eyes to the 3 little snakes of Slytherin. Ian raised his eyebrows. Slytherin is indeed the school that least wants to see muggle-borns among the 4 schools. But we can't generalize. We are just wondering who in Slytherin it will be. Hermione thought thoughtfully. Let's rule out Pansy and the others first. In fact, no one in the second year will go against us. Cassandra continued, the first year is not strong enough. If it is possible, it must be the senior students. That's Bulstrode, Ronald said firmly. He said to Hermione and Bellew, our next mudblood. It must be him, Bulstrode the heir, Ian Cassandra. And Draco exchanged glances. And their tone was a little doubtful. Look at their family, Ian. Harry also closed the book. The whole family is in Slytherin. He often shows off this to others. They may have the key to the Chamber of Secrets for centuries. Ronald agreed, passed down from generation to generation. From father to son, oh yes. Hermione said cautiously, I think it's possible. Isabella has even picked up the wand. Go and interrogate him. You guys take a break. That's impossible. Draco leaned his head against the back of the chair. His tone disdainful. Have you forgotten what I told you? He is the illegitimate son of the Bulstrode family. If it is really an heir passed down from generation to generation, it won't be him, and he has no inheritance rights. Indeed. Bulstrode has a sister, Millicent Bulstrode, who is in the same class as us. His sister is the future head of the Bulstrode family. Cassandra took over. But it could also be that old Bulstrode has a conservative mindset. He has always believed that only boys can inherit the family, even if he is an illegitimate child. The wife of the Bulstrode family will not agree. Ian leaned on Hermione's shoulder. Old Bulstrode can't make the decision. The wife of the Bulstrode family is quite powerful and has great skills. So his suspicion has been ruled out, Hermione asked. Ian hooked her finger affectionately and shook his head with a smile. Of course not. These are just our guesses, aren't they? Then how can we prove that it is him? We have no evidence. Harry said pessimistically, if it is really him. He will not admit it, aren't you, Slytherins? You can ask him. Isabella turned her head and looked at Ian and the other two. Ian held his forehead helplessly. It's impossible. The three of us don't have such a good relationship with him. Besides, you forgot that I took action when he mocked you last time. And Cassandra and Draco also provoked his pain points. What should we do then? Ronald said with a worried look on his face. What if our suspicion is correct? But we can't force the truths. Then he will definitely kill the next person. I have a way to prove whether he is the heir. Hermione said slowly, looking very confident. Of course. It's not easy to don't, it's very dangerous. We will probably violate 50 school rules. Come on. Hermione. It's not like we haven't violated school rules before. Isabella said anxiously. Ian's mouth twitched. Indeed, they violated more than 50 school rules. It's very simple. Hermione motioned for a few people to come over and said calmly, what we need to do is to enter the Slytherin common room and ask Bulstrode a few questions without letting him recognize us. How is this possible? Harry and Ronald rejected this idea at the same time. Draco also curled his lips. Hermione, give up. Our Slytherin college has been here for hundreds of years, and no outsiders have been able to enter. How is it impossible? Cassandra's eyes flashed. Hermione, do you mean the polyjuice potion? That's right, Hermione showed a determined expression. It's the polyjuice potion. As long as we can make the polyjuice potion, we can enter the Slytherin common room. Polyjuice potion, what is that? The two smart people asked in unison a few weeks ago. Professor Snape just mentioned it in class. 107. Isabella looked at the two speechlessly. What are you two doing in class? Draco tried hard to control the corners of his mouth that were raised up, not letting himself laugh out loud. They were thinking about how to reduce the points deducted by Gryffindor in class. Harry touched the tip of his nose awkwardly. So, what is the use of polyjuice potion? This potion can turn you into another person. From the inside out, Ian answered Harry's question. Of course, you need a little bit of the person you want to become a hair. Blood, as long as it is a part of her body, think about it. Harry, the four of us can become Slytherin students. Hermione's eyes flashed with cunning, except Ian. No one will know it's us, then how can we make it, can you? Harry asked the most critical question. Nonsense, of course I can, Hermione rolled her eyes. Besides, if I don't know Ian is there, Ronald scratched his head, but do you know the formula? We have a note more than once. Hermione shook the note from the restricted area that Lockhart gave her a few days ago. The secret recipe of Polyjuice Potion is in the restricted area. There is another question. Making Polyjuice Potion requires materials. How can we get those materials? Draco raised his hand and said. Hermione turned her eyes to Ian and Draco. And smiled embarrassedly, Ian Draco. You have a good relationship with Professor Snapperite. Ian can, but I can't. If the Godfather tells my parents, I will be in trouble. Draco moved back. The Godfather likes Ian so much. He doesn't need to do anything. Just stare at the Godfather with his eyes. And the Godfather will fulfill his wish. Ian's mouth twitched and got it shut up. I'll go find Professor Snape, then it's decided. Hermione and Bella are about the same height. You can just wear my robes when the time comes. I have a lot of sets, Cassandra said affectionately, pulling the two little sisters. Harry and Ronald immediately cast their eyes on Ian. The meaning was very clear. Ian nodded helplessly. I am taller than you two. And the clothes are a bit big. You can't wear them. I can use transfiguration to turn your robes into silvergreen when the time comes. That's fine. Harry nodded, indicating that he agreed to the proposal. Now that the plan is made, let's go back quickly. The Quidditch game will be the day after tomorrow. So get ready, Ian said to several people. Ian, with you here, we will definitely win. Draco smiled confidently. We Harry are not vegetarians either. Ronald patted Harry on the shoulder, ace seeker. Our Ian is the ace chaser. Draco raised his eyebrows proudly and me. The two of us Toadster the best in the world. The few of them laughed. Toadster played for a while. And then went back to their respective colleges. The next day, several people came to the library as scheduled. Do you want to borrow books from the restricted section? Madam Pince stared at the little wizards in front of her suspiciously. Yes, Madam Pince. Ian said with a stiff face, we have Juicy. Madam Pince's suspicious eyes became even more suspicious. She looked at the few people and finally relented. Which book do you want? I'll get it for you. Madam Pince squinted at the 7 people. Powerful potion, ma'ams. Ian handed over the note specially approved by Dumbledore. Please, Madam Pince took the note, opened it, and took a look. And then handed it back to Ian. Wait, after that. Madam Pince strode through the tall bookshelves and came back a few minutes later, holding a thick book that seemed to be moldy. Here, take it, remember to return on time. Madam Pince handed the book to Ian. Don't worry, ma'am. Ian took the book and handed it to Hermione. Hermione carefully put it in her bag, fearing that others would notice that it was a powerful potion. After borrowing the book, the group hurried out of the library to find a place to brew the Polyjuice Potion. They chose the dilapidated bathroom of Moaning Myrtle. Is this really safe? Hermione, why don't we brew it in the room of requirement? Ronald opposed Hermione's proposal all the way. The room of requirement has now become the base of O. Theodore and the others know about this place, which is not suitable. Hermione retorted, of course I don't distrust them. It's just that the fewer people who know about this, the better. The public bathroom is even more uneasy. It's not easy to be discovered by people all over the city. Draco said hesitantly, as long as a sane person is willing to come here, you can rest assured that we will not be discovered. Hermione immediately put an end to the two people's unfounded worries. Moaning Myrtle is crying loudly in her room. We just ignore her and she will ignore us. And we won't interfere with each other. We still think. Draco and Ronald wanted to say something else, but were glared back by Hermione. Ian sighed. Tell a few people to run to Myrtle's bathroom quickly. Entering the bathroom, several people put the powerful potions borrowed from the library on the sink. 0.7 Hermione carefully opened powerful potion, and the 3 of them came forward to look at the pages covered with watermarks. They saw at a glance why this book belonged to the forbidden area. Some of the potions in it had terrible effects, which were simply unimaginable. There were also some illustrations in the book that made people feel uncomfortable, A person seemed to be turned inside out, and many arms emerged from a witch's head. Oh, Ian took a breath and pushed the book aside. These illustrations are too disgusting. No wonder it is a banned book. Cassandra retreated to Ian's side. It is too detrimental to the physical and mental health of young wizards. It's still business that matters. Isabella reminded them. Hermione reached out and picked up the book, carefully looking for the formula for the compound. Look here, Hermione said excitedly. She found the page marked with Polyjuice Potion. There were several people turning into other people on it. Hermione, why do they look so painful? Harry swallowed. Ronald also turned pale. Is the Polyjuice Potion so terrible? At this moment, the two of them sincerely hoped that the extremely painful expressions on those people's faces were imagined by the painter. This is really the most complicated potion I have ever seen. Hermione ignored the two of them, quickly browsed the formula, pointed at the ingredients list one by one with her fingers, and muttered lacewing leeches. Sapgrass and two-ear grass, these are easy to get. They are in the students' lockers. We can take them ourselves, however. The horn of a two-horned beast ground into powder. A piece of snake skin of an African tree snake. Hermione stared at Ian eagerly. Ian naturally understood his girlfriend's hint, and nodded helplessly. I will go to Professor Snape. Don't worry, Evan, if Professor Snape doesn't give it to me. There is Professor Sprout, then it's decided. Ian will be responsible for the more difficult materials. Hermione pointed at Harry and Ronald and said in an unquestionable tone, Harry, you two go to the student locker to find other materials. No problem, but Ronald swallowed. Who in Slytherin are we going to become? Also, can we take something from each other instead of toes? I would rather use their hair. Okay. Hermione nodded. Tell me about the other candidates. Hermione, actually, you and Bella can go. Harry and the other two. Cassandra hesitated. It seems useless. Is this okay? Hermione hesitated. We have a grudge against Bulstrode. He will definitely be on guard. Millicent. Still 3 short. Hermione made a 3 gesture. We have 4 people. I think that before your brother was born, your father or your uncle always regarded you as the heir. Right? Ian shook his head. It must be very hard to feel something you got and then lost. Even if he had this idea, he couldn't just say it out loud. How about this? There are 2 boys and 1 girl left. Which happens to be the 3 of us, Ian pointed to himself. Cassandra and Draco. The 3 of us will stay in the bathroom. And you 4 will come back to us after you finish asking questions. Although it is true, can you not say it so bluntly? Of course, she is also a member of the EO now. You just need to stay in the Slytherin common room. You don't need to ask anything if you have anything to ask. Just let the fake Millicent ask us it. Ian was puzzled. Oh yes. Although Millicent Bulstrode looks down on Alan Bulstrode, they sometimes say a few words to each other occasionally. After all, they are from the same family. Draco's eyes lit up. She can be considered a candidate. I don't want to take toenails either. Hermione glared at Ronald unhappily. You can rest assured about this. Actually, he's not very likable. You know, he's a Slytherin, and he's a B*******D. Ian spread his hands helplessly. He looks down on half-bloods. And purebloods look down on him. He's not very popular. Ian shrugged. Captain Farley, I just feel sorry for you. You have enough strength and a smart mind. But you can only live as Mrs. Roman 20 all your life. Gemma Farley, Ian said with a smile, 7th year. Student Union President, Slytherin Prefect. That depends on who Bulstrode is close to. Hermione looked at Ian and the other two. So, who is Bulstrode close to, Potter? What benefits can I get if I choose to stand on the side of you 2 brothers? Gemma Farley sat down opposite Ian, legs crossed. You should know that although the Farley family is not one of the 28 sacred pureblood families, it also has some say in the Wizarding World 560. Gemma Farley stared into Ian's green eyes and for the first time regarded him as an equal person. Not a so-called junior brother. Because the head of the Farley family needs a male heir. You are just a witch who can't bring glory to the family in his eyes. Ian just asked Gemma Farley to think carefully about whether to choose to stand on the side of the Savior and the Dark Lord. Wait, his sister Millicent is okay. Cassandra clapped her hands fiercely. You can become Millilyn, Harry and Ronald. Gemma Farley clenched her fists. What do you want to say? Ian didn't mention the benefits, but only talked about Gemma Farley herself, Captain Farley. As far as I know, you should marry into other pureblood families after graduation. Right? Harry scratched his head. Then what should we do? It can only be said that Slytherin is worthy of being Slytherin. In just a few seconds, he weighed the pros and cons. Senior Farley asked him, are you going to be the third-generation Dark Lord? To be honest, Ian felt guilty at the time. But he immediately refuted it. When did this happen? Draco was surprised she was willing to come. She is about to graduate, if that's the case. In order to ensure Sapphire are two options. Ian pursed his lips and thought one is Terence Higgs, a fifth-year studenta half-blood wizard, who has a good relationship with me. It just so happens that I plan to pull him into the EO, and I can take him to the room of requirement when the time comes. So who are the four of us going to become? Harry asked. The Ians. Hermione means, Ronald pointed at Ian and the other two. As long as the three of you are present. Bulstrode will definitely not tell the secret of the Chamber of Secrets. Ian could only say that his friends were still too young and didn't see things as clearly as Senior Farley. Why not if Voldemort is resurrected? Her life will not be easish is a half-blood. Ian raised his eyebrows and said, besides, I can give her what she wants, has no reason to refuse. Your father is your grandfather's second child, and he was born in his old age and he is the youngest son. Ian chuckled. So no one would stop him from falling in love with a half-blood witch. And he is not the heir after your grandfather died. Your uncle became the new head of the Farley family, but unfortunately has no children for many years. And your father has you and your brother. Ian paused. With a little regret, your brother is only 8 years old. A young master who has not grown up yet. And what about you? Prefect Farley, you are no worse than anyone else, or rather. You are quite good, Slytherin Prefect. Student Council President, and you got 9 O's in your OW. LS. You are talented and hardworking. Ian turned around suddenly and stared at Gemma Farley. But what's the use in their eyes? Your only value is to find another pureblood family to marry. The fiancé chosen by the Farley family is Hebrew Blackie. Right. In my opinion, he is not worthy of our Slytherin cosmos. Prefect Farley, if you choose to join EO, then the organization will do its best to help you. Whatever you want, it can give you. Ian stared at her and said slowly, can give you whatever resource connection status and reputation you want. How do you prove that you will do your best? Gemma Farley asked back, what if you don't do it? Proof. Ian smiled, smiling like the bewitching male goblins in the books that Gemma read. I thought we were the same people and had the same pursuits. Senior, you can have different choices with me. Ian slowly walked behind Gemma Farley. Whether to be Gemma Farley or Mrs. Blackie, the choice is up to you. Ian's voice echoed in Gemma Farley's ears. It must be said that Ian is indeed capable of bewitching people. Gemma Farley raised her head and almost sank into Ian's deep emerald eyes. If Dumbledore saw this scene, he would probably be alarmed again. Ian is pitiful. Who is pitiful? Did Ronald figure it out? Okay, don't be angry anymore. Ian took 2 steps forward and walked to the little witches. With me here, how could you be in danger, I say? Let's decide on Millicent Bulstrode, Gemma Farley and Terence Higgs. Hermione pointed to herself and Isabella Bella and I. 2 girls' unrealistic fantasy, a wise choice. Ian reached out and gently held Gemma Farley's hand. Ian. Ian, Hermione waved her little hand in front of Ian's, trying to call him back from distraction. Ronald whispered to Harry, Harry, you should pay more attention to Ian when you have time. Look, he has no status in front of Hermione and the others. Be obedient, stop making trouble. Ian begged in a low voice. Harry and the others are still behind. This is not good. We are just touching the abdominal muscles. Hermione and Isabella hugged Ian on the left and right, protesting in a dissatisfied voice. You send us back to Gryffindor. You and Cassandra can do whatever you want when you go back. And we won't see you anymore. Hey, 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 I heard you say bad things about me. Cassandra glared at the two of them. I let you feel the warmth before you go back how kind I am. You actually made up a story about me, if you are kind. Why don't you let me make a few more Polyjuice potion? On the first 3 days I will become you in Slytherin. And on the second and fourth days Bella will become you. The more Hermione talked, the more excited she became. As for your original appearance, you will stay in Slytherin on the 5th and 6th days, so that you can have one more day than the two of us. Isabella's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. I think it's feasible. Don't be so delusional. What's feasible? Cassandra spat lightly. The duration of Polyjuice potion is only 20 minutes to 12 hours, depending on the quality of the potion. At our current level, it's good to have an hour. You should give up this idea. Hermione pouted. I'm just thinking about it. Thinking about what to do. Ronald chuckled. I'll wait in the bathroom with the three of you. Draco scratched his head, glanced at Ian and then at Ronald. Ian, oh, does it take that long? Draco scratched his head. We don't need to worry. But Hermione, you and Bella, by then. Bulstrode will be able to defeat half of the Muggle wizards in the school. Hermione, Bella, do you think you two are included? Hermione and Isabella rolled their eyes at Ronald, stopped pestering him, and continued to discuss the preparation of the potion. Ian, should I change my name? Gemma Farley smiled and pursed her lips. Boss. 1 month. Harry and Ronald both screamed, okay. Ian nodded with satisfaction. So how long does it take to prepare this potion, Hermione? Harry looked at Hermione and asked, worry Ronald. If we are targeted, we will pull you in front of us to block it. Isabella looked at Draco and laughed twice. Ronald swallowed his saliva and quickly hid behind Ian. Muttering softly, Ian, boss, take care of your girlfriends. I am your good brother. They can't bully me. It's like this. The sap grass should be picked on the day of the full moon. And the lacewings should be boiled for 20 days. Hermione calculated the times. I think if all the ingredients can be obtained, 1 month will be enough. Hermione and Bella, together with his useless brother, will definitely be able to complete the first level of the 2nd grade clearance game, I Am a Great Detective. When leaving the bathroom, Ronald and Draco walked at the back. This method of bewitching people is even more Voldemort than Voldemort. This child is definitely going to be the 3rd generation of the Dark Lord. Gemma Farley held Ian's hand back. My choices are always right. His poor brother was played around by 3 little witches and couldn't escape. Can you please pay attention to the tool man's mood and take your hands off my waist first? Ian pulled himself out of his memories and looked at Hermione. What's wrong? Hermione and Isabella narrowed their eyes and were about to get angry. Ronald quickly added, but this is the best plan we can think of. So let's speed up the action. My idea is very consistent with the thinking of the wizarding world. Hermione didn't say anything, just stretched and shook the wand in her hand. Cassandra saw her friends angry and looked at Ronald in the same way, as if she was going to spray venom at him in the next second. Gemma Farley would never have thought at this time that the boss she chose to follow, who was 5 years younger than her, would really subvert the entire market in 10 years. I'll be Higgs. Harry raised his hand. Harry didn't notice Draco's, it's hard to say. He looked at the green back in front and agreed with Ronald's point of view. The next day was Saturday, and it was the first Quidditch match of the school year. This year, the first match was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Harry, I heard that you are a very good player. I was also a seeker in my time. They want me to run for the national team, but I would rather spend my life to eliminate the dark forces. Harry endured the noisy noise. He tried to control his hand holding the broom. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but raise the broom to beat Lockhart. Yes, this noisy self-boasting came from Lockhart's mouth. 11 o'clock gradually approached, and all the teachers and students in the school began to go to the Quidditch stadium. Today's weather is very hot and humid, and there is a faint sound of thunder in the air. Harry, I heard that you are a very good player. I was also a seeker in my time. They 910 want me to run for the national team, but I would rather spend my life to eliminate. Harry endured the noisy noise. He tried to control his hand holding the broom. He was afraid that he would not be able to help but raise the broom to beat Lockhart. Yes, this noisy self-boasting came from Lockhart's mouth. Harry, if you feel the need for some pre-match training, I can tell you now that I am always happy to pass on my experience to players whose abilities are not yet strong. Lockhart approached Harry, wanting to impart his secrets. No need. Harry is one of the youngest seekers in history. He doesn't need it. Ian came over from the side and helped Harry out. Lockhart didn't feel embarrassed, and was even proud of himself. You don't know. When I was young, my Quidditch level was quite good. If you can be too. Before Lockhart finished speaking, Ian pulled Harry away. He seems to have a problem with his brain. Harry complained sometimes. I really want to hit his fancy head to see if there is too much water in it. His left head is water and his right head is flour. If he falls, his head will be full of paste. Ian rolled his eyes in annoyance. Harry couldn't help laughing, seeing Ian's unbearable look. He put his arm around Ian's shoulders. Let's go. The game is about to start. Tusk, don't try to get close to me, I won't show mercy. Ian slapped Harry's hand away and moved aside in disgust. Go back to your respective locker rooms. I haven't changed my uniform yet. Ian returned to the Slytherin locker room and had just changed into the silver-green Slytherin team robes when Hermione and the other two ran in. Looking for Ian, you guys come, you guys come. Flint was cheering the players and explaining the tactics. When he saw the three little witches coming in, he wisely gave up his position. Hermione, Isabella and Cassandra, the three little witches, crowded around Ian chirping like larks. Are you here to cheer me up? Ian raised his eyebrows and looked at the three. How is it? Are you touched? Isabella came up to Ian with a giggle. Are you going to cry? Ian tied his belt and said calmly, I am touched. But there is no need to cry. The four laughed and joked for a while, and the captain Flint called the players to enter the field. When they walked out to the field, they were greeted by a noisy sound, mainly from the cheers of girls. Both colleges used Nimbus 2001, and Slytherin's Krypton Gold method failed to succeed. Gryffindor was sponsored by Harry, and Slytherin was sponsored by Draco. Ian still rode the Nimbus 2000 given by Cassandra. Quidditch teacher Mrs. Hooch asked the captains of the two teams to shake hands. Flint and Wood stared at each other with unconvinced and squeezed each other's hands tightly. We have Ian, Flint whispered. Wood also responded in a low voice, we have Harry. Draco so listened to my whistle. Madam Hooch raised the whistle to her lips. 3. Then with a quick whistle the game began. The crowd was noise-sending them off, and the four players went up into the leaden sky together. Harry and Draco flew higher than all the players. The two of them squinted their eyes and looked around, looking for the golden snitch. Soon Draco and Harry, the two seekers, were entangled together. They both had the same idea. Brothers are brothers, but brothers can't even think about getting the golden snitch. The audience around them focused their attention on the 14 players, and the little witches mainly stared at Ian. The audience clapped and cheered, stomped their feet and applauded, and shouted and cheered at the top of their lungs. Quidditch has never lacked speed and passion. The players of both teams performed well in the game, and the competition was very intense. I say, Harry, do you have to keep staring at me? Draco looked helplessly at the one who followed him. Harry, you're really enough. Before Harry could answer, he felt a strong sense of crisis at this moment. A heavy black bludger suddenly flew towards him. Harry barely dodged it by a hair's breadth and even felt the ball brush his hair as it flew by. That was a close call, Harry. Draco looked at Harry in surprise, a thrilling moment. Sorry, Harry, I hit it in the wrong direction, George said, holding a bat in his hand, rushing past Harry, ready to hit the bludger at the Slytherin players. Harry saw George hit the bludger hard at Terence Higgs. But he didn't expect the bludger to change direction midway and fly straight at Harry again. Harry quickly dropped to avoid it. And George hit it hard at Lucian Bowl again, however. The bludger turned around again like a boomerang and went straight for Harry's head. Harry suddenly accelerated and whizzed to the other end of the court. He could hear the bludger whizzing after him. What was going on, Harry? Draco and George shouted together, looking at Harry nervously. Luckily, Fred was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked his head. Fred used all his strength to hit the bludger with his stick. And the bludger was knocked aside. That's good. You're fine, Fred shouted happily, however he was wrong. The bludger seemed to be attracted to Harry by magnetism and flew after him again. Harry had to speed up desperately to escape. It started to rain and the small raindrops hit Harry's eyes, making his vision a little blurry. He had no idea what was going on the field until he heard commentator Lee Jordan say, "Slytherin is leading 130-0, apparently as Slytherin's chaser." Ian had been scoring, and the crazy bludger was also trying his best to knock Harry down from the air. Ian, who was originally focused on the game, quickly noticed the sudden situation of Harry and the others, and knew that it was Dobby's fault. Before Ian could drive his broom to help Harry, his own broom also started to shake. Damn, Ian cursed. He forgot that Dobby not only wanted Harry to leave Hogwarts, but he wanted them to leave together. Ian tried his best to control the broom to prevent it from swinging left and right. But before he could turn his head to see Harry's situation, the broom suddenly began to fly up uncontrollably. Oh. Merlin, the students in the stands exclaimed. Hermione and the other two were so anxious that they wished they were behind Ian right now. They stretched out their hands to hold down the broom. But the broom flew up like an uncontrolled sponge. Ian had to grab the broom handle and press it down desperately. But the broom kept flying up like a wild horse. The professors saw that someone was making trouble again, and their wands were pointed at Ian's broom, chanting counterspells. The spells of several professors were chanted together. And finally the broom was quiet again. We were 20 feet above her, stopping another bludger from killing Harrywood. George said angrily. Someone tampered with the ball, it refused to move Harry. And during the whole gamut didn't chase anyone. And later, did you see that Ian's broom had problems too? So Harry, are you ready to die on the field now? Don't do the wrong thing because of a momentary impulse. Ian frowned at Harry. Harry looked at Wood, but Wood is about to graduate. And he has to win once, it's just a bludger, nothing. Someone has done something to this bludger, Fred muttered, while hitting the bludger that launched a new round of attack on Harry away. Who knows, Ian and Harry had problems one after another. How could it be such a coincidence? Fred said angrily, we have to find out the reason. Otherwise, let alone winning, we will lose miserably. Forget it, you two keep flying around me. I have no hope of catching the golden snitch unless it gets into my sleeve by itself. Harry sighed. Fred, George, you should go back to the other players and let me deal with the out-of-control ball by myself. Don't be stupid, Harry. Fred waved his hand, it will knock your head off. Wood looked at Harry and then at the Weasley twins. Oliver, this is irrational. You can't let Harry deal with that thing alone. Let's request an investigation. Ian flew to them and shouted, Harry, are you okay? My broom just had a problem. Harry, Ian is right, don't be impulsive, George advised. Wood obviously caught his signal and waved to Madam Hooch. There's something wrong with my broom. Ian pointed at the Nimbus 2000. And Harry was chased and hit by the bludger. Fred and George wanted to chase Ian, but were stopped by Harry. We were defeated. Miserable defeat, Fred, George. Where were you two when the bludger stopped Angelina from scoring? Wood asked angrily. The twins and Draco were now flying close to Harry, so Harry could only see their arms hitting continuously. And there was no hope of finding the golden snitch, let alone catching it. Ian walked to the Gryffindor side and just heard this. Can we continue the game? She asked Wood. Wood looked at the determined look on Harry's face, hesitated for a willing nodded. But the bludgers have been locked in Ms. Hooch's office since our last practice. And they were all fine at that time, Wood said anxiously. Gryffindor was also discussing because of the terrible defeat. If we stop now, we will be disqualified from the game. Harry disagreed with Arya's proposal. We can't automatically give up because of a crazy bludger. Come on, Oliver, tell them to stop me. We need to pause the game. George raised his hand to signal pause to Wood, while trying to stop the bludger from breaking Harry's nose. Whatever you want, Ian pretended to be angry, shook his robe and left. It's none of my business if you get hit by a bludger. Ian breathed a sigh of relief, stabilized the broom, and flew towards Harry and the others. This is all your fault, George said to Wood angrily. You said either catch the golden snitch or die on the field. You are really crazy saying this to him. Ian, why did you suddenly disappear? Flint looked at Ian and asked. Harry looked at him for a long time and finally nodded. Ian. It's okay if there is really danger. The professors will not sit idly by, okay, Professor? Wood said, Fred George. You all heard what Harry said, don't worry about him. Let him deal with the bludger himself, you have to be strong. Slytherin was discussing new tactics, mainly because they were afraid that Ian's broom would have problems again. Draco nodded. Harry and I were looking for the snitch at the same time. And the bludger suddenly went crazy and almost hit Harry. Mrs. Hooch blew her whistle, and several people landed on the ground while still dodging the crazy bludger. Harry. Angelina and Alia glared at Wood and advised him again. We have to find a way to solve it, Draco said. Bludgers will bump into people anyway, and the professors probably won't think there's something wrong with the bludger. He knew in his heart that Harry would not get hurt, and he did this just out of brotherly love. This year is Wood's last year at Hogwarts, and he wants Wood to win the Quidditch Cup in his last year. What's going on? Flint walked towards Ian and Wood walked towards Harry. At this time, Mrs. G came to them. I'm fine, I'm still alive. Harry answered Ian while dodging the crazy bludger. The rain was getting heavier now, as if it was going to wash away all the bad mood. When Madame Hooch blew her whistle, the 14 people kicked their feet and flew into the sky. Harry could hear the whizzing sound behind his head, knowing that the bludger was chasing him again, of course. This time the bludger not only chased Harry but also Ian. The chaser, two bludgersone, was targeting Ian, and the other was targeting Harry, Lucian Peregrine. Drive it away, Ian held the quaffle, dodging the attack of the bludger while shouting for help from other players. Slytherin's two beaters, Lucian Bull and Peregrine Derek, double-teamed the crazy bludger from two directions at the same time with solemn expressions. Lucian held the bat and hit the bludger hard, knocking it aside. But soon the bludger caught up with Ian again. Forget it. Ian flew very fast, you go, I'll deal with it first. Let Terence and Dirian fight well. We are now 160 points ahead of Gryffindor. As long as nothing unexpected happens, we Slytherin will still win. Ian said to the two, I can do it, as he spoke. I flew quickly, attracting the bludger away to prevent it from endangering his teammates. Be careful, Lucian Bull shouted worriedly. But Ian had no time to answer him. He rose higher and higher, turning, spinning, swooping down, circling up, and circling east and west, taking a zigzag route. The two bludgers on the field chased the Potter brothers, and the four batsmen could not help, so they could only watch the two of them deal with the bludgers. Ian, Harry, this way, Draco waved at the two, and he was holding a big bag in his hand. This is what he had just taken from Hermione and the others when he flew over the audience. Ian and Harry saw Draco's intention, looked at each other, and flew in Draco's direction. Draco opened the big bag and aimed it in the direction the two were coming from, trying to trap the two bludgers. Ian and Harry passed by Draco and swooped down again. The bludgers couldn't react and went straight into the big bag. The two bludgers successfully broke through the bag and quickly escaped. His arm was hanging there at a very strange angle. Lockhart walked in front of Harry and bent down to look at him. Harry, Ian flew down from the sky and landed beside him. How are you okay? The snitch fell down at a high speed. Just when it was about to hit the ground, Harry dived stretched out his hands and caught it firmly. Ian dodged the bludger that had been chasing him while leading the one that followed Harry. Run, Ian made a quick judgment. You two quickly find the golden snitch and end the game. However, this also caused Harry to fall to the ground, bang. Splashing water. Harry fell into the mud and rolled off the broom. I caught the snitch but the hand my hand. Harry groaned, his eyes closed. Harry, how are you? Draco threw away the broom and ran towards Harry, shouting worriedly. Harry was getting anxious watching his brother dodging left and right. Suddenly a golden shadow flashed by. It was the snitch. Harry and Draco saw it. They didn't care about anything else and flew towards the snitch. But Ian reacted faster, dodged it, and shouted, I'm not heavy, don't worry. Ian responded loudly, I can do it, sure enough. The next second, the struggling bag slipped from Draco's hand. Draco and Harry nodded and the two quickly flew into the sky, searching carefully while flying. They flew directly to Ian and Harry, and one of them hit Ian's back hard. Ian, be careful. Harry shouted at Ian, and at the same time flew towards the bludger, trying to knock it away. What should I do now? Draco looked at the two bludgers chasing behind him and asked in horror. Ian stared at the bag of bludgers and had an ominous premonition in his heart, trapped. Draco was overjoyed. Now we can have a good game. Not so good. Harry's voice sounded like he was trying to endure the pain. Ian, what's wrong, Harry? How are you? Draco's voice was getting closer and closer, and he could hear his question clearly. No. Harry saw that it was the idiot Lockhart and quickly refused. I'm fine, he half-tilted his head. Sweat on his forehead and pursed his lips, obviously trying to endure the pain. You fell hard, Harry. Lockhart said you need, I'm fine. Harry interrupted him again, this kid fell stupid. Lockhart said loudly to the students who gathered around anxiously. Don't worry, Harry, I'm going to treat your arm. No. Harry shook his head frantically and said, just leave it like this, thank you. He wanted to stand up, but his arm hurt too much, and he heard a familiar cracking sound from the side. At this time, professors and students in the stands also ran over. No. Ian reached out to grab it, but failed to prevent the tragedy in time. Ian, be careful. Harry shouted again. He was worried that Ian could not deal with the two bludgers alone. Harry was still half sitting on the field. The rain poured on his face. Someone leaned over to look at him. He saw a row of shining teeth. Li Nuo Zhao, let me treat you, Harry. Lockhart squeezed out of the crowd. Still holding the wand in his hand, Harry opened his eyes, reluctantly turned his head and said, I'm fine. No, Draco. Harry looked at the big bag in horror, his voice a little hoarse. Yao, you guys look. In the burst of pain, he heard many whistles and shouts. As if coming from a long distance, he caught the snitch and just surpassed the Slytherin king. He tried to sit up, but the severe pain made him frown. Draco slammed the bag shut and locked the two bludgers inside. The two bludgers rushed around in the bag, making the big bag bang bang and bulging one after another, as if the bag would be broken in the next second. Harry doesn't want to take such a photo, Mr. Creevy. Ian stood in front of Harry, staring at Colin Creevy coldly. Colin Creevy was holding a camera, and he pressed the shutter with a click just now. Colin stammered, sorry, I'm really sorry. Oh, don't do embarrassing things, Ian said unhappily. Colin hid behind his friend in a bad mood. Compared with Harry from the same college, he was a little afraid of the savior of Slytherin, Harry. Wood came over covered in mud. Although his seeker was injured, he still couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Your catch was really amazing, Harry. It was wonderful. I haven't seen you do it so beautifully before. Harry looked through the densely packed legs around him and saw that the brothers Fred and George were desperately pressing the out-of-control bludger into the box. The bludger was still fiercely cautious. Draco and Ian were seen looking around him, seemingly checking if he had any injuries. Hermione, Cassandra and Isabella were looking at Ian with concern, but they also gave him a look. The professors were checking Ian's broom and the two bludgers in the box. Of course, not all professors had business to attend to. Come on, Harry 837, let me help you heal. Lockhart smiled and looked at Harry and said, This is a simple spell that I have used countless times. Harry's face turned pale and he shook his head violently. We should send Harry to the school's medical wing and let Mrs. Pangley treat Harry. Ian glanced at Lockhart. He found that his worst fear had come true. His arm didn't hurt anymore. But it didn't feel like 10 arms at all. Ian, Ronald, Draco. Anyone is fine. Take Lockhart away, take him away. Maybe I will know, but I'm not in the mood to listen to this now. Ian, Harry Gronetta tried to move his fingers. My arm no failing, bone growth and marrow enhancement. Madame Pomfrey looked angry, as if she was blaming Lockhart for making Harry's bones disappear. Ian took 2 steps forward and was about to push away Lockhart, who was pointing his wand at Harry. He really didn't want to see Harry become Monkey D. Luffy like in the original plot. But the key is that the bones have been connected. This must be remembered. Lockhart hid behind the crowd. Okay, Harry strolled to the hospital wing. Ian, Hermione. Can you guys accompany him? Madame Pomfrey can fix you again. Draco opened his mouth and finally said, Harry. Now you really don't hurt anymore. And your joints are not dislocated. Because you have no bones, of course I will. But the process of growing bones will be very difficult. You may not have a good time tonight, but you will be fine after you get through it. Madame Pomfrey said with a straight face, throwing a set of pajamas to Harry. So, you have to spend the night here. The curtains around Harry's bed were drawn and Draco, Ronald and other boys helped him change into pajamas. Ian waited outside with the little witches. He was not interested in seeing a man's naked body, let alone helping him put on pajamas. Harry's hands were limp, and Draco and the others took a lot of effort to stuff the rubbery, boneless arm into the sleeve. The Weasley twins kept teasing, Look, there's a rubber man here. Harry, you are really unlucky. Ian and the others wanted to stop Lockhart, but there was no way. Lockhart was too fast. The two of them talked back and forth, leaving Harry speechless. Lockhart didn't connect Harry's bones properly. He took away the bones of the entire arm, infirmary wing. He didn't dare to see what was going on, closed his eyes, and turned his face to one side. Hey. Ian asked Professor McGonagall to conjure a stretcher, and called Draco and Ronald comes. Carry Harry to the hospital wing together. Harry and the 3 little witches couldn't bear to look. Your arms? No, I don't want it. Harry gritted his teeth and spoke through them. Ha. Lockhart pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly. Yes, I. Sometimes this happens. Of course, will Harry feel pain? He looked at Harry again and glanced at Ian with a cold face, as if worried that Ian would do something, and then ran away. Lockhart grinned with his big teeth and said to everyone with his self-proclaimed handsome smile, It's just a dislocated joint. I can heal it, and it will take time to go to the medical wing. Isn't he like this usually? Is he reliable during class? You should have come to me directly, she said angrily, holding up the poor lifeless thing, which was still a freely movable arm just half an hour ago. My arm. Harry heard a buzzing in his head. He tried to open his eyes and asked what's wrong with it. A second later, a strange and very uncomfortable feeling like Biab's lightning, from Harry's shoulder to his fingertips, as if his arm was being drained. I can connect the bones in a second, but to make them grow again. But you can do it too, right? Harry asked eagerly. Hey. You say Professor Lockhart, how can he be so unreliable? However, when the people around him gasped, Harry closed his eyes and didn't dare to open them. He hoped it was his illusion and really wanted to faint now. Madame Pomfrey looked at Harry's broken arm and was very unhappy. Let me think. Well, it's probably like this. By the way, is Harry okay? This arm has no bones. Isn't it worse than a dislocation? But Lockhart seemed to be sure that Ian didn't want him to be in the limelight, and he quickly avoided him, and Draco rolled up his emerald green sleeves and twirled his wand. Maybe, do you know a man who wants to become the Pirate King? Ian said this out of the blue. Everyone was busy carrying Harry. Ian carried one corner and walked in the front. Ronald, Draco, and Wood carried the other 3 corners. followed by a large group of students. Draco lifted Harry's arm, which was not supported by bones at Alan drooped limply, just like a thick flesh-colored rubber glove.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.